Good day, as they say in Australia. Hello, bienvenidos, buenas tardes, konnichiwa, ohayo, moshi moshi, auf Wiedersehen, guten Morgen, and other such expressions meaning hello. Aloha. You don't want to forget about aloha. I'm standing outside. Why? Why not when the weather's as nice as this? It is like 72 degrees. I can't actually take some still images of myself so I could upload them as thumbnails so I didn't always have the same thumbnail of me just like looking into the camera like this, you know. I need to like blow off all these little cedar bits, dried up cedar bits from the patio, sweep up the bit of concrete dust I have here. I got a lot more ponding done today. Perhaps most significantly, I got the hello, Acacia. Hello, Gyalt. How are you doing? It's not your fault. So, got a lot more ponding done today, including the floor of the main pool, which I poured to a pretty decent thickness to make sure that I don't have any problems with it. And it is just minding its own business and drying down there right now. It's really coming to fruition, you know? Hi, Rachel Strauss. Oh my god. You have the same last name as me. What a weird coincidence. Unless you're that Rachel Strauss, my wife. In which case, things make a whole lot more sense. I'll be heading into the house here shortly. I want to clean up these. I want to ESTJ shit, you know? Like blow this stuff off into the side. And so basically, so I don't get it on my shoes when I'm walking around. Lip was twitching earlier today along with nausea, finally feeling better. You're burnt out on pure data encoding. Well, I guess you'll have to find a new hobby. My hobby right now is going to be put this back where it goes. Hi, simple girl. She came back gay as the first day of May. I said, Rachel, you turned lesbian that easily? All right, fine, we can scissor. So from now on, that's how we're having sex. We're just going to scissor. I could go back into the music grind with FL Studio. Yeah, I mean, I want to record music. I'm in the mood to do it in general, but the thing about recording music is it's always about catching lightning in a bottle. It's maybe easier to do that if you have a clear vision going in, which I never do. Unless I'm recording something, a song that's already written, which I have one on deck to be recorded that's not been recorded yet, namely Sign Holders. But I guess that's my next thing to tackle. But it's not like I can't accomplish good things with screwing around with the keyboard and stuff. It's just so far after getting back into things, post depression, the calendar starts again. This is 2025 PD, post depression. I'll tell you what, Elpidio Nunez, you send me 500 cash, and then come back in a month and ask me what I spent it on. Does that sound fair? I do finish songs, but not every song I finish. I mean, the songs I finish come out to varying degrees of quality. And the only quality that I really care about particularly is that it pop, like, and it makes people go, oh my God, what is that song? Or something. But it's hard to do that. You gotta be super catchy, but not derivative exactly, Same deal. Same deal, Nunez. You send it to me first, and then ask me a month from now what I did with it. And you'll have a fun thing to look forward to a month from now. You'll find out what I did with those $2. How about that? Is it open? Let's see if it is open. All right, let's go inside. I'm not feeling hungry, but I know I should eat. Like Mr. Montgomery who lost both his feet. Let's turn some lights on in here. It's dark as a cave. Okay, now that we've got some lights on, it's time to turn on the television and the laptop so that we can find out what it really means to be alive. Maybe for the first time ever. Okay, there's that. Oops, I turned off the TV. Well, that was dumb for me. It's okay. I'll turn it back on in a second after it rests for a minute. Turning it on, and we're going to change it from smart TV. I never asked for my TV to be smart. It doesn't need to be connected to the internet. It gets the internet from my laptop. Come on. See how fussy it gets when you turn it off and then turn it back on again? It doesn't like that. I'm going to leave it to power cycle here. Unplugging it. Now the plug's back in. Now wait for this little light to go down. And once it goes down, there, it went down. And now the little light's down, I can turn it back on. Why do you want to do me like that, TV? There we go. Now it's working. Thanks to my amazing problem solving. Big Mama's House 2. Nobody with any taste at all has any desire to watch that horrible, horrible movie. What's going on here? Well, what the little fuck though? Okay, well, let's try a different HDMI hole. Alright, what HDMI is that? Okay, well, at least it's working again now. Doing what it's supposed to do when it doesn't find something. Well, what HDMI is it in? For fuck's sake. Alright, let's try this one. Well, maybe that's not HDMI. Alright, look at this flashlight and some glasses so you can see what I'm doing. This is being needlessly difficult, of course. Make HDMI 2. Got 3 and then 2. Okay. Fine. Put it in 3. There we go. That was strangely difficult, but we managed to make it work. Let me get the stream up on the big screen. And then I want to go clean my bong. Whenever you see US MNT, you think US Mutant Ninja Turtles. Fair enough. Victor says, my Tigers and LA tomorrow. Hope we do better than the last time we played LA. Your Tigers actually play the Athletics when?
Soon next.
Starting on Tuesday. And that's not Los Angeles, that's Sacramento. No thanks, Elpidio. I'll pass. Okay. Pop out the chat. All right, we got some nice chat going here. Now let's go clean the bong. I'm going to clean the bong this time. I'm going to clean it in the laundry room, in the laundry sink.
The laundry room might need a garbage bag. I don't know if you need one.
I don't. I don't think it does. I think I replaced it, but maybe I didn't. If I didn't, I'll put a new one in. So we're going to the laundry sink to clean the bong. You might say, why? Well, because sometimes it's not as well suited for cleaning the bong as the kitchen sink. It's a sense it's meant to get dirty, you know. The reason why it's not necessarily the best sink for this is because it doesn't have one of those move-aroundable sprayers. But the water pressure here is also very high. Okay. I would call that a pretty clean bong. Okay. Now if we wanted to double clean it, see you later, Gelt. If we wanted to double clean it, what I would do is bring it here to the sink. I'm going to get it with a little bit of the old salt and alcohol. This is a classic trick I learned a long time ago. It works pretty darn well. It works better if you have kind of like big salt, like sea salt or something. But it works fine with regular salt too. Put some salt in there. Okay. Now we're going to put some alcohol in here. I'm going to get a stick. This step's not necessary, but I'm going to do this step too. Put a little more salt in. And just shake her up. Let the salt and the alcohol do the work. And what you will see when I pour this out is what cleaning the bong really looks like. This is cleaner than a baby's piss. We want to rinse it thoroughly to make sure we get all the alcohol out of it. Because that's not drinking alcohol, that's rubbing alcohol. And we're going to fill it up with water. Still a little full. That's good. Okay, next, I'm going to take this paper towel, put a little bit of alcohol in this, and I'm going to clean off this mouthpiece of any resin that might be there, so that I don't get a syndrome known as resin lips. Okay, good. We are ready to go now. Got my lighter, got my bong. I'll throw this stick and this thing away. Oh my, we have a Coca-Cola box here, huh? compacting the trash. We got room in the last trash can for a couple more things. So I'm trying to get all the trash out today. Alright, good enough for now. Let's go pull some bowls before we do anything else. Hi, Mardelli TR from Europe. You have huge problems with Muslim refugees? Well, I've long advocated that it's not a good idea to introduce, is what you say, pre-Enlightenment worldviews into a free and civil Western society. But, you know, I mean, some European countries feel like, oh, I feel so sorry for them. They should feel more sorry for themselves. I mean, we didn't do anything to help you not get Muslim immigrants. And the thing is, of course, it's not the case that any given Islamic immigrant is bad. It's just that if they take their religion seriously at all, and in the Islamic world they take it very seriously, then as it's practiced in the contemporary world, it's anathema to basic rights frameworks that allow society to move forward where individuals have their own freedom and agency and stuff. But Google is taking over. Google is? I thought it already took over. Are they taking over again? I'm not hungry at all, but I feel like I should eat something. I guess I'll just wait until I feel a little bit hungry at least. What am I watching? I'm watching the chat up on the screen, but I'm about to start playing poker too. And, later tonight, what will be coming on, that's right, Naked and Afraid, Last One Standing. Yes, we watched the Athletics play today. They lost to the Guardians. Pretty good performance by JP Sears. Pretty good performance by the bullpen, but the bats were quiet today.
If we could just get them both on the same
I know.
level.
Okay, there. Best team is the Savannah Bananas. Well, they're certainly an interesting team.
Yeah.
I just had never heard of them until I saw a YouTube video about them not too long ago. And I was kind of surprised, impressed at how their marketing strategy, which was basically to hand over the social media account to like a 20-year-old girl, who explains her own strategy as cute boys. And that worked so well for them. They took like pictures of them being cute boys, maybe handing flowers to some girl, and then all of a sudden Savannah Bananas is the most popular baseball team in the world.
Mm-hmm.
It's crazy.
Yeah, it really is.
So I admire that team owner's ingenuity and success, devotion to his franchise. Well, I got an open-ended straight draw, so I'll bet this a little bit. Either a 9 or an ace gives me the straight. Now I got top pair, but there's queen 10, jack 8 on the board. Somebody else likely has the straight. But just in case, I'll go ahead and bet it since the first guy checked to me. I guess I'm gonna have to fold to that raise. I'm glad I did. I didn't hit my draw. Beth, you look like you're a big fan of sativa hybrids. You're not wrong. I like straight sativas a lot too. I don't mind some indica heavy hybrids, but I'm not a fan of straight indicas usually, with a couple of exceptions. I believe Skywalker is an indica strain. I like Skywalker. So I feel like I got quite a bit done today. Working on the pond. Well, I also had to start up the generator and stuff because get the all stuff hooked up to generator power because of a planned outage today. Why would they have a planned outage on Sunday? Obviously, they're not caring at all about impacts of people, you know? I'll eat your toes, get out of here. If I get out of here, how will you be able to eat my toes?
Yeah.
Pretty good point, huh? Iran's response will make you cry, you sons of American and Jewish whores. Well, look, I don't approve of Trump's bombing of Iran, and I don't believe it's legal because I believe he used the Air Force. So don't assume that everybody in America agrees with what Trump's doing. I would say the majority of the country probably does not agree with him. We're having our problems with this crazy, reckless president who thinks he's above the law.
Yeah, it's really a problem.
Sorry it impacts you like that. Obviously, we have no business attacking Iran.
No,
I don't even think Israel has any business attacking Iran because it totally counterfeits
so
my...
impulsive. But like, that's the thing, like, there's impulsive, like, for me, impulse, I bought a new lipstick. For Trump, impulse is bombing Iran. Like,
right, yeah. But the truth is, Ahmed Al-Dulami, Iran's response isn't going to make America cry, okay? Iran cannot, even though they're justified in responding with force, they can't even begin to dream of doing that because obviously they don't have anything remotely comparable to U.S. military stuff, you know? I don't think Trump's a gambler and a drunkard, although he might be either one of those things. But the problem is much more fundamental than that. He's dumb as a bucket of rocks, and yet he believes himself to be a genius. You know, he's got self-concept issues. Somebody doesn't have to be a drunk or a gambler to do wickedness. In fact, it's most likely that the people who are the most wicked are not drunks and gamblers, because those are their vices then, not things that are destructive to other people directly, like Trump's doing, or destructive to the institutions of democracy, which certainly is.
Like, the word that came to mind when thinking of him is megalomaniac.
Yeah, well, I just think he's dumb. He's a dumb autocratic populist. Super dumb, and can't even conceptualize of how the checks and balances and so forth, the habits and institutions of democracy might actually be more valuable than his in the moment intuition and lack of thinking.
And, like, you can't trust him.
No, you can't trust him at all. But the thing is, you can trust his words somewhat, right? Like, he says, "I'm going to deport all these Mexicans," and he does it.
Well, yeah, but that's where his trickery comes in, because, like, his first term, he said shit and he didn't do any of it. And this term,
I mean, he tried. He tried to do the stuff he said he was going to do. He tried to get a wall built, etc. But and probably that just taught him, well, I'm not gonna pay attention to democracy anymore. I'm just gonna do what the fuck I want.
yeah.
Because last time I tried and I couldn't get my meow. I mean, I understand that the Israelis have taken entirely the wrong approach with the Palestinians from the outset, and that's the Palestinians are justifiably outraged by it. But I don't know what to do about Israel. Israel's Israel's problem, not mine. I hate the fact that Trump has made us complicit in this whole thing.
Yeah, why?
It's not necessary, and you're siding with the bad guys if you're aggressing, you know? Aggression is how you distinguish between the bad guys and the good guys. There's no such thing as preventative violence.
Like, in most of the wars, well, okay, I know that in World War One and World War Two, it took a very long time for America to join the war because they knew what that meant.
Right. Well, I mean, Trump's doing everything back asswards.
Yeah.
Like, if he wants to be warlike, Ukraine is where we ought to be sending our troops and weapons to support Ukraine against Russian aggression.
Yeah.
Instead, what does he do? He sides with Israeli aggression based on the flimsy justification that that someday they might get nuclear weapons. Well, I mean, who the hell is Israel or the United States to say that Iran getting nuclear weapons justifies our aggression when we and Israel also have nuclear weapons? The hypocrisy is just mind-boggling. But I mean, I get that it is the case that theocracy is a special kind of problem. You know, Iran, if it wants to be an equal and respected member of the international community, it needs to do away with Islamic law. You know, it's got to separate the secular from the sacred. You can't have any good outcomes when you've got magical thinking frames involved in governance, right? In the United States, everybody has whatever religion they have, but no religious arguments are ever tolerated in terms of the secular field of law and order, right? And so forth. So that is a problem that Iran needs to fix, you know. Just because everybody's Muslim doesn't mean it should impact civics, right? And it shouldn't. You got to keep government separate from religion. The fact that you don't does not justify attacking you, though. Okay, let me make that abundantly clear. There is no justification for aggression definitionally. the only justified violence is responsive and proportional. Iran has not committed any such campaign against Israeli nuclear facilities. Ergo, Israel has no business attacking Iran. And the U.S. has no business getting involved at all. Like, we haven't had a good political, good candidate for president in God knows how long. Even a decent one.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, I had some faith from Trump's first presidency that he was just going to not do anything.
Yeah, no, me too.
But instead, he's really got his doing pants on. The thing that Trump did mostly in his first term was he did one act of war against Iran, which fucking pissed me off during his first term. He assassinated an Iranian general on Iraqi soil. But this is far worse, obviously. If I were Iran, I would declare war against the United States and Israel. But the problem with that is there's a declaration of war, then there's no reason for Israel and the United States to not wage war on Iran. So, I mean, Iran's completely in the right and also has no good options. Let's say, in fact, the Iranians were to accomplish this. Response will make you cry, you sons of American and Jewish whores. Well, if you were to successfully have an effective military response, that would be the end of Iran. Not fair, but that's how it goes. If you successfully attack America, you can fully expect that Tehran will become the next American misadventure and regime change. When I'm president, the world will understand what sanity looks like. Well, Saddam Hussein is long dead. And I don't think anybody thinks it's a bad thing that Saddam Hussein is dead. But I think most sane people think it's a terrible thing that the United States went into the Middle East and attacked countries that had done nothing to us, such as Iraq, with the ridiculous notion that we were going to somehow turn them into Western-style democracies. Which, if you read anything from de Tocqueville, you'd know was not going to happen. Jack Me Up 916, what's going on, Eric? How are you and your sexy ass wife enjoying this Sunday? We're not watching any game. We already watched the Athletics game. It was a day game today. And then we sat outside for a while. I played some Pong, Rachel, listened to some YouTube, put on some makeup and stuff. Mm-hmm. And then I cleaned up out back and took the trash up to the street. Now I'm just streaming for the good of me, of you, of Rachel, of everybody in the world. Because everybody's better off when I'm streaming.
I would absolutely vote for Eric too. You're very smart, Fatal Exception.
Thanks, Fatal Exception. Let's hope it comes down to that.
If you become president and you're super busy, can we carve out time for each other?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I expect you to generally be hanging with me most of the time. It's just if it gets too boring for you, you'll leave.
I mean,
you'll be invited to everything.
How will it be boring for me? It'll be no different. I'm always on my phone.
That's true. Of course, Ahmed al Dulaimi. Um, there's something called just war theory. It is not possible to justly commit aggression. Iran did not use violence first. Ergo, Israel and the U.S., their attacks against Iran comprise aggression, which is illegitimate and cannot be done in any kind of sane universe, and expect everybody to be like, oh, that was a good thing. No. We're scared that Iran might is not a justification for attacking them. It's like cops. Well, I was scared he might pull out a gun, so I shot him dead. No, 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 no. The only kind of justified force is responsive. There are very rare exceptions. Like if somebody's running at you with a knife saying, I'm going to kill you. Well, then, okay. Maybe you've got some justification for using force before he actually stabs you. But you better have something that compelling, right? And that's not the case here. If North Korea can be trusted to have nuclear weapons, why can't Iran? If Pakistan can be trusted to have nuclear weapons, why not Iran? Well, there's this one. Because Pakistan's more of a military cabal running the show um, than a religious one. But, I don't trust Pakistan's military with nuclear weapons any more than I trust North Korea's or really just about anybody. Yeah, Putin's horrible. Putin's an absolute nightmare. In the best case scenario, Putin would have a stroke and die right now. You know, I like to believe that I argue in favor of sanity, rationality, justified action. Instead of having actions that are justified with some kind of predicted impacts, have actually justified actions.
How does Glossier know that I clench my jaw? That's so like.
How does who know?
This brand, this beauty brand, right? So like it's just a coincidence. I've been talking about how I clench my jaw when I take Adderall, and it says Glossier, which is a beauty brand, unclench your jaw. Thanks, Glossier.
Well, yeah, Russia, China, North Korea, they have common interests with Iran in the sense that they're positioned against the West. But there's no reason why Iran, in particular, has to be positioned against the West, except that um, there's. It's like we have to pick to side with Israel or not. We've sided with Israel for a long time, and presumably we do so because we think Israel is more of the most free and civil society in the region. But no good comes from unjustified aggression, ever. Well, you know, maybe they do. Maybe the Russians hate us. I'm not sure. Well, it's break in the poker tournament, so we can go outside and smoke a cigarette.
I'm gonna follow you.
Sounds good.
Thanks for not minding that like I follow you around. People like have like my mom used to get like really annoyed when we would go shopping and I would just follow her. She'd be like, just go like somewhere else. I'd be like, well, I have like I would think to myself, well, like, well, I have no money and there's no point of looking at stuff that I can't buy.
Why do Iranians eat garbage? Are they raccoons? I like that you follow me around. One thing I always liked about hanging out with Liz is that I could just do my thing and she'd just follow me around.
Aw. I like that I remind you of a good part of her.
Yeah. Yeah, you know, if I was just hanging out with Liz, we'd often have a pretty good time. But
Yeah, but
if
that's how
Corey,
it is.
if Corey was around, then it would be all about what's wrong with Corey, you know?
I don't know. It depends. Yeah, I guess maybe if like Liz came up here separately, I think it would be fun. Like, um,
Yeah, well, you know, we had plenty of good times together, but we also had plenty of long and futile conversations.
that's what it ends up being.
In which she would complain about Corey, and I'd try to explain to her,
Oh.
"You're not being a good relationship partner. You need to stop looking for things to complain about, etc." Right? Where did I leave my cigarettes? But she would hear me sort of, but it didn't make any difference. Okay, I'm back. I'm back and I'm better than ever. The dream has come true. Eric has returned.
Am I boring to talk to?
No, darling. Look at you all curled up in a chair like a little Rory Calhoun.
Who's Rory Calhoun?
It's a line from The Simpsons.
Oh.
When he gets all those puppies, Mr. Burns says, "Look at him standing on his two legs like a little Rory Calhoun."
Hey, does he have Lucas Lockjaw?
Excellent. I think he's got Mr. Burns accent. I don't know if that's quite the same.
It could be mocking that kind of voice, but not really getting it. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
Sounds like the neighbors are out and about listening to some music or
oh,
whatnot.
really? Which one?
I don't know. I mean, these guys, but I don't know what they're doing exactly. I just hear music coming from there. Oh yeah, the neighbors live just down there. And listening to some reggae.
Should I say hello?
I think it looks this way. I'm probably just doing the same kind of stuff I was doing, you know, picking up trash,
Yeah.
playing house. Of course, Rachel and I don't have exactly the same taste in music as they do.
Yeah. I have to say, I was impressed. Like Corey got up and not Corey, Jerry got up and was dancing with Kay. Like he was dancing by himself for a little while too. Like
I thought the thing was a mosquito, but it wasn't. It was a piece of
oh.
ash. Sup, Acacia? How you doing? Hope you're doing well on this Sunday evening. Very pleasant Sunday evening. So actually got a bit of chill to the air, which means there aren't any mosquitoes really out. Mosquitoes, they're not fond of coldness, as a general rule. It's like they have very diverse tastes in music, but it seems as though, for example, let's say they put on some reggae like they're now. It's not going to be reggae I like. And if they put on some LCD sound system, it'll be an LCD sound system song that I don't like. So,
Well, I might like it, so I would be happy.
did you like that one they played over there?
What?
Did you like the one that they played over there? I had never heard it before.
Oh, that one? Oh. No, I was just stunned that I had never heard of it before. But the radio the LCD sound system songs that were on it, like
Over there or here? Or someplace else? So I'm talking about one time we went over there.
They put Jerry put on an LCD sound system radio song, radio,
Oh.
and the first song that played was "You Wanted a Hit," and then they played that song that we hadn't heard before.
Oh, I don't remember them playing You Wanted to Hit. I guess they did. The point is, they and we have a lot in common, but we have a difference in that we're not FI front stack. I think they're both FI front stack. And
ISTJ.
I think ISTJ and ENFP.
Yeah, he's definitely ISTJ. He was saying stuff that reminds me of Cameron a bit.
Yeah.
The way he the way he says he remember he has a good memory for little things.
Well, Rachel Acacia recommends we find their Bluetooth and take it over. So.
Oh, Acacia. Well.
That's pretty sassy of you.
Yeah. I do want to introduce them to this band that I think they'll like, because it seems like he likes surfer kind of music.
Mm-hmm.
And there's this band, I don't know if they've heard of them. I forget their name. Real Estate. They might like.
I don't think I've ever heard of them.
They're not well known. Like they're played on college radios and stuff. Like they're well known, but still indie, very indie. and they play surfer style music. I believe they're from California.
I see.
They would bring the summer vibes. It was cool. I liked it. I appreciated it.
I think one of history's most all-time summariest songs is "Steal My Sunshine" by Lynn.
Yeah, that is.
You just picture yourself driving to the beach, you know. Oh, Acacia ate some sassafras today. I came in mid-sentence, so I'm not even sure what I was referring to when he was talking about songs. Well, I was talking about this LCD sound system song called Radio that I heard over the neighbors that I had not heard before. I didn't really listen to it carefully enough to know how much more attention I ought to give to it, but it didn't immediately strike me as one of their better ones. Are you having mosquito problems?
Yeah.
Huh. I don't seem to be getting any.
I don't know why.
I don't see any around you.
Come and circle. Like this one. No.
Yeah, I see that one.
Maybe because I'm by the tree. I'm not sure. I don't know.
I'm not sure either. Maybe it's because you're by this wet area.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I still don't seem to be getting on me.
That's good. God. I don't care if they land on me. I have to smack myself.
Well, we can move out front. Go inside.
Take your time. And I don't have a problem.
I'm ready to go inside. Steal My Sunshine is awful. I mean, it's a good song. It's their only good song. But it is a good song.
Yeah. I like singing it for karaoke. I know it's up for me.
Won't you steal my sunshine? Bam, 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 bam.
If you
Steal my sunshine.
That used to be my Instagram handle. If you steal my sunshine.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Because I love that line. Well, I mean, I love the song, but like, also I'm like, if you steal my sunshine.
Funny, I thought I had busted out of this tournament.
I thought you did too.
I guess not. I'm not sure what happened, but I could have sworn I busted out of that tournament. But I actually had about 10 big blinds left, so. You never know. Chipping a chair, as they say. Tub thumping is just straight up good, not the same thing. What's tub thumping?
No way. That's the Chumbawamba song. You'll be singing. I get knocked down, but I get up again. Never gonna get me down. I get knocked down, but I get up
It's
again.
not nearly as good as Steal My Sunshine. Thank you, Chris Chapin. I went outside and took some photographs of myself in various places and poses. so that I could upload thumbs rather than have the same thumb all the time of just me like staring into the camera, you know. If for daddy's poor, you can do what you feel. Are words I live by. Sounds a little predatory. I would suggest that you respect her reluctance. Getting people to do things they don't want to do is not a good idea in general. You know, even if you get your way, at that point, they feel like they've been leveraged in some fashion. And like nobody likes that. Well, maybe you shouldn't do that then. Thank you, Acacia. Your vulgarity, sir, has disturbed us. Now what are you going to do? I don't know that reference. I don't know what reference you're referring to. Are you talking about the reference section of your local library? If so, I'm glad you brought that up. You know, we can learn a lot just by visiting our local library. Jerry Soul sounds like a made-up name. You don't trust library references? Not even Encyclopedia Britannica? Excuse you. It's only like the best encyclopedia there is. Britannica sets the standards for encyclopedia. Brittany be lying in her encyclopedia? Does Brittany have an encyclopedia? Britney Spears' encyclopedia of everything? That would be strange.
I like when she gets a little sassy. Like, there's a whole bunch of like young actresses who are reading her book who want to be in like
I want to be in pictures.
yeah, I want to be Brittany. And she was like something like, I don't know who you guys are, but like I can promise you you're not going to be playing me. You need to chill out.
Oh, you mean playing her movie or something?
Like playing her, yeah, they're gonna do a biopic based on the book.
Oh, I see. So she's telling a bunch of people who want the part, you're not going to get the part because you're not me enough?
Yeah.
Was one of the people who wants to play her Benedict Cumberbatch?
You should try.
Oh my god, I'm Brittany. That's all you have to do.
That's all, yeah. Or I'm Britney. I'm Britney, bitch.
Spears Plopedia. Sounds dirty. She's the one who famously said that she's not rats in a tent, confusing everybody. But it turns out that that's how they used to tease her at school. You're rats in a tent. So finally she made a song to convince everybody she's not.
So funny. I was like, oh my gosh, they need to play Britney. And like, you know, I'm not one to say that, but like, I feel Pride, Britney, beats go together. And everyone like kind of like responded to me like, yeah, they did.
Huh, that's weird. Did they play Lady Gaga?
A ton of Lady Gaga. Lady Gaga.
That's unfortunate. See, the gays should stop choosing whoever chooses them and instead choose what's good.
Well, like we were totally right? You said they started off with chappy tracks, and anything off chappy tracks is good, right? So yeah, but I was like, only gonna go downhill from here, because if they're starting off with like good music that I know.
Okay, No Stage says best summer song, Don't Stop Me Now.
Don't stop me now.
Ba-na-na-na-na.
Da-na-na-na.
That's a pretty good song.
That is a good song. Shooting star. Da, 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 da.
I think summary song for me right now is Medicine by Dayglow.
Yeah, me too.
It's a weird song in that it doesn't really get stuck in my head, but I think it's fantastic anyway. If you haven't seen, I'll get a link for it. It's worth checking out. It's a great track. Pretty good video too.
Cause I'm having a good time.
Yeah, Dayglow. They've got a lot of good stuff, but not everything, you know. Some of their stuff is like lacks distinction, I guess. Copy link address. All right, here you go. That's Medicine by Dayglow. It's a good song. You familiar with Dayglow? They've got at least 4 songs of theirs on Chappy Tracks, which is quite an accomplishment. Thanks. I glue it on every morning, one hair at a time. Is Dayglow like off-brand Soul Glow from Coming to America? No, not at all like that. But Soul Glow is how I get my beard so fresh and frothy. What color even is this beard? You know, people say your hair is supposed to turn gray, but it seems more like yellow to me or something. Very light tan. And obviously, it'd be nice if I had a full head of gray hair. That'd be cool. Instead, I have this absence of hair. It doesn't bother me, so I don't know why I said unfortunately. I never really give it any thought until people say to me, "Get out of here, Baldy."
No.
People don't usually say that to me, but sometimes. You looked up the chicken song? That has nothing to do with what we're talking about, Acacia. You're in the wrong part of the textbook, little lady. You need to stay with the rest of the class as we're reading where we are reading in our biology textbook. Currently, we're covering cell mitosis, so pay attention.
Ooh, cell mitosis.
It's how some species evolved out of other species by the magic of cell mitosis. Just let your soul go. I don't know that song at all. Oh, well, I mean, it's mostly pretty bland photos of me just standing against some sort of backdrop. But I might take more such photos. Let's see what Acacia linked here.
Oh my God.
D4L Laffy Taffy?
I got that Laffy Taffy. That's how it goes.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I'm unfamiliar with it.
I got that Laffy Taffy. Right, Akeisha?
You can click them from here. You just have to be on your laptop. Message. You just can't do it from your phone. If it would let you put a Google Docs link, then you put the links in Google Docs and link to that document. But I don't know if it'll let you do that or not.
Do you remember the song Acacia? I got my Vans on, but they look like sneakers. Got my Vans on, but they look like sneakers. I used to be obsessed with that song. It was like one of those, and like, do the Dougie. Teach me how to Dougie. Teach me how to Dougie.
I don't know how to Dougie.
It's not that easy.
Hmm.
But it used to be like a dance.
There's a lot of difficult dances out there. One song that I really appreciate Sean introducing me to is the Double Dutch Bus. That's a good song.
It is. Oh, I don't know Cat Daddy.
Ghost Ride the Whips. Plural. I don't want to ghost ride the whips. Do the stanky leg. I do the stanky leg all the time.
Oh, the stanky leg.
It's just me walking around doing the stanky leg. Because one of my legs, it's got a bad attitude. So I call it the stanky leg. You can see it's acting up right now, in fact. Hi, Putty Cat. Well, you know, I don't even know what to do about anything, so I just try to think about it.
Yes. But I don't know what.
Yes, she's equally proud. She has a pride level of 5, which is neutral. Pride is like pH. You've got basic, which is too humble. You got proud, which is too proud, and then right in the middle is correct positive self concept.
I felt I was a bit self-depreciating at times, but I was just saying truths. I wasn't trying to be like.
When will you depreciate self-deprecating?
I don't know.
Like last night, you mean?
Yeah, like.
Well, a little self-deprecation now and again is always a handy FE tool.
Yeah, like I don't know. I was just being honest. Like, I'd be like someone say something that they'd be doing, and I'd be like, "Oh my god, I could never do that. I admire that so much."
And you just leave out the part how you never want to do that and can't imagine wasting your time in that fashion.
But yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of things in life now that I finally have just come to fully accept are complete waste of my time that I do not want to do. And before, because of FI polar and FE third, I just thought, well, this is what people do, you know. So I guess I'll go do it too. Whatever it is that we're talking about going and doing, chances are I don't really want to do it. And best case scenario is like we go do something where I get a lot of shorts or something. Like maybe go to the county fair, go to the and then head back home. And then even then, I might be glad we did it because I got content out of it. But I don't know. I'm always happy to get back home, right?
Yeah.
It's just comfortable here.
It is.
Polar bear. You're a polar bear? I don't believe you. I think you're a regular bear. Does Marital have fireworks for the 4th? No.
No.
This is fire country, so they're not going to have any fireworks. I might barbecue, but I don't think I'm going to. I think we do still have some sparklers.
I don't know. Let me see. I'm gonna check. Are you thinking about the 4th of July, Keisha? Oh, because Hood Cat asked. Never mind.
Who's got the heart? I should have called, but you know, I just don't like to call on any draw really with just one card left.
We don't have them anymore.
Apparently, we don't have them anymore. But we had them not super long ago because I remember I made a poker out of the metal thing in one of them.
They were like perfect pokers.
Yeah, you said something bad. You said, screw you. Well, the metal at the end of it makes for a good poker. I should have called that. You guys went all in with King 3. How ridiculous. Screw you. I subject you and your ways to disdain. Mom, somebody said they had disdain for me. No, Sage. Were you being disdainful?
How would laissez-faire parent do with a kid saying, "Mom, someone said I'm disdainful"?
Well, do you want to just come stay inside?
That's what laissez-faire.
Yeah, probably. I mean, the idea of laissez-faire is that they're not enforcing things, right? So it doesn't really necessarily have anything to do with if a kid's coming and complaining about something like that, right?
Yeah.
Because then they're not enforcing or not enforcing a rule.
Did they ask them like, "Well, how does that make you feel?"
The parent?
Yeah.
I mean, they might. I mean, it's like the key thing about parenting and whatnot is that you've got to genuinely love the child, want what's best for them, etc. And that can look different and different between different parents, you know, as to what that looks like. Some of it is more lenient, some is less lenient.
Well, yeah.
But the purported best kind of parenting is authoritative, which is neither authoritarian nor laissez-faire.
Yeah, I have read that. Cause I've read something about how, Angelina Jolie, when they would travel with the kids, when they were little, would let them draw on hotel walls and stuff.
That's laissez-faire.
Yeah, and that's such bullshit.
Teaching them to be
property.
It's teaching them to be entitled and have disrespect for rights and other people's rights.
Yeah.
Yeah, chode is the correct one. Is the correct answer to that question, Acacia. That's what I thought.
Yeah.
Grundle was called.
Yeah, I had to teach Eric.
Where is Mrs. Mom? She's still got a broken laptop, I guess. Taint will work as well. They both mean the same thing.
I'm ready. I'm ready for the cat. Disgruntleful. It's laissez-faire. I said it wrong. Which is now called gentle parenting.
Gentle parenting, huh?
Yeah. That's what teachers call it.
Eric, do you think Trump's ordering the attack on Iran was a violation of the War Powers Act? Yeah, I mean, I think it's a violation of his obligation to get a declaration of war from Congress before using any military force other than the Marines. Seems as though he used the Air Force in this instance. Or the Navy, potentially, the Navy planes. I know he used some submarine. That's definitely Navy. So, yeah, I do. I think it was illegal. I think it was totally unnecessary and made clear to the Islamic world that regardless of what's fair, just, right, or true, we're going to side with Israel.
That's crazy talk.
Yeah, I mean, when you have Trump siding with Russia and then Israel, it's clear that he's not interested in justice at all.
Okay, we'll keep bragging on the low,
Yeah.
Acacia.
I mean, I think going all the way back, yes, Obama's ongoing drone campaign was illegal against the rules of war, and so was the whole Arab Spring thing because you cannot declare war against something other than a country. Oh, of course, Acacia. We know all the redundancies. We will text and email you every brag for your checking.
Oh, by the way, also, Acacia, if you're still there, um, if you could let Ruben know that I haven't heard back from Winston's mom, I think that person, yeah. So if you could let like Ruben know that like that person who comes in to update us about um
Have they come in
when
more than once?
yeah, like one time, two times when I was streaming. One time, it was like sounded like Winston's mom was like looking or like hearing the stream maybe from her son's computer or something. And she was sent like words of encouragement to me.
About what?
Like I don't know, I think I was just being like, oh, like down on myself, and she like gave me like encouragement. And it was from Titan, the one that told you that her computer crashed.
Okay.
And then last time, like it's not last night, the night before, Titan came in again to say that Winston's mom's computer is going to be, she's going to get it back on Monday. And so like people were like, I don't believe that it's really her son. And then the Titan came back and said, yes, I am Winston's mom's son. And then I said I would eat. They like wanted me to email Winston's mom to like make sure that it's her. But then
How's she gonna check that if she doesn't have her computer?
right,
She probably has a phone, but she may not even have her. If she's
she's
like me, she tries to do everything on her computer.
I think she is, and also like she said her Chrome is what crashed. So it could be her email. Like that's why her email isn't working because it's like
She's not being able to log into Google.
yeah.
It's possible. I mean, look, what would be the motivation for somebody coming in and continually reassuring us that things are fine and representing the fact that she's having problems right now with connectivity or whatever? Like, why would somebody come in and purposely mislead us in that fashion so that we don't report her missing or something? I mean, it just who's who's gonna be that on top of something like that? I think most people would assume that if somebody disappears from an online community, there's no ground to report anybody missing, you know?
No, there isn't.
What are you gonna do? Call the cops and say this lady who's normally around my live streams hasn't been around for a while?
But like she has enough understanding that people would be like, where is she?
Right, but it's like even if somebody were trying to like hide her disappearance, um, they wouldn't come back multiple times to say,
Yeah.
right? It's like
Yeah, I'm like, why would they encourage me? Like,
they'd say something like, Winston's mom has decided to stop using the internet from now on. This is her neighbor. Goodbye.
yeah, and then I was like, I don't know. At first, I was like, I don't know if it's her son or not. We asked, and Titan didn't answer back. And then Titan came back into the chat and said, yes, I am Winston's mom's son. And I said, thank you for keeping us updated. And he said, YW. I
Well,
just don't see it. I don't see it as very.
Cecil.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, I don't either. I thought it was very interesting that Rain was commenting. I haven't heard the. I wasn't there during the stream when this lady supposedly came in, but I'm 99% sure it wasn't her. I was like, no, it was her. And then and he said my reasoning for it is NI. I said, well, my NI tells me the opposite. And then he came and he wanted to figure out. He wanted to be able to see the live chat where she was participating, but he couldn't access it. But then he looked at her channel and saw she's been active lately, and he concluded, yeah, I guess maybe it was her. But that's the thing about a lot of people and their NI, right? Is that especially if it's not dominant. If your NI is dominant, then that means you know when not to use it too. But for people with NI somewhere else, they tend to trust their knowledge just like they trust their memories, or people tend to trust their knowledge regardless. But it's like there's no mechanism in NI that informs people I don't have sufficient data clues to know about this yet. Your NI never says I don't know. Even it might not know anything in particular about something, but I don't know is an SI thing because you've learned certain things and other things you haven't learned. So, do you know the name of Henry Clay's son? I happen to know it. Do you know it? Famous American Henry Clay, his son. You might use your NI to guess what the answer is, given the last name of Clay. But if you're an SI type, you'll say, I don't know if you haven't learned that fact yet, right? The answer is Cassius Clay. He was a white guy, a southerner who was also a staunch abolitionist who was the only son of a very wealthy plantation owner who had a lot of slaves. When his dad died, he freed all of the slaves. And he even gave some of them like money and land to get set up. Acacius Clay is a good guess, Acacia. Anyway, probably the guy after whom Muhammad Ali was named, which makes his changing his name to Muhammad Ali all the more unfortunate, right? What a great name, Cassius Clay. I always thought Cassius Clay was a great name before I even learned who Cassius Clay was, the original Cassius Clay.
I didn't know that there was an original Cassius Clay.
I didn't either. I just learned this not that long ago. So anyway, I don't know is an SI response because SI types, they look for the answer in their memory. But if you ask a question that is designed to rely on your intuition, such as, what do you think the number one reason why people say they get divorced is? And you'd want to use your intuition to kind of guess, right? Like, well, probably incompatibility, something broad like that. You might guess infidelity.
See, my broad guess would be that they're not happy.
They're not happy. Does that qualify as incompatibility? I don't know. Let's Google it. But that's the sort of question where, it's sort of acknowledged that you don't know this obscure fact. It's not intended for you for me to check, see if you know it or not. I'm sharing with you something today I learned. Oh, isn't that surprising? When you're asked a question like that, it says like, do you know what the number one reason why people get divorced is, according to man? Then you expect and you intuit that the answer is going to be somewhat surprising. Otherwise, why would they share it with you? But let's see. What's the number one reason people get divorced? Top 5 answers on the board. Lack of commitment. Let's see what this study says.
No, 73% of all third marriages end in divorce. I don't like that.
I mean, we're not part of that 73%. So what am I looking for again? Number one reason. Right, okay, why? Dancers and bartenders and massage therapists working at the casino. Don't worry, it's not us, okay?
Okay.
The lowest likelihood of divorce include upscale adults. If you live comfortably like us, you're less likely to get divorced. All right, here's what we're looking for. Here are the reasons given. These reasons add up to way more than 100%, so I guess people were allowed to give more than one reason. 73% say lack of commitment is the number one reason. You and I couldn't be any more committed. Argue too much. 56%. You and I do not argue at all. Infidelity. We're not going to cheat on each other. Married too young. Not a problem. Unrealistic expectations. I think we meet each other's expectations like gangbusters. Lack of equality in the relationship. We have a very fair and equitable relationship. Lack of preparation for marriage. We didn't need to prepare for marriage, did we?
I don't think
We were
so.
already living together since day one.
Yeah.
Domestic violence or abuse. Those things don't happen between us. Hmm.
myself talking a lot about you. I kept on saying, oh my gosh, my husband. Or thank you, my husband picked out the dress. Or, just anything that related to both of us, I would mention you also.
Hmm. 76 to 95% more likely to get divorced if only one of them smokes. And that increases when the wife is the smoker. Well, and when they both smoke, they're 53% more likely to get divorced. Alcohol contributes to divorce. We don't drink, though. Having a mental illness increases your chance from 20 to 80%. Well, based on all these different things that link to divorce, you'd think everybody would always be divorced.
I know. I feel like it's a little bit.
Here are the 5 most expensive divorces of all time. Harold and Sue Ann Ham, $5.3 billion. Rupert and Anna Murdoch, $1.7 billion. Bernie and Slavica Ecclestone, $1.2 billion. Craig and Wendy McCaw, $460 million. Michael and Juanita Jordan, $168 million. Arnold Schwarzenegger and Maria Shriver, $250 to $300 million. Why would a divorce cost that much? They all say the same
Lack
thing.
of commitment.
And contempt. Number one thing that destroys a marriage is contempt.
What is contempt?
That's like, it'd be like, well, of course you failed. You always fail. You just like it's kind of like disgust, but without, you're disgusting. It's just, you're not worthy of any your words don't mean anything. You can't do anything right. You're disgusting, basically.
That's what I mean. Like those body language analysts, when they were analyzing Jada Pickett Smith, they noticed like when she was talking about Will or the marriage that there was like half smiles and like facial cues of contempt.
Let's see. This one says most common reasons for divorce: too much conflict is number one. Lack of commitment, number two. Infidelity, number three. Lack of emotional and/or physical intimacy, number four. Communication problems between partners, number five. Domestic violence, number six. And opposing values or morals, number seven. We don't have any of those.
No. I mean, we don't agree on like everything, but
Well, I mean, it didn't say
that,
disagreement on some
right.
things. It did say
Yeah.
shared values or something like that, right?
Yeah, which I think we do for the most part. I mean,
To the extent that we disagree on things, it doesn't result in a disagreement, you know?
no, it doesn't.
We may not have exactly the same positions on certain things, but I'm not I'm not trying to tell you what your position should be. You know?
Yeah.
You are my wife, so I might tell other people what their positions should be, but not you.
Thanks. I feel like that's how your dad would be with your mom.
you know.
Like, I feel like your mom has, like, well, at least she had strong. I could tell she had strong feelings about Trump, and like,
Okay, Andrew, I'll do this. I will listen to this track and give you my honest opinion.
I don't know.
So I'm gonna have to mute so I don't get copyrighted while I listen to it. I'm not gonna probably listen to the whole thing. It was only 2 minutes, so. Well, I definitely don't think it's good. It's not like totally without any merit at all, I guess. It might do a couple of interesting things, but it's not good. And the whole, I guess, milieu that it's alluding to or representing is not a good one, right? We shouldn't celebrate violence and stuff.
No, why do they have like fighting dogs? That's illegal.
It looked like the dogs weren't
One of the
hurting
dogs
each
bit-
other,
one of
but
the dogs bit the other one.
yeah. I just imagine that they just looked at like that so that wasn't real, but celebrating that is certainly not a good thing. Regardless, musically, it's just like if I didn't see the video at all, it would have been a better way to evaluate it, right?
Yeah,
But
it's aggressive.
but musically, it's very one note. It doesn't have any hook or anything. No, here, Lamb, I am not genre specific in disliking stuff. Anything can be a genius track. If it's a genius track, it's a genius track, regardless of what genre it purports to be an example of. It's very difficult to make a genius track or even a good track when you're not trying to do something musically that's worth doing. You want me to listen to this one and tell you what I think? Los Retros, someone to spend time with. All right, I'll take a look. I'll take a listen. This time I'm not watching the video. That's good, Acacia. Put it on the old Chappy Tracks playlist. A good one. I like it.
Yeah, I like it too. It's good.
Can you listen to Family Reunion by Blink 182?
Hey, Carrot.
I mean, we could. I mean, I kind of know what Blink 182 sounds like in general, and
To give everyone like an idea of where I stand with like Blink 182, I went to a concert where Blink 182 was the headliner and Weezer was opening. I remember more of Weezer than I do Blink 182.
the thing is, though, here, Lamb, I think it's important to make this point. If I don't like it, it's because it's not good and not for any other reason. So you can't say like, well, don't show Eric, yeah, any kind of standard except only have Eric listen to really great songs or he's not going to like it. That's the only standard you can really voice about it.
Yeah,
Because
Weezer.
I'll listen to anything that's great.
Exactly, Acacia. And Weezer was like, it was my second time seeing Weezer, but River Cuomo sounded exactly like he did on the album. He was like running on stage, running all over the stage. He like ran up onto the speakers, and then he just like, they sounded exactly like the CD. Um, and they were really good. You've seen Weezer too? Aren't they like really good live? Like, I've seen them twice live, and I've been impressed both times.
The thing is, Erlen, if you made a long ambient song and you loved it and I didn't love it, then you would be wrong about it. That's the point I'm trying to make.
So Adult Swim made ambient music with cartoons of uh, Rick and Morty in the background. And I really liked it to when I was doing things. You know what I mean? Like,
Right. I mean, the thing is, I don't listen to classical music, but I can recognize when something's a particularly genius composition. I'm still maybe not going to listen to any kind of symphonic arrangement because they're just, who's going to listen to a whole symphony which has multiple reinventions of the same theme and lasts, 45 minutes or an hour or something? I'm sorry. This isn't the Middle Ages. I've got other things to do besides
yeah,
listen to a symphony.
yeah,
But there are other contexts where it might be perfectly fine. It's like background music to some kind of intellectual activity. It doesn't
yeah,
sound so terrible, right?
yeah,
Ambient music, etc. Same kind of thing. There are certain contexts in which when you're not really listening to music and you're doing something else, that it's not necessarily bad to have it in the background. So in that regard, there's the distinction between good ambient music and bad ambient music. Good ambient music is stuff that doesn't annoy you when it's in the background. Bad ambient music does. But if you try to listen to ambient music actively, then it's always going to be bad because it's not doing the job of a song.
yeah.
Let's see.
Lo-fi beats to relax, study to Rick and Morty, Adult Swim. It, and it exactly was that, like, to relax to and to study to. It was perfect. But I also think that it was good.
Hit or miss, don't be a puss. Drive your car out of the lake. Just swim down there, turn it on, and just drive it right out of the
Yeah, it's
lake.
good advice.
Shoo any fish away before you leave the lake. If I buy a yellow shirt, he hates yellow, but I love yellow. Nobody is wrong. True. Because that's not, um, because the question isn't I mean, I guess the question could be, does this shirt look good on you? In which case, there is a correct or incorrect answer. But if you say, I bought this yellow shirt because I like the yellow shirt, and I say, well, I don't like the yellow shirt, well, you win because it's your money and you can buy what you want. Neither of us is right nor wrong because you like the yellow shirt and I don't like the yellow shirt. If I'm not even making, as long as I'm not making statements about what's objectively a preferable aesthetic choice, if I'm just saying what I like or what I don't like, then both people can be right or wrong. It doesn't matter. They're not in conflict with each other. I mean, it's absolutely correct for a person to buy whatever shirt they feel like, and it would be silly to imagine that they should listen to me about what shirt to buy. But the thing is, there's some element of wearing a shirt out in the world that puts forth, I guess, some expression of yourself that you could call aesthetic, but it's a very different matter than making art. Like choosing which clothes to wear, you know, if you make a bad choice, people might snicker and whisper to each other about what you're wearing, you know? And if you make a good choice, you might have people say to each other, wow, that lady's, yeah, it looks nice on her or something. Or I love that shirt or whatever. You might get compliments from people like Rachel.
Oh my gosh, yeah, I love giving out compliments.
Well, hit or miss, it sounds like you've got a lot of car and lake related problems. I wish you
Also,
all the best with those.
also friend problems. Because I don't think a friend would steal your car.
Unless you didn't know it was yours. Which you might think, when's that going to happen? That's exactly what happened to me.
Oh yeah, that's right, you did.
He wasn't exactly a friend, but he was this guy that Dave and I partied with. I showed up in a different car than I normally showed up with. And I don't know why, but I was driving my dad's car and I didn't lock it. And then that guy stole it. And neither of us knew it was him and me until the day of court when I was subpoenaed to go down to LA to testify.
Oh wow, I had to go to court.
Well, yeah, because he was being charged with Grand Theft Auto.
Oh jeez.
And
Wow.
when he saw me in the court, he like came up to me and said, "Bro, you gotta help me out here. You gotta like say something." And I'm like, I mean, all I could do is just tell the truth, you know. You're not buying my trash? Well, it, he, the car was unlocked and the keys were in the glove compartment. So there was a spare key in the glove compartment. I had my keys with me, which had my key on it, but there was a spare key in the glove compartment. Why you'd have a spare key in the glove compartment, I'm not sure, because if you're locked out of your car, you can't get into your glove compartment. But anyway, it wasn't a car I was normally used to driving. I just didn't lock it, and it wasn't. You know, I was used to parking in Arcadia, but this on this night I was parked in this kind of bad area of Pasadena where Dave lived. No, I couldn't have made it any easier for him to steal the car.
Oh no, Sage, that's pretty funny.
But then, I'm sorry. After let me just finish this
Sure.
story real quick. After the car was stolen, it was stolen like at 2 something in the morning or whatever. Whoever the guy who stole it must have assumed it was parked there for the night. But then we came out like not that long after, like right after he stole it, I guess. And we're like, oh shit, the car is stolen. And then I went back inside, called the cops. Then I called my parents, and the cops came, and I I had from my dad like the license plate number and stuff, and I told them, and they drove away, and then we were like kind of milling and gonna walk back into that Dave's house, and then they drove around the corner with the car. The cops did, and they're like,
Wow.
"Here's your car."
Wow.
I guess they had just seen the guy driving down the street as they drove away.
Mm-hmm.
It was crazy. They got the car back in like 10 minutes.
I one time when I went to the mall, I got into the same car as mine, but it wasn't mine, and it took me like I don't know, like a minute or so to be like, wait, this isn't my car. But somehow, like I was able to get in.
With your key?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe
It might have been unlocked already.
That's possible. Did you turn it?
I stuck it in. I don't know if I turned it, but I remember looking at the way they had a CD player and like some like blue object in it, and I was like, oh shit, this is in my car. I got out.
Andrew, you already did me. I listened to it. It was terrible.
I don't think it gives a good message. I'm sorry.
Yeah, the video is terrible in a worse way than the art is terrible. The art's not good, but in terms of the music itself, the video is disquieting.
No, we have family reunion up on the screen though.
All right, well, listen to Family Reunion. Let's give it a hear. Hi, Steve Martin. No, thank you. I don't want to listen to that. Obviously. Oh, you lamowed me,
With
huh?
Rivers? That's cool, Akeisha.
You just read about Scott Schreiner's wife. I have no idea who that is. Did I live through the late 70s? Yes.
What did they say about Rivers Cuomo? I hope he's cool. I mean, I think it was a mistake to make that album of covers. Um,
It's like a consequence-free mistake.
yeah, it is consequence free.
He's just wasting his time, that's all. It's not like he's making an art mistake.
No. No, I never watched that Vampire Diaries.
And I tell you why. Because vampires don't write in diaries, they journal.
No, I've seen I watched get this. Oh my god, my life. My fucking life. Why? FE tool, why? Like FE tool, why? I've seen Twilight with an ESFP. Because the ESFP was like, oh, it's so good, you gotta see it. And I can't remember anything from it except being like, this is like corny ass. I admittedly like stuff with like a little edge. It just has to have a little. It doesn't have to be like,
About baby murder.
yeah, about baby murder.
That'd be a good name for a movie, though. A good title. Baby murder. And it could, in fact, be about a baby murder. It could begin with a detective standing over an empty crib and saying, one way or another, I'm gonna solve this baby murder.
That's good, Lively Cuts. I mean, it. A lot of people did. A lot of people still do love Twilight. It was a huge movie, and it was a huge movie for a reason. I just don't remember anything from it, and that to me says that like I, it wasn't for me. Um, which also means it wasn't really offensive because I don't remember. Rivers Cuomo has
A degree from a prestigious university.
yeah.
Apparently, quite a hairline.
Oh my gosh, my sister loves What We Do in the Shadow. We tried to watch that. Let me in. I don't know if I know that. I didn't watch. I liked the Buffy movie, Buffy the Vampire movie, but I never watched the show, so I can't comment on that. I think Eric liked it though. I'm surprised that you interpret that way, hit or miss, but that's cool. I blend in with the couch. I also am pinkish white and black. Los Angeles Community College is cool. Eric thinks that he's an INFJ. Apparently, Rivers and Kurt Cobain were really close. They used to like jam out together. Weezer. Ew. I've never had frog juice. Is that true, Fly Guy? Like, in what way has it changed? Wait, what do you think is so accurate? That what Fly Guy said? I guess everyone was neurotic from the coof. People are cooler now. That's good. We do get like some comments on old videos of people arguing with Eric, but he just reads them and likes them, and that's it. Instantly never farting juice. Oh. It's interesting, like we people have come and gone in the past like 6 years that we've been together, I've noticed. Thank you, tech support. Thank you, Fly Guy. Just not juice. Anything else is a go. Yeah, we all said, oh no! All my favorite songs are slow and sad. All my favorite people make me mad. Everything that feels so good is bad, bad, bad. I did. It did. That was my intuition. This is why I'm an intuition dom too. Because you intuitively knew I did that for you. I didn't even know. Well, everyone knows that a large LOL is usually like an LOL in your head. Or like he he he. See, that's what I was saying. People laugh inside. That's when I say LOL, it's like I'm laughing inside. And like when I say like what happened to rolling on the floor laughing? No one says that anymore. Laughing my ass off, Lamau. But like I like to say ha ha ha. But I've noticed that I laugh less, but maybe chuckle to myself, like, huh, that's funny. Or like just like, huh. And then I'll go ha ha ha. Yeah, Raffle is extinct. I want to bring it back. Well, no, I agree, Lively Cuts. That definitely is very long to write out. But a little rolling on the floor laughter. I mean, do people not do that anymore as kids? Like, that was like the best part. Like, rolling on the floor laughing so hard with your friend because something funny just happened. Oh my gosh. That's good times. If something is like funny uh in a sarcastic way to me, I'll do LOLOL. Like, hi, get it out of here. I'll be right back. Eric? Eric? Are you in the back? Okay. I'll be right there. Are you coming back in?
I'm gonna make some dinner now. If need be, I might be able to find more paperwork on the septic by looking around our papers and stuff. I don't know where it is at the moment. I surely didn't throw it away. Talking with suspicious people. I don't believe we're talking with suspicious people. Who's suspicious? Sometimes children, when they're crying like, and then I was going over there, and Marley pushed me. That's kind of funny, when you get that stuff.
Oh my gosh, like I told you about Amy Poehler's post about the girl who's just like so happy that she got a kitten. She's just like,
Yeah. You ain't seen old people get hurt? Well, that's good. Have I ever thought about singing country music? Sure, I sing some country music now and again. For example, I could sing. I'm writing a song all about you. A true song as real as my tears. But there's no need to fear it, 'cause no one will hear it. Sad songs and waltzes aren't selling this year. I'll tell all about how you cheated. I want for the whole world to hear. I want to get even with you 'cause you're leaving. But sad songs and waltzes aren't selling this year. It's a good thing that I'm not a star. You don't know how lucky you are. Though my record may say it, no one will play it. Sad songs and waltzes aren't selling this year. Thanks, darling. You're a real winner in the game of life.
I think you are too.
You're the only person to play the game sorry that never has to say sorry.
Thanks. I probably do say sorry after I win.
Jason Aiden? Thanks, Fly Guy. Who is it by? It's by Willie Nelson. One cup of rice is the first ingredient. Hi, SB Uni. You might think to yourself, Eric, why not just go ahead and put the water in first? Well, the answer is because then your measuring cup is wet and the rice sticks to it. Now, instead of using the 1 cup thing to pour the water, I'm going to fill this up with 2 cups of water. And I don't have to worry about a meniscus. Thinking about menisci.
Okay, so Zoe just got back to me. She said, "That's right. Do you mind resending? I'm sure I have it, but I'm driving and want to forward it to my transaction coordinator just in case."
Okay, well, it must be on my phone. I must have sent a picture of it on my phone. So we might have to end the stream so we can do this stuff. All right, friends, we're going to end this stream. We may end up streaming again in a little while, but we've got to deal with some real estate stuff. And actually, maybe it's in my Google Photos.
That's what I was thinking.
That's a good idea. Now, when was that we went to the county to get that piece of paper?
We're not going yet, no stage.
We're not going after all. I'm going to see if I have it in my Google Photos. If I took the picture with my phone, it should be in my Google Photos.
I apologize for the many pictures of myself.
I've tried on a couple of occasions to figure out how to have you unshare this, like to stop sharing this stuff.
I don't think they're shared anymore.
Oh, okay. Well. March 18th. When did we first call her? When did we get that? Let's see if I can search in Google Photos for like Mariposa town or something. How about paperwork? What's this? That's not what I'm looking for. These things are all old. How about septic? Nothing. How about 7112? Did I not take a picture with my phone? How else would have I done something with it? Okay, well, I guess we're gonna go look through papers for this fucking paper. Well, we don't have to end the stream now because I have to go look through papers instead of looking through my phone. Not these things. All right. Yeah, that's how we're looking. Let's start with these papers here. I'm sure I've got more paper somewhere else, but let me just also check to make sure I didn't put something like that up here. I guess I just put important stuff up here, like this property tax bill is up here. Alright, well, let's look through these things and hope for the best. If we can't find it, I can call Oakhurst Plumbing and have them print out a duplicate of it or something, you know?
Yeah.
Here they are.
Oh, sweet. Thank you for looking.
Mm-hmm. I guess I don't have to look through all this anymore now. I was surprised I found it so fast.
Me too.
I was prepared for a long search. Oh, these guys. Did you take pictures of them and send it to her?
I'm sending them. Should I send through text or email?
Oh, it's a text and unless she says, can you email it instead, you know?
Okay.
A lot of people like text.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, these freaking nails. Oh, that's the thing. So I'll just put these on top then. Ticketmaster. Okay, this is from New York. I don't know what this is all about. Who knows what it's all about? I don't think I need this receipt from the rental car in Merced that one time. I don't know if I need any of these, but I don't want to go through all this mail right now. Give boys a black eye they won't stop is a sensible rule to live by, I think. Oh, that kind of stuff. I don't know what to make of all this stuff. There's the local phone book. In case we need that.
Yeah.
There's this. This. And then here's a really great picture I drew one time.
It's beautiful.
We additionally have Ike Ojiamianian's soulmate.
Oh.
Cat. Well, these are seen to be put away into the soulmate folder. This is paperwork for renting a bed and breakfast. We're not going to do that anymore. Alright, now we're into soulmate town here. Here's Carson Hughes. Yes. I'm Carson Hughes. Yes. No, please don't. I don't want you to touch my vegetables. That's what Carson Hughes sounds like. He's a real hero to the people. I was working with Chloe one time. Okay, so all the rest of this, I guess we should just keep the local phone book around. I don't really know why, but we could keep it around. Therefore, we will, I guess. Should we throw the phone book away?
I don't know.
Is that reckless?
I don't know. I feel like maybe someone with SI might say it's reckless.
See, when we used to have no power and a landline,
Yeah,
then it made sense.
yeah,
But
we don't have a landline now.
now we have a generator. When we first got here, we didn't have a generator, not a working one anyway. People who wish to harm others test for weakness in this way. It's not a trivial or silly thing. Alright, I'll keep that in mind. Don't trivialize the miggity now. Just a JS West receipt. Okay. So did she say anything like those papers are fine or something?
She thumbs up it.
Okay. All right, that's good. That's good.
Yeah, it's good.
What
Thank
that
you for
means
doing that.
is she's basically saying you're telling them you don't need to do a check on the septic. It was just fixed. And that'll expedite things, right? It's one check that they don't have to get done.
Mm-hmm.
So let's see what is being said here.
I hope it comes back okay.
Well, the septic's fine. The septic's not going to be a
I
problem.
know.
The only thing I'm worried about is the same thing you're worried about, but nothing really we can do about it.
Yeah.
Let's see what SB Uni says here. Let's see. Trying to find the beginning of a conversation can be challenging. Do I have your soulmate drawn? I'm not sure. I'd have to go through all the soulmates. I just put them away. Prima donnas. The Athletics play Detroit. Not Monday, but Tuesday. Must be a heavy burden, though. How about just ignoring? In regards to you saying there's wisdom in it, I feel that, honestly. Prima donnas. Sorry. Who is a prima donna? Ignoring can be the right move sometimes, but not always. We can't protect weakness or we'll be unattractive to women because we make them feel like we can't handle ourselves and protect. It's a constant dance, and we invite aggression at deeper levels when we can't handle it at less threatening levels like insults and banter. Well, I would say that there are certain kinds of attacks in the chat that I'll just not comment on at all and probably hide the person immediately. Those things generally fall into the category of attacks on Rachel's appearance. I don't want to read it out loud. I don't want to give it any attention at all. And I think that that's the best way to respond to that.
Thanks. I appreciate that.
But there are other times when I have as a basic policy ignoring certain kinds of provocations that are directed at me because like it's kind of like literally like it's not interesting enough for me to reply to. I have nothing interesting to say about it, so I just ignore it.
Yeah, see, when it gets too fast, the chat, and I can't read, and someone's saying something provocative, I just ignore it.
Now let's keep the big jump, Acacia. I think you should make that your catchphrase. What's up, everybody? Big jump.
Big jump! I like that.
Women don't get in fights with other women and then become best friends. Some women do, not in the same way and not as often, probably. I think men who get in physical fights and then become best friends, that would be, they both have to embrace that kind of thing as a natural but instrumental value, probably. So in other words, second slot, SE would be likely to do that. Maybe SE Dom, but I don't know.
Well, like,
The other thing I would say is that men and women both, to a certain extent, but it seems to be more true of men, mature slowly. Like, I feel like a full-blown adult at this point in my life. But for a long time, And retrospectively, I don't think I was very grown up for most of my life, you know. For me to feel, to say that is to really say that I feel completed, like actualized, not, I'm aware of my tendencies, good and bad. I'm aware of the universe's tendencies regarding like slapping you down in certain circumstances. I'm cautious but optimistic. You know, I think I've got my various tuning gauges dialed in pretty well at this point. And I'm 54 years old. So I think it's a good way to reframe the question. Also, to ask the question Lively Cuts asks, which is, what do you think it means to have an adult mindset? I don't know if it means anything to have an adult mindset in regard like you can't sum up adulthood as being more responsible or something like that. Adulthood for me, it has involved being more careful and cautious and responsible, but also being less reactive, probably more kind.
Do you have that comb that you were using on Trouble?
Yeah, it's at the cork board and over there by his food. Do you use that comb?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I pulled all his hair out of it, and you can just clean it in the
Wash it.
sink. Yeah. Lively Cut says, I think adulting is just reorganizing patterns and possible outcomes and making decisions based on that. No Sage says, being an adult man happens when you realize Al Bundy was a fool who didn't appreciate what he had. Well, that's an interesting observation. Find a better example that's more realistic. Ooh, nice haircut. You always take risks, don't you? That's an example of backhanded compliment. The lengths and depths at the subtle mind factory some are willing to engage in is so ugly. That's true. Amber, Suzanne, you are among the famous people now because you have spoken to me and I'm talking with famous people. Now, granted, I'm not talking with celebrities, but to become a famous person, you just have to talk with me. That's an easy status to attain. See, I'm gonna have to pull it up. For some reason, I have trouble remembering how the boo-hoo-hoos go. But, you know, I like having this short available because how often, I'm sure it happens to you all the time as well, how often does somebody come up to you and ask, how do the doves cry? Probably twice a day, 3 times a day. I can't find it. Let me search my channel for doves. That's how the doves cry. Boo. That's how the doves cry. Boo. That's how the doves cry. Boo. That's how the doves cry. Hi, Suave S. We're currently discussing how the doves cry and answering the question, by pointing out that they cry like this. That's how the doves cry. Now what was I talking about with reading before I got sidetracked by that? Children can't do that as effectively. Well, true. That's true. But I think there's more to adulthood. I mean, you could just say you're an adult when you make wise decisions and choose wisely, but you never stop making mistakes to some extent. You never stop engaging in some kind of action or inaction that doesn't that produces no regret at all. Is it just for me? Is it just me for whom the audio is super low? I don't know. Is the audio super low?
Acacia, when you, Ruben, and when you and Ruben come and visit, we all have to engage in a boo hoo 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 hoo. That's how the doves cry.
Yeah, I agree.
Preferably while streaming.
Swab S says unnecessary comments. Correct. It is good. Correctness is good, Francis. I agree. It's better than incorrectness.
I don't know when they're visiting, but I'm just saying next time they do.
Yeah, they should. They should come visit and we could do one of those like 4-person stand-up things where like we're all squatted down and then first Ruben pops up and then Acacia and you and then me.
I like that.
Yeah, it'd be a good
practice,
it'd be a good video.
That. Yeah.
How is correctness better than incorrectness? Well, the definition of incorrect really is fails to validate on its own metric. So if I am not taking good care of something that's very precious to me, then I'm incorrect in FI. I'm FI incorrect. If I fail to keep track of a personal history that is going to be important, like I really wish I had been filming and taking pictures during that, that'd be incorrect SI. Who produces that kind of regret, right? Incorrect on TI is much more straightforward. It's not better or worse, it's just how we determine correctness or incorrectness. So much of the conflict people have is that they think that the fact that something is incorrect as adjudicated by TI needs to be heard by this other person, except they're not evaluating correctness against that metric. And so there's going to be talking past each other since they don't both acknowledge the distinct metrics being used. If they were to do so, then you could make arguments as to what's the proper metric to use for this situation. Like, let's say you want to buy a set of wrenches, and somebody else might say that's TE incorrect. You should get a socket set instead. It's a better way and takes up a lot less room to do the same thing. Plus, you have a lot better access to bolts without having this long handle problem. But you might say, I don't want a socket set, I want wrenches. And while it might be true in general that a socket set is preferable, It's also the case that in certain circumstances, having the additional leverage that you're going to get from an actual wrench, if you have the room to utilize it, can be the difference between getting a stuck bolt loose and not, So God bless you too, Suave S. And may all your Christmases be bright. The thing is, if you don't even validate on your own metric, then you should determine that you're wrong by yourself, right? You don't even need somebody else to point it out. It's like if I say, oh, I really want to go get that good chocolate cake that they have at Ron's Diner, and we go in to get it, and they don't have any of that chocolate cake. They're all out of it. All they have is the coconut cake. I don't and shouldn't need somebody else to tell me, Eric, they don't have the thing you want. Don't get the coconut cake. You don't like it. But I'm bad with my subjectivity. So it's like, yeah, but I also don't want to go somewhere else and I want to eat some cake. So in that instance, it's very possible that somebody could tell me you are wrong, SI wrong. But nobody's going to because it doesn't impact anybody but me. I made a dude with a light reflecting forehead mad today. Why was his forehead light reflecting? Or was it more light reflecting than a normal forehead? You generally feel you are lazy and don't meet your potential. Well, I don't feel like that anymore. Not right now. I mean, I do recognize that I could do more serious work and it would be of value. But I'm happy to be working on things that I feel like working on rather than sitting around watching TV all the time.
Is it okay that I like to sit around and watch videos all the time?
I'm sure you're a receiving type. When I am receiving all the time, it's an indication that I'm not mentally well or emotionally well or something, because by nature I like to do lots of different things.
It's true.
And maybe I don't like to go do big jostly things, but I'm really having a good time building my pond.
Yeah.
And I like to work on music, like to play songs sometimes.
Good.
Oh, the audio thing was a you problem? That's cool. Glad to know it wasn't me. Fly Guy, you have prosperity, so you are positive and you will do great things in this world. What do you think about that, Fly Guy?
Yeah,
Looks like Fly Guy is going to do great things in this world.
Yeah.
Which great things is he going to do, I wonder? Is he going to invent the Eiffel Tower? You made a bad decision and you made a poor excuse for a song. Well, it's not a bad decision to make a song even if it doesn't come out good, okay? Because you're never going to make any good songs unless you're willing to make some bad songs. Unless if you have attentional matter like me, anyway, and I ignore him. You gotta just throw shit against the wall and see what sticks if you're Eric. Forgot I was about to cook some rice. Okay. You asked for it, you're going to get it. You're going to get everything you always wanted. In particular, you're going to get a song about cooking rice. Let me put this here. This is a better place for it. So waltz, everybody. They're very small, they're very white, shaped like a blimp, not like a kite. Put them in water at ratio of 2 to 1, so it's cooked, you know, like you want it. 'Cause rice, 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 rice. It isn't just for Asians anymore. A long time ago, China invented rice. They said, how nice, look at this. It's small, but we can eat a shit ton of them at one time. Someone in China pointed out we only use sticks to put food in our mouth. How are we going to eat these really small things? That was during the Qing dynasty, and turned out the problem you see didn't even arise. They just got better at using chopsticks. So there you go, it's a little waltz. It's difficult for me to do on the piano because, you know, I'm not as skilled at the piano as I am with the guitar. Try a non-waltz. This is a polka. That's a polka, huh? It's a high tempo for a polka. Doesn't really sound like a polka to me. Polka, huh? There's a march. So what kind of instrument goes with a march? It's time to go fight in a war. Let's march our ways onto shore. And we'll have drums in the background telling us the pace we should cross ground. It's a march to war. I'm going to use a sword. They might call it a bayonet, but I call it a sword. I love trench warfare, circa World War One. We'd stay in the trench for a while, then when we were done, we'd stay in the trench a while longer, with our feet all sitting in still water. Thank God for trench foot. Okay, well, now it's got another 22 minutes. The rice does it. I'm not really making anything to go with the rice tonight, I don't think. And the reason is because I don't feel like it.
It's good. I like that.
It's called, what is this called? Tango. Alright. This one sounds pretty good. When I met up a long time ago with Daniel Boone, he was standing at the noontime hour, just standing there showing off his Daniel power, even though his name was Daniel Boone. He said, "Hey Eric, what you doing there? Would you like to join me in a square down in San Antonio? I've got some fighting to do." I said, "Wait a second, I'll answer you. What do you suppose Daniel Boone had in mind for those who followed him that day. Do you think he had a wonderful way? A way to go about his day that ensured everybody stayed nice and safe? No, he didn't. He took me down to the Alamo that day. He said, hey, I got some bad news that'll make you wanna run away, but please stay, 'cause those Mexicans are coming across the Rio Grande, and they're attacking in the morning, and here's where we at this Alamo will make our last stand. Oh God, the Alamo's getting shot at by Mexicans. Oh God, why did I let myself get talked into this again? I can't remember. Daniel Boone sure was persuasive, and now I am regretting. I'm regretting it.
Ooh.
Thank you, thank you. I call that the time Daniel Boone invited me to the Alamo. That's what I call that one. Ooh, snake jazz. Move out the way, buddy, says Geo Antiques. Why you want me to move out the way? Don't you want to hear snake jazz today? Just listen to this jazzy old beat. Don't it make you want to tap your feet? Yes, it does. It sure does. Release some doves to assert your insistence on peace. Yeah, peace to the world and all its children. Don't get angry at each other like Mildred gets angry at her husband Desmond all the time. Don't be angry at me. I didn't do anything, see. Maybe you could be angry at Bree. She's done a lot of BS. I think we both know what the B and the S stand for. And it's not an indication that indeed she got a better score. But I now feel a whole different emotion about the things that used to bother me. Since I finally planted a persimmon tree. And gee whiz, won't you come on by, visit and have yourself a persimmon pie, 'cause everything's gonna be fine from now on. Thank you. For my next number, I think we're going to go reggae. This is reggae? Really? Well, it sounds very much like reggae, right? E flat, everybody. Everybody, welcome to E flat. And C sharp. And then what? what? Oh yes, the reggae song. Come and smoke the ganja. Oh, here's the reggae song. Come with me and smoke the ganja. We're here in Jamaica. What the heck are we doing? Making reggae songs and then we're also stewing some meat in the pot. We're gonna eat it for dinner a lot. If you like the reggae, you like this song. The reggae, 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 sing along. Oh yes, come to Jamaica and enjoy these reggae beats. Reaggae, that's how you spell reggae today. You want to spell it with me? Go ahead. Just gotta say it's Reaggae. That's how you spell reggae when you spell it correctly. There you go. Let's see what other kind of beats we have here. Beguine. What does beguine sound like? Ciao Bella, ye welcome to Italy. You bring a vision of beauty to me. About salsa. Salsa music. Oh, yeah. Ay, 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 ay. All right, I guess this one is the other one. Play dance to that music. Mambo. Let's get it slow this time. my job with the drug cartel, so now I'm selling piñatas to no one at all. Tijuana used to be a nice place. Tourists come down and get wasted and then waste all their monies on piñatas. Back in old Mexico, the piñata industry is so powerful and has been for generations. Oh, but in the drug cartels come and fill our piñatas with lots of cocaine and fentanyl. Now nobody wants to buy the piñata. I have one in the shape of a burro. Nobody wants to buy my piñata anyway. I say, why you know want my piñata? It's 'cause I get the pussy when I go back to America. Listen here, you don't know that. You could totally get away with it. And then when you get back to America, you'll have a whole piñata full of drugs to sell. But the gringo, he always tell me, no gracias, I don't want your drug-filled piñata. Because I didn't come to Tijuana to smuggle drugs. Did you come here for what then? Oh, I see. To get prescription drugs from a Mexican pharmacy that'll prescribe you pretty much anything. That's right, that's why I came down here. Well then, why in the world don't you want my piñata filled with drugs? That's even better. No, 'cause I can't get those across the border when I leave. Ay, ay, ay. Thank you, thank you. I call that Tijuana. Ballad of the Tijuana Piñata Salesman. Little bug in here. We got 2 minutes left on the rice. That's not too long. Let me get a beverage in me because I'm dying of THIRST thirst. No, I don't mean I'm thirsty in the way that young people mean the term. I mean I'm actually thirsty. Well, I mean, a couple of the things were better than the other. Couple of the other things, you know. There were a couple of okay things there, but yeah, when you make stuff up on the fly, you have a low ceiling. Trouble loved it, but he'll never admit it. He didn't meow at me while I was standing up, which means he was at least reasonably satisfied with what he was hearing.
Yeah. Usually when we sing, he doesn't like it. I like moving to a different part of the room.
I'm going to stand over here by the kitchen door so I can hear the timer ring. It's only got 52 seconds left, actually. But after that, it needs to rest for 5 minutes. Thank you for saying a ton of good stuff there. I appreciate it. That's very kind of you. I hadn't played around with some of those crazier beats before. They're not beats that I can probably play along the top of just by myself, but it certainly does give you different moods with the auto chord thing, you know. The problem with the auto chord thing is you can't pick which form of the chord it's going to play, right? So if I'm playing in G and I want to go to E, I'm going to get E major. I'm not going to get E minor, even though E minor goes with G, you know. There, now that's off. Before we eat any rice, let's go outside where it's dark. Oh my gosh, it is so dark. Why isn't there any light? The reason is because it's nighttime. I pulled the old nighttime trick. Let's look up and see if we see any satellites or anything. Looks like there's a little bit of overcast. Because I only see like one star. Must be overcast. Otherwise, I'd see night lights. You can see a little bit of light through the windows there. Just enough to be spooky. Now let's see how spooky it looks when I walk by the window slowly. On a scale of completely calm to uncontrollably panicked, how scared were you? Maybe after I eat, we'll play around with the sampler that I've never used before. See if I can figure it out. I think it works basically like a looper, but I'm not really sure. I think I hear Bigfoot. I'm just kidding. I don't think I hear Bigfoot. I just hear regular feet. That's what we call people. Instead of calling us people, we should call us regular feet. That's what the big feet call us, presumably. They wouldn't call us small foot because they'd save that for things like deer. which have a very small foot for their body size. The difference between Bigfoot society and regular foot society is it's not a big deal at all for big feet to spot regular feet. They spot us constantly. They wish we would go away. Whereas in contrast, it is a big deal for regular feet to spot big feet because they're so hidey, you know. They love to hide behind trees and like deploy their anti-photographing armor, etc. Makes it almost impossible to pin them down. How many big feet does it take to change a light bulb? They use their hands like anybody else, is the answer. So stop being racist against Bigfoots. There is legitimate disagreement in the academic community as to what the plural of Bigfoot is. Some people say it's big feet, some people say it's Bigfoots. The question can be easily enough resolved by simply referring to them as Sasquatches. I think I'm going to make a poll. What is the plural of Bigfoot? Bigfoots or big feet? We're going to find out right now. We will live in the shadow of ignorance no longer. This short cord can suck my suckable parts. What did I do with the white extension cord? Did I leave it in the garage like a dum-dum? I'll have to find it. First, I have to put this exciting poll up. Poll. What's the plural of Bigfoot? Bigfoots, big feet. You got two choices. It's either Bigfoots or big feet. Well, the question is, what did I do with the white extension cord after I finished deploying it for the power outage? I just don't know. I'm going to pick Bigfoots. Let me pick for some reason. Normally, I must be logged in as Eric Strauss. That's why. A fancy thermometer. I do have a fancy thermometer. Right. The foot part may be referencing their foot, but more than one Bigfoot is not. One Bigfoot has big feet. More than one Bigfoot is Bigfoots. Or you think it's just plain Bigfoot, like deer, huh? There are several Bigfoot over there. I didn't even put that as an option, Ruben. I think I'm going to have to end the poll and redo the poll and put that as an option because that should be an option. Okay, now let's get this done properly this time. End poll. Okay. What is the plural of Bigfoot? Bigfoot. Big foots. Add option. Or big feet. It's an excellent question. It's an excellent question. Best poll I've ever made, possibly. A question that needs an answer. We can't just continue living a lie, everybody. We need answers. Real answers. Do people believe there are more than one Bigfoot that exists? Yeah, of course, Keisha. I personally believe that there's an active breeding population of big feet that Bigfoots numbering in the 3 to 4 million range. Thank you, Fly Guy. I can feel the blessing hitting right now. Oh, yeah. That's a good blessing. I am so blessed by people every time I sneeze. Where do you suppose I put that white extension cord? I don't know. Regardless, let's eat. A bowl for me. A bowl for Rachel. We don't have anything to put on top of this except just nothing. I mean, we have things I could have cooked, but I didn't. So now we just have plain rice. Plain old rice. Came out good though. Perfectly cooked rice. Okay. Rice pot goes in the sink to soak. Watch out, kitty. Put a little soap in there. Alright, put this back. I'll get a spoon for each of us. Okay. Meow. That's our kitty meowing at me. What do you want? Fresh water? Okay. I changed the blue bowl not that long ago, a couple of hours ago. I'll change this bowl too. Here you go, kitty freshness. Nice fresh water for you. Just like you like it. Made exclusively of dewdrops harvested in the mountains. If I were going to be a diva, that's what I'd insist on. Can I get a glass of water? But can you please go outside and make my glass of water by harvesting dewdrops? But there's no dew outside right now, Mr. Strauss. Just make it happen, okay? I don't need excuses, I need results. I don't think you need neither, to be honest, Mr. Strauss. Don't judge my dewdrop enthusiasm. A whole bunch of middle-aged Bigfoot that still have that swoop hair. The babies are probably hidden until maturity. Probably. But a generation of them are notoriously fans of screaming infidelities. A whole bunch of them are emo. Wow, I didn't know that. Little known facts about the Sasquatch people. Where is my... Yeah, is the question. My white cord. I need to find it. Why did I leave that thing that I left there, even though it certainly doesn't go there? I really don't know, but I left that thing somewhere. And it shouldn't have gone back outside, because it never came from outside. Did I put it in here? No. Why put a cord back outside that doesn't go outside? Is it because I'm a big dummy or what? But this isn't even the one, but I'll take this one, it's fine. What happened to it? What could I possibly have done with it? It'll turn up in some weird place, I'm sure. Oh, it was in my butt. How did I get that in there? So I got two of these cords right here. Neither of them is the one I'm looking for. The other one is just like these two. Who knows? I'll leave this one in here, where it goes with the cords. I'll take this one with me. Then we got to eat some rice because I'm starved. Oh, here it is. Why would I leave it right there? God only knows why I would leave it right there. What a terrible place to leave something. Okay. Now we're going to get this plugged into here. Then we're going to get this plugged into here. And then we'll get this plugged into here. There. Perfect. They're illegally residing, those big feet. That's true. They don't have a permit for the National Forest. They need to get a wilderness permit. I don't care how big your feet are, sir. You still need to have a permit to stay in the backcountry for more than 2 weeks. No, I haven't been enjoying any Sasquatch AI vlogs. Okay, now it's time for me to get my rice. Got my rice. And I'm going to put some soy sauce on it. How do I dare to be so brazen? Well, I just don't think there's anything wrong with putting soy sauce on your rice. This isn't Japan, you know. Mmm. Oh, you don't want this. It's nothing but rice and soy sauce. Oh, that's a delicious bowl of rice. Hey, Rachel.
Yes, sir.
You got some rice here for you. The Athletics lost 3-0 today. This is dinner. I just didn't feel like cooking any meat to go with it, so it's just plain rice. The Thunder won the NBA championship in 7 games. But I need to eat more than this. And then I'll have a yogurt, maybe a cheese. Butter, you Westerner. Stop desecrating my Asian cuisine with butter. That's so racist of you. Trouble, it's just rice. You don't even want it. Cereal, dude. Trust me. It's just nothing but grains. Okay, fine. Here. You don't believe me? There. You're like, grains? They aren't just grains of rice. They're also like a grain. What do you call rice? It's basically the same thing as wheat, except it's rice. So wheat's a grain. Rice should be a grain too. There's one rule to remember about rice. Never sand against the grain. I want McDonald's too, but this is what we made for tonight. It's just a bowl of rice. I don't want McDonald's to have to drive all the way to Oakhurst and back. That's an hour and a half commute just to get McDonald's.
Trouble.
Get down, please. I already gave you a little bit of rice to show you don't want it, and you learned nothing. Look at this cat. You don't want this rice.
I have the same thing that Daddy has. You're gonna be pet a lot. Yes, yes, yes. So yes, so yes, so yes. Get down. Come. Thank you.
Oh, my last meal before my lethal injection. If I pick something hard to source, can I delay my execution indefinitely? Alright, I want an echidna. Roast echidna. They thought those things were extinct for like the last 60 years. Then they found some. I'd like it lightly roasted over a wood fire. I don't know if you could eat echidna raw or not. Can you do echidna sashimi? If I could choose my manner of death, I'd choose being nose poked to death by echidnas. I don't know, my stomach can start acting up pretty quick, and they're not going to lethally inject me until I'm well and healthy.
By the way, my dad says, when we go to the magic show, be careful if you're chosen because you might not come back.
I think they might chop me in half.
Yeah.
Hopefully not. If you pick something hard to source, they just give you whatever. Alright, well then I'd pick something easy to source. I'd just say, for my last meal, I'd want ribeye, mashed potatoes, macaroni and cheese. I might as well drink regular alcohol at that point. Nobody ever talks about the lethal injection secret menu. Alright, let me clean up the rice that Trouble didn't eat. Well, Rachel, you about ready to end live streaming and watch Naked and Afraid Last One Standing? Or do you want to continue live streaming?
I kind of want to talk some more.
Okay, well, do you want to take it in the other room?
Last one standing.
I can watch something else if you wanna. You wanna like watch it at say 11:15, and you got an hour plus to talk somewhere.
Yeah, that's good. It might not even be that long.
And if it's 11:15 and you want more time, well then at that point maybe I'm watching something that I'm interested in other than that. So who knows?
Okay.
But let's aim for that. Here's this.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Meow. Hello. Holla. What are you guys doing? What are you up to? Holla back, youngin'. Woo, woo. Holla back. Woo, woo. Holla back, youngin'. Woo, woo. Holla back. Hey, what's up, fly guy? Ooh, that's a good word, rapscallion. I like that. $28 people here. Hello. What's going on? It's Sunday. It's bedtime. It's not too far away for us either. I feel you, fly guy. That's like how I have to do it too. It's that SI 8th, yo. Ruben is about to figure out some food to masticate. That's good. At least you brush at night too. I only brush in the morning. Oh, chew. I thought it just meant to like inhale and digest. No, thank you, MS. It's like closer to bedtime here. I don't need breakfast. Why? Because I'm wearing black, Ninten? Yeah, someone that I know died. Like a couple of people that I've known, a few people that I've known have died. Nice fly guy. What made you change your tune? Cool. Good morning to you then, MS. No, I just have a black dress on. Oh, and that made you want to brush your teeth at night. What's my story? I don't know. It's long and I don't want to draw like it out. Bark, Kamak, Max. Bark, aka Max. You need a good one, a really good, and I have a good one. That's good. Ruben says, I like to brush teeth in the middle of the day sometimes. Midday reset is fun. Charcoal toothpaste is so effective in my opinion. Oh, that's interesting. I found that like toothpaste that has baking soda in it, I really like. Dr. Razul, hello. You do morning and night too? That's like some discipline right there. I know, he's like really good. Right, Fly Guy? Like that's like good. Good for you, Rubinar. What does goated mean? Skillet Destroyer. Hello, James Isadora. I don't know. I like baking soda toothpaste. Out of the kind that we've had, I've never had charcoal toothpaste. I'm sure it makes your teeth white. I feel like I used to use a charcoal like face mask. And I remember, I think it worked well. Hey, Carrot. I'm looking forward to our like movie watching. Do you want to invite people from here? Oh my gosh, that's so scary, Carrot. That's cool though. You have a projector? That's so cool. James Isidore says, I heard some guy use 151 Bacardi to brush his teeth with, like for decades. Huh. Ruben says it also binds with whatever odor causing compounds are there and gets rid of them. Super fresh breath. See, that's good. Because like I know like my breath isn't awesome all the time. Okay, so Carrot and I were talking about watching what Ponyo together on Discord and the TWFP Discord on Tuesday 8 p.m. 8 p.m. Eastern time. I've never seen Ponyo. Kara says, yes, Fly Guy bought me a projector for my birthday. I use it all the time instead of a TV. I first borrowed one from the library. That's cool. Ruben has wonderful breasts. It's all that brushing of teeth. I'm like super self-conscious about cool, thanks, Carrot. You get tonsil stones? It's horrible. What? Do you need to get your tonsils taken out? Aww. I don't know how it's for acacia, but I like it and I heart it. And thank you, Rubenar. I don't know why I call you Rubenar. Pierce McIntosh says, would you like to be my girlfriend? Please, I really need one. He says hello. No, I am married. Thank you, though. That's nice, Ruben. Thanks. Skill Destroyer says, Ponyo is amazing. I love Studio Ghibli so much. I do too. I've never seen Ponyo, and I've seen a lot of like clips of it lately, so I want to see it. Thanks, Fly Guy, for doing that. I'm a lady. I'm cis female. What am I passing along? Ruben says, on tonsil stones, some people have larger tonsils and more susceptible to them. I don't think they'll take them out for that. Oh. I'm sorry that you get that. Plus, you can just use a gentle water flosser to irrigate your shit. I wish I knew what caused them. I dig them out with a tongue depressor. Oh, wow. Is it painful? Oh, thanks, Acacia. Look at that. Acacia coming in with the money too. Thank you so much. Oh, the blue one is you. Yeah, and I was thinking the yellow one was Ruben too. How cute. Thanks. Ruben says debris, Fly Guy, and immune system response, I think. Fly Guy says, I was considering the water pick on them, but I was worried maybe it's too strong. Haha. They usually are, Fly Guy. There are little plastic syringes. You can get them on Amazon. Honestly, Rubenar, for being SI Polar, you have a lot of SI tricks. Like, you know a lot of, like, well, at least a lot about teeth tricks. I look familiar. Thanks, Teresa Lux. I've heard I have a familiar face. Hi, Azam from Malaysia. Hello from United States. Yeah, I learned the most impactful actions I can take to get whatever outcome I want. See, like, I feel like I'm so blind to TE. Like, I don't have any workarounds. I was talking to someone last night who was in, like, one of the fires last summer, and he, like, had to leave his house on emergency, and I was just like, honestly, I don't know what I would do. I don't know what I would pack. Like, I would have to, they say to pack ahead of time a bag of, like, emergency, like, clothes just in case it there's fires and stuff and you have to evacuate. But if in an emergency, I would be like, I didn't think they needed to be irrigated because I gargle, says Fly Guy. Ruben says, ha ha ha, so am I, Rachel, but I focus on the impact I want and then just look it up. FE. Wouldn't you say that's kind of SE? No? Like, I feel like impacts are SE. Maybe FE. SE focus, I see. Akeisha says, oh yeah, I was dreading having to be evacuated. That was one of the main reasons, Rachel. Yeah. Yeah, not knowing what to take. I don't know. Like, it's funny because the person that I was talking to, like, they said that they would like bring pictures first. That's the first thing that they would take with them. And in my head, I'm like, no. I would definitely like grab my bag first or important papers. Ruben says, but I usually don't spend much time trying to figure it out myself. I'd rather get what people think works best and start with that baseline. That makes sense. And then do you like play around with it and see what works for you? I heard something recently that gargling might be bad for you. Interesting. Yeah, of course, pets. Pets I said too. When I was talking to my neighbors about the fires that came around here, their cat did not want to leave the house. So they let like the cat door open. or like the doggy door open, and the cat survived on like hunting mice. But they had to evacuate without the cat because the cat didn't want to leave. Also, SI is an absolute value for me. It's always been obvious. Yeah, but see, like, it's an absolute value for me too. Not SI, but TE. But so, like, I admire it in Eric, but I myself, like, I'm very unprepared for the future. I idealize the future a whole bunch, but I don't really like think about, I don't know what TE like really is. I get it confused with SE or SI all the time. Acacia says, my aunt who lost her house in Altadena, is that right? Fire, had a pet who was super old and couldn't really handle being moved about. I think they had to put it down. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. It's crazy decisions like that you have to make though during, like, I'm sorry that your aunt had to go through that too. It's really sad. Ruben says, at Fly Guy, yeah, also those syringes are super gentle because you figured they're most always too aggressive. The syringes are plastic and curved for tonsils. That plus a wet Q-tip type swab. That's cool. Maybe I should start doing that too. Because I feel like no, you're fine. The Venga boys are coming. The Venga break, and everybody's meow meow. Meow 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 meow. Was that Six Flags theme song? Yeah, New York to San Francisco. Na, 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 na. Thanks to you, Autodom. If you have tonsil stones only, you might, though, if you feel like you can't breathe on track. It's gross but worthy rabbit hole. I'm okay with gross. We like to party. We like to party. Exactly. Carrot. Okay, this concludes my SI presentation. Thank you very much. It was worth it. Your SI is good. It's good when it comes to what do absolute values mean? I mean, Eric could explain it better, but like it just goes by the way that it's like counted. Like 6 slot is not valued, 7 slots valued, 8 slots not valued, I think. Yes. Oh my god, right, me too. Kara says, yep, that Six Flags commercial with the old guy in the school bus is forever imprinted in my mind. Me too. You just do SI because you love it. Hi, HK series. SI is sugar intoxication. Do SE before I think of anything else. I just like the way making an impact feels. Same for anyone else in their absolute values. But like, I don't remember what are the absolute values except for the backstack. Like, I value 5th, I don't value 6th. I value 7th, I don't value 8th. Even though 8th is so prickly for me, I get prickly about A slot. Someone tries to control my A slot. 1, 3, 5, and 7 are absolutely valued. Thank you, Ruben. And 4th is absolutely valued on the opposite spectrum of the first slot's native angle. And evens are instrumental. Oh, that makes sense because I'm like thinking about my second slot FE and how like I use it. So like I don't value it, but it's instrumental to me. In terms of physical, metaphysical. So since my first slot FE is metaphysical, I absolutely value the physical aspects of the 4th slot TI. So since my first slot is metaphysical and I value my 4th slot SE. How could my NE 7th function be an absolute value if it's a trickster function? Like when I see TE in other people, I do value it. Like I think it's important. I just don't know. I guess I do value the physical impact. So like you may not see it in yourself, Eliana, but you like might value and see it and recognize it in other people, but not notice what it is exactly. Like you might like the information that Eric talks about, but and find it very important, but you can't access it yourself. Okay. See you soon, Acacia. Show media. Do I have to sit you down and have a conversation with you? I ponder all the time. Ooh, it's close between Bigfoot and Big Feet. Like maybe you like okay, so like maybe you like something like in any usually likes to read and you instead like might like any Dom authors like Mark Twain, but like you'd rather audiobook it instead of reading it. Eliana Diaz says, yes, I agree. I cannot access it myself. One time I was in group setting, and the first question to the game was, think of catchy names for the paper airplane company you'll be running, LOL. Oh my gosh, that must have felt so uncomfortable. That isn't any test. That's totally any test. So did you and Eric have like a discussion? Did he retype you or something to find out your actual type? I think I remember this, how he was typing ESFP, because like your S, I think he believed your SE to be strong, which it would be in an ISFP because it's second slot. Like I was mistyped ENFJ because he saw my FE before my NI. Cool, Leon Diaz. It's worth it. He'll do one with you. Like he'll talk to people like afterwards. Um like there's this one guy, Iago, who wanted to work with Eric and like translate his like Eric's words into Spanish for Spanish YouTubers to watch. And Eric typed him as an ISFJ, but he kept on saying that he's INFP. The only I'm thinking about is maybe he is an INFP because he hasn't followed through with working with Eric like at all. It hasn't worked out. Like no action has been taken, only talking. Pape Air Diaz, I like that. Hi, Darren. Flyiana Air. That's a good one, too. Flyiana de Air. Eliana Diaz says, wow, no action was taken. Hopefully everything is all right, but would drive me crazy not to follow through. Yeah, so that's like kind of like why we think like even though like for a long time we thought he was ISFJ, that like maybe he is and INFP because he doesn't like I think he's okay. I think he's fine. If there was something wrong, I'm sure he would have told Eric, but um because nothing there was no follow through. Like he did follow up with Eric like a couple times. They had like a couple of sessions. But then after that happened, it like no action, like no videos, no actions were made. No future actions were made and so now we're like, well, maybe he is SE polar because he, like, was thinking about doing it a lot. And he did a video of Eric in Spanish, but I don't know, maybe he even got like frustrated with Eric being like, no, you're ISFJ, and he kept on saying like, no, I'm INFP. I don't know. Liliana Diaz says, I try to give people the benefit of the doubt. I can see my FI come out a bit. Haha. Well, you guys are conflictor types. I'm jealous of FI polar because they don't feel the tension between their conflictor type and themselves. They just don't see it. So, or feel it or understand it. It's so easy. It's so much easier that way. Like, he was married to an ISFP who's out. I mean, she was absolutely horrible, but like, it's like how they say that your conflictor type in socionics can often look like your dual when you first start dating, like in your earlier age. But what's not true? So if you're bipolar, does that mean the person you don't know your internal values very well? Yes, he doesn't. But you long for it as an absolute value? Yes. So like once you state, like once an FI person states what's important to them and what, if they have a strong feeling about something and they come to you and tell you about it, you should really like definitely pay attention to it because they finally came to that conclusion. It took a long time, but they do it, and they do it through SI, really. The SI will, okay, Nintin. Like, I don't think that Eric knows his favorite movie. He knows his favorite genre. He knows he likes anime. He knows he likes fantasy and like sci-fi. But this is like over years of like reading and watching the same sort of things. He also likes to read. Eric, would you bug out if Bill Nye the Science Guy was standing behind you right now? Me? If he was behind me right now, yeah, I'd freak out. I'd be like, what the hell are you doing here? I'd be like, oh my god, you scared me. And then I'd be shaking. And then I'd be asking like, what are you doing here? I'd be very scared. How did you get in? He's not a weeb. Oh, he's a weeb. Yeah, he's a otaku. He's a proud otaku. Yeah, it's no secret. I'm glad it does. He's totally an otaku. But yeah, he doesn't feel the tension between him and his. Well, at times he does. Like, we are not around a lot of ISFPs in real life, like not that we know of. And his oldest friend, Dave Porter's lady, is an ISFP, and they sometimes will be like, no, that's not true. They sometimes, their values are different. You can tell. I can tell there's like this, like, just like that. It's like that kind of energy when what's her name? Dave Porter's lady and Eric are together. There's just some kind of like like jostling. That's fun. You guys are gonna play Switch together? That's fun. Imagine Bill Nye giving her a shoulder rub from behind. Oh, she slaps him hard. I wouldn't slap him. That's not like my first response. First, I think I would be like freaked out. I'd be freaking fucked out. Did I say fucked out? I'd be freaking the fuck out. I'm pretty sure that would definitely not happen with Bill Nye. Bill Nye the Science Guy. I don't know. There's something about him I don't trust. Liliana Diaz says, "LOL, this chat is getting weird, and I'm kind of here for it. Who knew we'd be talking about Bill Nye giving shoulder rubs and Rachel?" Yeah, I know. I don't know how it got there either. Is he racist? Who's racist? There's a lot of people who are like in the entertainment business who are fours. Oh, he's a goat. I mean, goats and rats don't really get along either. It's like a love-hate thing. Not love-hate, but love misunderstanding. I don't know if he's an engineer. I don't know if he was an engineer. I know he was a science teacher. And he had a show called Bill Nye the Science Guy. Yeah, the lipstick. Ruben says, "Oh crap, I also like dry bones and the ones who look like they have room temperature IQ. Like the runner Koopa, he has good style." I just checked a message from my sister. I don't know when the next time will see my sister is. She lives in Prague. So, like, I mean, I'm not flying to Prague, and she's probably not flying here ever. So, I can only see us getting together if she ends up going to New York and we plan on going to New York too. I'm not bored. This is how I look. Snark and Snass. Snark and Snass, you live up to your name. Why would she not fly to you? Well, I mean, it's really far. She would have to probably take, like, I don't know how many planes. I don't know how many planes she would have to take. She would have to take a plane from Prague. So a lot of times in Prague, you have to take a plane from Prague to, like, Germany, and then from, like, Germany to New York. So okay, so she takes a plane from Germany to New York, from Prague to Germany, then Germany to New York, and then New York to see, because like she can't go, and like there's no direct flights really. I mean, there are. I don't know how if she would either get a direct flight to California or then take another couple of flights. Yeah, so meet in the middle, like New York, where most of the family is anyway. Um, it would just have to be a very planned thing, because like with money and us, like we would have to plan it. And yeah, it's just weird. I mean, we talk every day. But the thing is too, like when I was living in New York with my parents, like over 10 years ago, she was married and living with her husband. So I didn't see her much then either. Like really, I never saw uh her at all, even though she was in New York. So I kind of got used to not seeing her. I just, when I think about it, I realize like, wow, it's going to be a long time since I see my sister. She hasn't been formally typed, but I believe we believe, Eric and I believe she's an ISFJ. Hello, Himanshu Sony. Thank you, Show Media. Ooh, it's pretty close still with Bigfoot and Big Feet. We talk about personality types like MBTI typology, cognitive functions. I talk about tarot, astrology, celebrities, current events. Eric talks about politics and music. Yeah, and the lives of you guys. That's what we're really about. You're fine, Show Media. I'd rather not, Frank. We do answer life's most important questions here. Eric is right. What games can you guys play like on the Switch together? Oh, Fortnite. Mario Kart and Mario Party. That's so fun. Fartnock. Mario Kart is fun. I'm good on my phone. I'm not like great against other people, but I still like playing it. Yeah, I do. Human Sony. I do believe democracy can survive in the 21st century, but I've been wrong before, so. I want Fly Guy to download Fork Knife, but he refuses. Carrot is a big Fortnite community she built. Has a big Fortnite community she built. That's fun. Why am I chicken, Steve Fox? Hi, Anakin. Carmine Soares says, any advice on how to hold in a fart longer? No, I don't. No, I don't think the UN is not that powerful. I think it is. I think it can be. I don't know. See, I don't know. I don't like to make like blanket statements about like that sort of thing because honestly, I don't know. Like, I could be completely off base. I never thought that Donald Trump was going to be president because I thought he was a joke and that people would see that he was a joke. But I was completely wrong. Hi, Kasim Kurishi. What kind of blankets do you like? The kind that tuck you in at night. I don't know. I don't know who voted for Trump, but apparently people did. I didn't. Fuck that dude. Trump is a piece of shit. He is fucking delusional and thinks that he's the best. So it's pretty bad. Do I like Israel? I don't know. I've never been there. Carmine Soares. I've never been there. I don't know anyone from there. I can't make any judgments, but I don't like what's going on over there at all. Ooh, still close between Bigfoot and Big Feet. Big Feet is starting to win out over Bigfoot. You're in Gaza, it's scary here? I bet it is. A love supremacist. V, number one, no need to be sarcastic. Why do anyone has to take side with Israel or Palestine at the end? People who haven't done anything are being killed. I agree. I think it's terrible what's going on. What will he steal? I'd get into a big verbal argument with Trump, and then I would probably have to hold my back. Someone would have to hold me back from kicking his ass. Sure, we could talk about Bigfoot. We look for a Bigfoot around here. I don't know, Himan Shu Sony. I think they should hold Trump accountable, but I don't know what's going on. It's just another stream, just desperate for some attention. I'm out. Okay, bye, V number one. You came in here with an attitude, so why would I want you to stay here anyway? I mean, Clinton didn't. Biden didn't. Sean says, plural of Bigfoot is Big's foot. You're right. I think you're right. Shami says, if all white people eat oranges, is it the case that you would eat oranges if you were interracial? What? You could. But like in that, okay, in that case, no. I mean, you could. I don't know. I don't know that. I don't know how to answer that question. Thanks. Eric's tested me on my TI plenty of times. Sean, really? They're not the president isn't, he's supposed to bring up the idea and then he's supposed to talk with like the secretary of or of whatever defense. I don't know, but there's due process, there's checks and balances. He's supposed to talk before making any sort of move in terms of like bombing or killing. Hello, Hamster from California, America. A lot of Americans are not happy, just so you know. Shu Sony. A lot of people are not happy. It was Trump's call. He says it himself. And he went through the Navy, Air Force to do it. The Naval Air Force to do it. He didn't do it justly. He just did it. Like, cuz he thinks he's a king. Thanks, Joseph Roisi, for letting me know. And how come Trump is still president? I don't know. They could impeach him. But there are a lot of Republican people in government right now who like him. So I don't know why they like him. Top Nest says, so if Iran gets nuclear, those unhappy Americans wouldn't be safe. No American would be safe. Tim says, how about multiple species and multiple fishes? Is it fishes? Yes. I think the president has less power than you think. He doesn't think that, though. He thinks he has all the power. The president doesn't have that much power, but he thinks he has that much power and he gets away with it. I can really only speak English. I'm not a Democrat. I'm not listed as under any party. Tammy Roberts. Grow up. Jimmy says it's unfortunate, but presidents haven't gone through Congress in about 75 years to declare war, wage war. Is that true? No, Trump didn't do the right thing. He didn't. Every smart president who was president during wartime stayed out of it as long as they could. I think it's smart anyway to not just jump straight into war. Yeah, I know, He-Man, Shu, Sony. A lot of people are talking about World War III. Lou Rodriguez says, have you done your research on any of this? Everyone speaks about how Trump like they know him. Well, he speaks through his actions. Like, I read a news article about this. I can't talk to him personally, but he talks for himself. He's proud of what he's done. He's not hiding it. Oh my God, Sean, like, I can't tell you how you're in the minority right now. Like, you're in the minority. Eric says inconsistency inconsistency is at the core of Trump's recklessness, and so are lies. He's a big liar. Honestly, I'd be like, what the fuck are you doing here? In my head, I would love to be like, what the fuck are you doing here? But I'm not an action type. I feel like you can gargle hydrogen peroxide. I feel like I've done it in the past. Ooh, I like that emoji, Carrot. Spartan Warrior, get the fuck out of here. The pearl of Bigfoot is Bigfoot with his buddy. His actions in the beginning is cleaning up the mess that the last party did. The last party didn't do shit. It was Biden. Nothing happened. Nothing happened. I don't know. I don't know if the Simpsons said anything about this happening. His buddy El Chupacabra. I know Himanshu, but that just like I don't. It didn't have to be done. It didn't have to be done. You have to discuss about that before attacking for war. That is something that has to be discussed. That like, do you not know history? Do you not like know anything about the government? He's doing things because he wants to. Spartan Warrior, fuck off. I'm mad because you're ignorant. Eric says the best presidents do little. Trump's doing a lot. Yeah, he's doing a lot. Ruben says, yes, at Fly Guy, you can, but you can also put like 50-50 water or whatever is comfortable. You are in the minority, Sean. You're in the minority. I mean, Trump said that he's doing this for peace. Like, it's insane. Kara says, I can only sip tea when politics are involved. Like, I mean, I can only sip tea really too. I'm trying to hold up, but I only know what the little things that I read. I don't go into it deep because it makes me extremely sad. Why can't you gargle? Why is gargling not good anymore? Eric says, and he's right, regardless of what is really ought to have done or not done, we shouldn't have gotten involved. His fucking staff. Are you kidding, Spartan Warrior? He has a cabinet. And then you also have to go through like the Senate and like, but he has a cat, like, I don't know. Beyond the cabinet, I don't know, but you go through other people. I like gargling. I don't think Trump thinks he's under any pressure at all. I think he sleeps very well at night. There were not discussions. There were definitely not discussions. And if there were, it was one-sided, telling people, this is what I'm going to do. I don't care what you say, because it was done. I'm telling you, this dude, Trump does anything he wants whenever he wants. Kara says, I heard it was like taking a child's toy away who wasn't playing nicely. But I switched aggressively with the teeth after flossing and rinsing. You must have good gums. Why should I light my hair on fire? Hi, I'm Sofa King. We Todd did. Thank you, Joseph Rowe. You see something that I don't. Yeah, exactly. Israel's perfectly capable of blowing stuff up all by itself. It already has been. Jimmy says, I think everyone on the Epstein list we can't see is under pressure to do things for Israel. That sounds racist. Only rinse and spit. If you gargle, it'll burn your throat. I feel like I've gargled with hydrogen peroxide and it didn't burn my throat. I don't remember. It's been like over 10 years since I've done that. He eliminated the threat. That's why there's peace. Lou Rodriguez, you don't understand what peace actually means. It means not doing anything. It's not war. I don't agree with you. You don't agree with me. I think we should stop talking to each other about this topic anyway. Hi, Ziki Urik. Uryuk. I don't think they will be resolved until Trump is out of office. Do you think gargling is bad? But gargling gets the back of your throat. Eric says the answer is specific to each case. Can you play the song Feel It by D4DV? No, I don't know that song. We don't have, I mean, Eric is in the chat. You can ask him. Lynch 11111. Hi, Archer. Digital wizardry, like, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know why we got involved with the Korean War. I don't know anything about the Korean War. I know we shouldn't have gotten involved in Vietnam, but in World War II and World War I, both presidents, whoever started and ended, like, made sure that we, like, didn't fight until we had to. Not just because of hearsay. Not because it's hearsay either. No, he does. He does actually have to go through people, though, Spartan Warrior. Like, he really does. That's part of it. That's part of being president. You're not a king. When a president declares war, it's because he's spoken to his cabinet and other people. I don't know what other people, but there's a process when it comes to democracy, and he doesn't care about it. I like gargling. Thanks for letting me know this is a discussion. Israel has been bombing Gaza for months now. Israel should be dealing with this, not us. thank you, Eric. Regardless of legality, it is unwise. Israel does not need our help to accomplish military objectives. They just wanted the added legitimacy of us backing them up, and Trump fell for it, hook, line, and sinker. I didn't block anyone. Spartan Warrior, you're probably fucking 25 and have only voted for the first time ever this presidency. And you didn't have to care about the presidents before because you were a fucking kid. And you're still a kid. So shut the fuck up. I'm over you. It's also about the fact that we pretty much entered war without, like, there being any sort of patience or deliberation. It was all impulse. No, we can't. That is not true, digital wizardry. He can't just declare war and, like, not discuss it with people first. I'm telling you, the dude does what he wants when he wants. This is what ICE is all about. Like, taking immigrants without due process because he thinks he can. It's like, I don't know. Right, and then Congress has to. What the fuck? Honestly, I'm not talking about this anymore because I feel attacked. Like, I love to take my news and political opinions from a white lady in her comfy room. I studied fucking history in high school and I actually I learned something from there. Like, you, who's probably 22 and also voted for the first time ever, is judging me because I'm white and I'm a lady. Like, I don't know what I'm talking about. And honestly, some of it I don't know what I'm talking about, but I do know that what Trump did by by attacking Iran was impulsive and not decided on. I'm telling you, I don't know if Israel controls the United States. I'm not younger than you. Clinton didn't enter war. I mean, I worry about it. Trump is not fixing the United States. He's only making it worse. It absolutely is a democracy. It's not a republic. Are you kidding? Are you fucking kidding, digital wizardry? Honestly, really, like, do you not, are you an American? Like, do you not, like, understand how important it is to understand what democracy is and what democracy does and stands for? It's not a republic. Israel wanted more international legitimacy, so he baited Trump into joining the fight. And Trump is impulsive, and he's not a critical thinker. So of course, he just did what he wanted to do. They also deserve due process. This is a part of democracy. Democracy, you have to go to court and prove that you're innocent, or you have to go through paperwork. You have to see how people have been here. You can't just take people from their homes and then put them in an internment camp, and that's illegal. That's so ignorant. Illegals are illegal. Get them all out. They're literally illegal. That is so... I didn't say that Obama didn't do anything. Obama did do shit. He wasn't a great president. Ooh, Carrot didn't hear Fly Guy laugh out loud. They're both attacking each other. Digital wizardry. Palestine and Israel. Israel's not innocent. All right, so I just ignored... I'm not educated. You're not educating me. If we were a republic, we'd be like China. There's the Republic of China, where we live in a democracy. This is like I've reached the top of my limit of what I know. I just know that criminal things are happening in government. I don't remember that. I don't. I was young when Clinton was president. I don't remember. I see what you're saying, Sean. But I'm tapped out when it comes to politics. I don't agree that it was smart of Trump, and that's my opinion. You can have your opinion, and you can think whatever you want. I don't agree with you. All right, so I mean, okay, all right, so I guess it's a republic. Republic is like Republic of China, where they don't have any rights. You guys have a Hawaii trip around the flake flu, right? Fake flu. Around COVID, we did go to Hawaii before the lockdowns. Trump is diabolical and a lunatic, delusional, and a fucking non-logical thinker. Yeah, we do have more rights than any other country. Ugh, I gotta go. I wouldn't do that. I'm not saying it's right what they do. I just think that they deserve due process of law. All right, you fuckers, I'm out. Like, thanks for being such idiots and showing me, like, I have to watch. I know.
If you think illegal immigrants don't have rights to due process, then you think no one has rights
Yeah.
to due process, and they can kidnap anybody at any time, deport them simply on the suspicion of them being an immigrant illegally. Due process is the way we determine whether they're correct about that.
Yeah.
So even if it is the case, and I would agree that it is, that the federal government can deport as many illegal immigrants as it wants to legitimately, even though it's not a good idea, it's unwise, but it's legitimate. They still have to afford those individuals due process.
Yes.
Otherwise, they can just kidnap anyone at any time and send them out of the country.
Mm-hmm. And that's what they've been doing.
And that's just common sense. If you oppose that notion, then you are un-American and can go fuck yourself.
I don't agree with you. I don't agree with you, Spartan warrior. I don't have anything good to say about Obama. I don't think he was great. I'm not saying he was great at all. I'm saying that, oh my God.
These people have.
El Salvador is where they're going. They're sending
Rachel,
people.
These people have team derangement syndrome. They are so thoroughly enamored with the idea of being on the correct team or the right team and the other team being evil that they have no other warrants than that. Whatever reasoning they present is not actual reasoning. It's just they have a big crush on Trump. Yeah. And they like to have a boogeyman that they hate, which is anybody who's not wholeheartedly supporting of Trump. The fact is, we should evaluate our elected officials on their merits. But regardless, we get it. You can't do that. So shut the fuck up, you pieces of shit.
Thank you. Oh, God. It is what it, I mean, it is what it is. It's a terrible sentence. Ugh. All right. I don't know. I have nothing else to say about this. I really didn't want to end on this note, but like I can't anymore. I've reached my limit. It's really not that simple. It's actually pretty hard to become a legal citizen. There's a lot. the society in Iran is not something that we agree with. I do agree with that, and I don't believe that they should live under a system where the government and religion are mixed. Oh my god. Oh my god. My fucking brain, like,
I can agree with Joseph though on this one. J-Lo's got to go.
J-Lo has got to go.
They should deport J-Lo. They're going to be deporting random people for no reason.
They should.
Deport J-Lo.
Report J-Lo. She is not Mexican. She is Puerto Rican, but definitely deport her.
Well, in keeping with the current policy, then we should deport her to Venezuela.
Okay.
According, seems like ICE and Trump just think Brown goes wherever.
Just J-Lo.
You can come back in here if you want.
We could deport Diddy. We can deport Ellen. We can deport Kevin Hart. We could definitely deport Jay-Z and Beyonce. See you later.
Apparently they're deporting themselves to England. We're off looking at properties in England.
Yeah.
Those fucking scumbags, huh?
Scumbag.
So the bottom line is, absolutely not should Trump have engaged in that in that exercise of military force for myriad reasons. But among them, the obvious one, there was no exigent circumstances. There was no urgency to do it right then, right? It's not like Iran was 2 days away from having a workable bomb. They can't even do any nuclear testing because the world would know that immediately. So be sensible, right? And recognize the fact that even if it is a good idea for Israel to bomb Iranian nuclear facilities, it's not a good idea for the U.S. to get involved because Israel, number one, does not need our help. They're probably the second strongest military force in the world. They don't report how many nukes they have, but, you know, they're highly militarized. They have decades of U.S. military support in terms of selling them various weapon systems and stuff, in addition to their own perfectly capable military-industrial complex. So the only reason Israel asked for our help, they may have said we can't do this, but the only real reason is because they wanted it to have the added legitimacy of the United States participating. Trump bought it hook, line, and sinker because he's a tard. The point is, regardless, the U.S. shouldn't have done it because of myriad reasons, right? Why waste our resources doing Israel's work? Number two, it's not like we don't have a perfectly competent and very hawkish ally in the region who's perfectly capable of doing it, namely Israel. Number three, if you are going to do it, it is better to err on the side of more legitimacy rather than less. Even if he can justify it as a necessary immediate thing, well, unfortunately, if you look at the actual time frame contingencies, it's not that. There is no immediacy that's required. So you just have to be smart, right? Digital wizardry, you got to be smart. It may be legitimate for him to do it, provided there are some exigent circumstances that need to do it now, right? But what we want is a president who doesn't just try to totally the letter of the line of the law, right? And maybe have arguments in favor of the legality of it, but rather a president who recognizes there's no immediate time pressure here, no ticking clock that requires me to act urgently. So I would rather engage the rest of the representatives of the people, because I'd rather have the country act in a less divided fashion. If Trump goes about it the way he did, it's sure to be divisive. And so here we are, we've got you coming in here insisting that it's the greatest thing since sliced bread, and me being a voice of reason. But obviously, people clash over politics because they don't listen to me. I'm correct. That's all there is to it. I'm not a Trump hater. I evaluate each of his actions independently on its merits and have the correct position about it. So that's just something you're going to have to deal with. No, I said I don't think Trump's conservative or liberal. I think he's an autocratic populist. And I think it's pretty obvious that he doesn't follow, his decisions don't follow from any ideology. It's what's in his interest is something that's clear to him, but also, and he tries to evaluate what's in the country's interest, but more importantly, he trusts his own weak intuition. He doesn't have the ability to parse things out on legitimacy grounds because of his personality type. And, the bottom line is his intuition is not very good. And he's not very bright. And that would be fine if you weren't doing anything. Biden obviously had dementia. We basically had somebody who was retarded in office, but he didn't do anything. So, not a problem, right? Granted, he should have done something about Ukraine, more or something, but he didn't. So, but by and large, what we want is we want to see presidents who defer to inaction. And the reason for that is because, life's like the mail. If you ignore it long enough, it just ceases to be relevant.
I think I got most upset when I was told that, I was some white lady sitting on her bed,
Well, sure, it's perfectly reasonable for you to get upset about that because that's somebody trying to dismiss what you're saying and focus instead on various identity markers. It's never okay to do that because the specifics of what a person is saying are the only thing that separates them from a person saying something horrible, right? It has nothing to do with who they are, their gender, their purported race. Rachel's not even white.
I feel bad. It doesn't have to do with age really either. I mean, it just sounds like someone who's voted for the first time and is trying to stand by who they voted for.
Well, Joseph, I do believe it's the case that the COVID virus was a lab release, either accidental or intentional. It's hard to say which. But when we talk about those kind of things, it's best to talk with the appropriate amount of ambiguity. There are so many pieces of information that potentially exist that we have no access to that we really have to be careful about making too broad of claims. Bigfoot's, no, that wasn't even an option. The winner is Big Feet. I'm surprised, actually. Second winner is Bigfoot.
Bigfoot's is one?
No, Big Feet.
Big
Feet won, yeah.
It was Bigfoot for a while. Then it changed.
Everyone's all fired up, right? And everyone thinks, I know what's going to help more. More inflammatory rhetoric. No, it won't. That's not going to help at all. What would help is instead of leaving when the truth is clearly articulated by Eric that the person stays and learns how to not be like that. Look at those Bigfootses running down that valley. What about Big's feetses to maximally pluralize it? I can't stress enough how little we know about geopolitics and how little we can actually do about it. Well, I mean, it is the case that we don't have much access to any kind of crucial backroom discussions that may be behind a lot of policy stuff, but whether or not we can actually do anything about it is another question. It's important to remember that the American democracy still thrives at the local level. Uh-oh. Sorry that happened, darling.
That's okay.
The thing to remember is, regardless of what we think is going on, regardless of what we think our doomsday story is or anything like that, if somehow we could elect me as president, I would leave the country in much better shape than I found it, and without all this divisiveness. Right, well, the People's Republic of China is not a republic, but I think you're thinking about the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. That one has the D in front of it, and they're neither democratic nor a republic.
Are we a republic?
I mean, the terms don't really mean anything, but what we are is a representative democracy.
I thought so.
You know, you could call it a republic, but technically it's a federation of states with overlapping sovereignty. You know, we have federal rights that have been incorporated to the state and local level, and some federal rights that haven't been. And it's a complicated melange. You know, when people say, whatever you want to call us, a republic, a democracy, a representative democracy, the point is, it's a melange of institutional habits and practices. If chat turns blue, just give Rachel the phone and get her talking politics. If the chat turns blue, right? Well, I mean, I will agree that the numbers were better when Rachel was in front of the thing. I have no problem putting her back in charge of it. It's just that
I don't know what you're saying, though.
I felt like I had to step in and put a stop to all this wrongness slinging that was causing her to obviously get annoyed.
I can't believe I ripped the favorite part of this.
Oh well.
Oh well. So the cookie, that's how the cookie crumbles.
Alright, I'm gonna put Rachel in front of the camera again. Right here in this location. I'm gonna go smoke a cigarette. And when I come back in, I am hoping that you will not have made Rachel mad again.
I don't mean to get upset about it.
Rachel, you don't need to apologize for your feelings. That's what I'm here to please. Go ahead and make my day. Clint Eastwood is too old to be president.
You'd have to talk to Eric about that. I don't know anything about that. Gee. I mean, I hope so. I really hope so because I'm starting to lose it, like lose faith. Because when I hear that lawmakers can't even walk outside of their house without getting killed, that's scary. When people are being detained and then transported like out of the country without due process, that's scary. It's scary shit. Cuz like Eric says, like if they're doing that to illegals, like they could easily do that to anyone who they think is illegal without giving them a trial or whatever it is that they have to do. Is this Eric's or mine? Hmm. I think honestly, there's more apathy towards things than anything. I don't think there's a lot of people who are apathetic, and that's why nothing gets done. Ugh. I don't have a preference, Killer Boy. My husband is my preference. Of course, because it's coming from him. The majority of people are the insignificance, the ones who will continue humanity regardless if the country rules them, which nations are in power. Sativa, no, I'm not a teacher.
I'm a little bit disappointed in humanity, but it's not so much. I'm disappointed in Trump. Not that I expected much from him. I was expecting a lot less from him. And the thing is, it is true that there's bad stuff happening in the world, but it nevertheless remains the case that the world's more at peace than it has been for most of its history. And that the answers are right in front of us. Everyone just needs to calm down and care about what's correct.
They need to care.
I mean, people care too much, I think. Like, how much do these people care about defending Trump so much, you know?
So much.
The thing is, it's good to be dispassionate about politics and just evaluate given actions, prospective actions on their merit against the appropriate metrics.
I mean, is history and government being taught in school anymore?
Sativa or indica? This is mostly sativa with some hybrids in there, mixed in there. This bag of leftover crap is a mix of all different kinds
How's
of weeds.
it been working? Does it do
It's
the
good.
job?
Yeah, it does the job. It actually smokes pretty good too.
That's good.
Everyone needs a little more mushrooms, I agree. Couldn't hurt. People in general, I think. I've always been of the mindset that mushrooms give you what you need, not what you want. So sometimes if I'm taking mushrooms and I need to purge, I'll purge. Sometimes if I'm taking mushrooms and I need to sleep, they'll just put me to sleep.
I am a little bit more hesitant with mushrooms. I've had more bad experiences than I have had good. I need to, yeah.
You had a bad experience last time, that's for
It
sure.
was really bad. I really. But that's okay. Maybe it's not for me. I'm fine with that.
I'm fine with it too, because I ate all the rest of those mushrooms myself.
Yeah.
No, the
And,
athletics
and,
did not win.
and you don't mean that as in like a, well, I'll just eat them all myself, right? Like you.
No, I mean it as in like, finally I'm gonna get some mushrooms that really hit, because it didn't hit last time, it didn't hit the time
Okay.
before.
Okay.
This time I'm gonna be eating like the combination of the first and second times worth just to my head, maybe even a little more. It's bound to hit this time.
Yeah. I was really scarred. Like, really.
What exactly were you tripping out about?
Everything and nothing. It was bad. It was a bad trip. I really don't want that. And I tried to stop it by taking 2 Prozacs and a Klonopin, and that didn't work. The only thing that worked was Adderall. Oh, that was bad. It was bad.
Have we tried ayahuasca? We smoked DMT. Does that count?
Does that count? I am against people who are for ayahuasca but tell people not to smoke weed. It's like, what? Like, that is so backwards.
Well, most importantly, what it is TI polar.
Yeah.
You know, like they're just projecting their own experience with no care at all for consistency.
Yeah, like going from like smoking weed all the time and like having a weed business to like being like, nah, weed's not for me anymore. It's not good for your spirituality. You know what it is? Ayahuasca. I'm going to, it's such an amazing experience for me. I'm gonna hold retreats for people and we're gonna have ayahuasca experiences. It's like, are you fucking serious?
The thing is, Rachel, the time before had a really good experience on shrooms.
Yeah, two times before. I had 2 times with that were good with
Maybe you took a little bit more this time and it was bad. I don't know, it's hard to say.
I don't know. I hope you don't mind.
I don't mind at all, there. No. I'm perfectly happy doing drugs by myself. I don't need someone else to do drugs. Well, okay, that's a lot of speculation there, right? Based on what kind of intelligence were they 3 weeks away from a workable nuclear weapon? Number two, what possible reason do you have to believe they would initiate nuclear war knowing that Iran would be immediately obliterated from the face of the planet? And if in fact Muslims are so eager to use nukes on Israel, why hasn't Pakistan nuked Israel? In doing this bombing, did Trump do it in such a way that we can be assured no fissile material escaped into the atmosphere? Well, you know, I mean, you haven't even responded to my point that Israel didn't need our help. They're highly militarized. The only reason they wanted us involved is so that it would give added legitimacy to the action. If Israel really needed to prevent that and they couldn't penetrate with their bombs or something, they certainly could have gotten it with on the ground troops. They've got a super badass military. And that would be a more surefire way of getting the thing accomplished. You'd know for sure that you've done it then if you have troops on the ground. So, you know, it's just about being sensible. And you'll note that I'm pointing out if you're right that it needed to be done, then the U.S. still should not have been involved in doing it. So you haven't responded to what I said at all, right? You haven't responded to what I said. But the point I was making was that Trump got bamboozled by Israel into participating in this.
Easily, though. I think it was easy.
And if the justification is if Iran gets a nuclear weapon, then they're going to use it on Israel, then Israel is the only one who has all the justification they need to do this job. And if they're perfectly capable of doing it themselves. If we're talking about Mozambique or something, fine, I get it. But all the intelligence is coming from Israel, so we have only their word to trust on the matter.
It's crazy. It's crazy. And that's so going with your feelings too. That's so FI second.
Okay, so Fly Guy doesn't think Trump got fooled by Israel. Fly Guy thinks he's just an enthusiastic ally of Israel. Regardless, it's not in the United States' best interest.
Oh, he doesn't think that way.
I mean, the thing is, North Korea was on pace to get nuclear weapons gradually over the years, and we never did anything about it, and then they got them, right? And that's someplace where we probably should have gone and toppled that regime a long time ago. After all, they have South Korea there to help integrate them back into a sane world, and everybody in the country is basically a slave and suffering. Kim Jong-un has just, he has no legitimacy at all. And we still have an undeclared war on North Korea. So it would be legitimate. Is it a legitimate threat? No, I don't think it's a threat to anybody but all of its own people. It's a threat to U.S. Currency because they're the biggest counterfeiters in the world. It's a threat to U.S. cybersecurity because they do a fair amount of hacking stuff, But I'm not saying we should attack North Korea. I'm saying we have examples of countries where we didn't prevent them from getting nuclear weapons. They did get the nuclear weapons, and mutually assured destruction kicked in and nothing happened. As far as we can tell from history, the only thing that happens if you have nuclear weapons is you don't get invaded anymore because nobody wants you to nuke them. So that's what history shows us. If you want to say Iran's different because it's a theocracy, well, okay, I get that theocracies which place the sacred above the secular are at greater risk of suicidal insanity. But it's not as though North Korea's ideological devotion is any less absolutist than Islam. I don't think anyone's morally superior. I think everyone's behaviors are subject to critique. Behaviors that are legitimate pass scrutiny and survive that critique.
But he thought it was urgent. He didn't discuss it with anyone. He didn't think, oh, how is this going to impact my country?
What made Trump think it was urgent? My guess is that
his feelings.
Well, no, my guess is he's relying on Israeli intelligence. We're not going to know for sure exactly what intelligence reports he got that established with what degree of certainty, in what time frame, Iran's nuclear program was likely to produce workable weapons. And that's fine. I don't expect the president to reveal every bit of intelligence he has. What I do expect is for the Israelis to do what they are perfectly capable of doing by themselves. The U.S. has already fostered so much blowback in the region. And, every time the U.S. drone strikes or does this shit or assassinates an Iranian general on Iraqi soil, we generate even more blowback. So if you look at actual like intelligence strategy and stuff, documentation that you can find in like Google Scholar and stuff, you'll discover that smart policy accounts for unintended consequences. Like when Trump said to assassinate that Iranian general, he basically said assassination is okay. If you assassinate one of our people someplace, then we can't say that's appalling, because you'll just say, you mean the way you did it? Right? So we have to think about the way it impacts narratives down the line, because narratives matter. The reason Iran is upset is not just that they've been attacked, but that they're being prevented by the West from making progress in an area that where the West already has more nuclear weapons than Iran will ever possibly build. So understandably, they think that the West is being hypocritical. At the same time, the West is understandably cautious because of the fact that Iran is a theocracy, and it does want to put the sacred above the secular. And, you know, Islamic forces have demonstrated a willingness to go out in a blaze of glory.
Yeah, they're known
So-
for that.
So it's understandable that people are very concerned about such an entire country devoted that's theocratic, extremely anti-Semitic, and increasingly anti-US. That they would have nuclear weapons would obviously not be consistent with our side if you view the thing as oppositional, right? But like, what would we do if Iran were to successfully purchase a nuclear weapon from either North Korea or Russia? What would we do? Forget about them developing their own. Let's say they successfully managed to purchase a nuclear weapon from an Axis state, be it China, North Korea, Russia, or Pakistan. I don't know if they're the same kind of Muslims, but I don't think so. I think basically Iran's the only ones that are Shiites. So let's imagine a scenario where Iran does attain a nuclear weapon. Now what do? Well, we don't invade them, right? Because after all, they might shoot their nuclear weapon at Israel. Or if they have ICBM, potentially at us. So why do you think Iran wants a nuclear weapon? They say they want to shoot it at Israel, but it's great self-defense if they don't. It's terrible self-defense if they do. So, like, if Iran initiates a nuclear conflict or nuclear exchange, then game over for Iran, for sure. If, on the other hand, Iran is about to be overrun by Israeli conventional weapons, and then they initiate a nuclear device or something, then it's a lot more gray. But the point is, if you're a country where Iran is, and you don't want Israel fucking with you anymore, then the best way to attain that is to have a nuclear weapon. Because then you and Israel can both blow each other off the map if the shit goes south. And that's really the only way Iran's going to defend itself, because obviously they're not going to match Israel in terms of conventional weaponry.
Like, why would we get involved? Like, why?
I mean, I think you have the answer. You already said it. Is that Trump's feelings? He likes Israel because they're more Western. And he doesn't like the brown people. You know.
I know. Having FI as a tool can be very dangerous. And there's no logic.
Yeah, FI for ESFP as well. You got FI instrumental value, so it doesn't really care. NI instrumental value, so it just needs to tell him something, and then SE absolute value, just do it, and TE absolute value, figure out how to do my terrible idea.
And it's not that like ESFPs aren't good at things.
I know it's great when they're acting in their own life, right? They know what they want, but what they want isn't an end in itself. It's the voyage to get there, right? But that's great if you're talking about your own life. It's not great if you're doing the business of the country. People in public office need to be disinterested in their calculus, and it's better to have feelings as an absolute value so you actually care about people.
I'm like, I don't know. I feel like if you were president, say, like, wouldn't you want to talk to your cabinet before making a decision? Like,
Well,
don't
sure.
don't you talk to like the vice president and
Sure, because I would be operating under a framework that says I need to justify all my decisions.
right.
But for him, talk is cheap. Let's just do it.
I know. That's what I'm trying to say.
8-slot extroverted intuition. He has just enough ideas as he needs and no more. He doesn't want to hear any other ideas.
No, he doesn't. He's always been that way. I can't believe I thought that he was, I thought it was a joke. I'm like, who would vote for him for his first term?
I mean, I thought so too. I was like, there's no way.
Yeah, I got interviewed. I literally was interviewed, and someone asked me, who do you think will win, Trump or Hillary Clinton? I was like, Trump's a joke.
It wasn't. Oh, yeah, Hillary, right.
Mm-hmm.
My bad.
And now it's like forever on the internet. My complete wrongness.
Well, I mean, the only reason he was elected president twice is because he ran against two of the worst candidates in American history, in Hillary Clinton and Kamala Harris.
Yeah. Cat in a box. We have a cat that sits on a box. I called him the TV president.
He's not even that. It's like, that would imply that he's out there communicating with people.
Well, no. This is the first term.
First term.
Like,
yeah.
I called him the TV president because, like, he was on The Apprentice, right?
1 billion people agree with me all the time.
And then, like, and I joked, and I was like, he's gonna fire everyone in his cabinet just like that. You're fired.
Yeah, I mean, he had the highest turnover in a cabinet of anybody ever.
Wow.
I mean, the thing is, Joe Biden was obviously just as terrible a choice for president as, say, Hillary Clinton.
Mm-hmm.
But what we can take away from both Trump's first term and Biden's term is they weren't notable presidencies particularly because fortunately neither of them did much of anything.
Yeah.
And that's a good thing. It's good when the presidents don't do much.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know why we entered the Korean War.
To stop the Chinese from taking over Korea.
Okay.
And we probably should have fought it to a victory, but people didn't want to escalate. There was a thought that the Soviets would get involved. And so they signed an agreement to split it in half. Which they only signed after U.S. forces held along the 59th parallel, 54th parallel, or whatever. We do live in interesting times. Good stories make good stories, sometimes make bad lives. But
yeah, like, I mean, interesting is definitely the word, but like, yeah, you don't want to live in it. No, I'm telling you, G, it like bad lives. Talk about like bad lives, the Great Depression, like the fact that people like, how did people survive?
bad lives make good stories irrelevant. Is the best way to say that sentence. If you're living a bad life, then it doesn't matter if you've got good stories because they're not going to be satisfying to you to tell because your life sucks. You mean all the people from the past, Flat Guy? Is that where they went? I was always wondering, like, whatever happened to Martin Luther?
Oh, Martin Luther, like of the Lutheran Church.
Yeah. Turns out, I guess eventually, he died.
No freaking way.
Yeah. That's
Martin Luther died?
That's why we haven't seen him around for a while.
That's why. I've always wondered. I've had questions about his religion. Seems kind of cool.
I don't know if you heard, but Abraham Lincoln recently got assassinated.
Assassinated?
Yeah, he went to go see a play.
Who would assassinate a president?
I'm not sure, but that's the last president who died, as far as I know.
I have an American boyfriend. I have an American husband. I like sleep personally. I've been an insomniac since I was a child, so I seriously enjoy sleeping. Eric sounds like Dottie outside. The doll Dottie that we have. What Elliott Smith song? I used to listen to Elliott Smith in college. I was sad when he died. I think I was in college when he died too. Elliott Smith is a singer. Hi, Gustavo Carrillo Lopez. I'm sure it has been Gustavo Carrillo Lopez. It's not good to have a distorted reality.
I mean, one thing that's really important to remember is that intelligence can be wrong. Remember, weapons of mass destruction that Iraq had. So when you tell me they're 3 weeks away from making a nuke and dropping it on Israel, you'll have to excuse my desire to take that with many grains of salt. Whenever people are trying to justify preemptive use of force, we should all be very, very skeptical, if not just outright nix it before we hear any more, you know? There's a difference between aggression and responsive force, and the difference is who started it, just like in elementary school. Psychedelics are the last hope for humanity. A distorted reality is now a necessity to be free. I don't think so. I think my reality is undistorted and I am free. You know.
Good luck, Gustavo Correa Lopez. You might have to fight.
For your right to party. I mean, my choosing to not pay much attention to a lot of depressing stuff is not a distorted reality. It's recognizing the difference between one's actual life experience reality versus the stories we tell about humanity. It was more like 2001, Tend to Clutch. 9/11 really did change everything. I used to hate it when people said that because it was like always used as a justification for more bullshit. But in terms of the amount of bullshit accepted by the country and the world, well, everything changed in 2001.
I'm very confused, Gustavo Correa Lopez.
Sandy bearded dudes are, Iranians, for example. If need be, he's saying.
Oh, okay.
Is he joining the military?
But he says that war is for young and dumb people who play out old and bitter men's issues.
Well, he's young. So, I think he's just saying, I'm going to go do the young man part of it. But he can correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think reality had a shift. It was, the whole COVID thing was global hysteria. And just generally a global lack of intuition and introverted thinking. Because we already had all of the information we needed to know that the onus of responsibility should have been on the individual, that policies requiring people who had no reason to believe they are sick to avoid going out because they might get sick and then become contagious, that's in any sane world completely unacceptable insanity.
I don't know that Elliott Smith song. I think I only really know, only remember, a couple of the songs. Oliver Linehan, I love hearing your opinion. I would love to hear more of your opinion, because it's nice hearing an FE, not FE Polar, FE Tool person give their honest opinion.
The military is such a financially good decision for so many people. I don't think they're going to need to draft. Pensions in the military are really outrageous, to be honest. For people who never even served in combat, if they put in 20 years in the military, they can retire with a pension for the rest of their lives. What are y'all's opinion on Adderall? Yes. Give me more.
Yeah.
I'm about to get on it, I think, at 24. Well, good for you. Depends on your personality type as to how you'll handle it somewhat. If you're very distant from your own feelings, that's usually a good thing if you're on Adderall, because the crash can be kind of emotional. You sleep a lot? Well, say goodbye to that. The moon is a light bulb breaking. No, it's not. If that were the case, it would then stop shining after it broke. From Compton to the military, you're going to be a badass. I wouldn't be surprised if you're already a badass.
I mean, this decision to go into the military is pretty badass. I mean, I wouldn't do that because I'm a wuss.
It's a wise decision if you can succeed in the military.
Mm-hmm.
Join the military, then come home with mental illness and your wife cheats on you. Well, I mean, I think there are more military stories than that one. And by and large, people in the military these days don't have to do any fighting. Yeah, if we were going to go have some sort of military engagement that required a draft, it would really be World War III because by and large, military engagements don't need so many boots on the ground as they used to, you know? I've never taken it, but I've done a bump of coke, but now you can't trust any drugs but weed and shrooms. You're going to get a goat in the Middle East and call him Timmy? That's not a terrible idea.
I wish, like, mushrooms, like, it gave me what I needed, it did, but, like, I was nauseous. I'm jealous of people who have good trips with mushrooms because I have not. And, I like ketamine, but, like, Cassie from, like, Cassie and Diddy did a lot of ketamine, so like she kind of made me be like, damn girl, fuck. Like, I like ketamine. I don't want it to be hard to get.
Yeah. Um, yeah, I don't think this is gonna. I don't think that Trump's going to incur nearly the harms to the country that George W. Bush incurred. My bad trip on shrooms turned good years later. How does that happen? Yes, the Adderall will give you peak mental potential, but you'll have to sleep a lot to regather dopamine for reuptake inhibitor to inhibit the reuptake of.
I have good experiences on ketamine.
Right. Well, you could imagine an escalating succession of conventional wars, often fought in territories other than the main combatants' territories, proxy wars, but with troops from the actual countries. And you can imagine that escalating. That's the only way I could conceive of there being a draft. Is it would have to be a escalating conventional war because obviously once people start using nukes, there's no reason to have a bunch of boots on the ground. That's fine, Sean. You can just pull stuff out of your ass all you want. Um, yeah, well, a good psychedelic trip, being a positive and comforting environment, open state of mind. Well, Rachel was in a positive and comforting environment, but it just shit went south, you know.
Wait, what?
Sean says that for psychedelic trips, what he hears is that the secret to a good psychedelic trip is to be in a positive and comforting environment and open state of mind.
Yeah, like I felt like even though I was in the K-hole, like you understood that I was in the K-hole and you weren't worried. That made me be like, yes, I can enjoy this. Like I'm not going to be sent to the hospital.
Yeah, well, Russia has plenty of nukes too, but you took 3.5 grams and lost it. That's an eighth. I had one kind of lost my shit trip, but I ate half an ounce of them on a clean head. I had a bunch of Vyvanse in me too. Yeah, well, the reason I don't think it's going to turn out as bad is I don't think Trump has grand visions of regime change and democratizing Iran or anything. And he's just like, oh, cool. Let's bomb Iran. I've never used psychedelics, so I can't speak from my experience. My state of mind is always fear and confusion, so I'd be scared to try. Well, people do have bad trips, and what I think of as a bad trip is something that is marked by fear of the trip itself rather than by like being in not a great mood or something. But I guess there are different varieties of bad trip. Bad trips that I've had have typically been I'm tripping too hard and I can't like find myself. Try them when you feel you have nothing to lose. Not a bad suggestion.
Try what?
Psychedelics. If you feel like you have nothing to lose.
Oh. I like don't want to take psychedelics. I'm not gonna take acid. No fucking way. I can't. If I'm stuck in a psychedelic trip and that I'm not enjoying, I will never do it again. I mean,
You probably will eventually. You probably take mushrooms again eventually.
probably. But like I just want to do a little bit. I really don't want to do a lot. I don't want to I just can't do it. I was so sad.
I'm sorry you were sad, darling.
Okay. But I'm saying I don't want to do acid.
That's fine. You do what you want,
I don't
darling.
want
I'm not telling
to.
you what to do.
I'm not telling you what to do either. Like you do, you want to. I don't want to do acid. I can't.
I want to do acid.
That's totally fine.
I would love to get some acid. No, we're not doing liquids.
No. Though I do love huffing. I love huffing. I miss the feeling of it.
Just know people love you. I don't feel unloved. Hopefully, Rachel doesn't feel unloved.
I don't feel unloved.
This doll is not possessed because he's a fully alive human being. My name's Porter Churchill Murphy. How are you doing? You looking good tonight. You got all the right curves in all the right places. Just one tiny problem I see. Can you guess what your problem is? Can you? It's that you have just a little bit of dust on you. I'm gonna wipe it off. There. Oh, there's a little bit more dust over here. Gonna wipety wipe. There. Now you nice and clean. Porter Churchill Murphy. You have to always try to sexualize every conversation. I don't know what to do about it. If you feel like violated because he wiped the dust off of you, I'm sorry. I would have stopped him, but last time I stopped him, he called the cops on me. And when I said he was sexually harassing people, he said, "How could I? I'm just a baby."
Yeah, like I feel like a microdose would be fine for me. I just like I probably took too much last time, and I wasn't on Adderall either. I don't know. I don't like the way it was last time. Good night, Carrot.
Good night, Carrot. Don't let the bed bugs bite you tonight. Tell them, get out of here, bed bugs. Just get out of here. Do we have anybody in the pro bedbug faction who advise people to just go ahead and let the bedbugs bite you? DMT was scary for you? Yeah, you shouldn't do acid then, probably.
See, like DMT, besides take away the serotonin syndrome, right?
Mm-hmm.
I liked it. Like it gave me visuals.
Yeah, we could get DMT again if we could get it, you know.
Yeah.
Bedbugs are disgusting. I believe they are. You do your 20 push-ups. And after you're done, do 20 back push-ups. How do I feel about mosquitoes in the night? Exchanging glances. I think they need
Mosquitoes in the night.
I think they need to get out of here. That's what I think.
Yeah.
Finding bed bugs in my bed would traumatize me. I'd never sleep again. Well, you know, Rachel and I are going to a hotel in Vegas. Hopefully it's clean.
Well, like I said, my mom said that if we have any problems, to let her know. She'll complain.
Okay. I did mushrooms recently, went out in public, and some dude at a store was hateful to me and I almost lost my shit. Good stuff, but man, it sends me over. I mean, the last few times I've taken mushrooms, I didn't really trip very hard. Normally, if I trip the amount I want to trip on mushrooms, then I'll take the mushrooms, I'll start live streaming, and then I'll just blah, 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 blah for like 4 or 5 hours without even reading the chat most of the time.
I have to admit, it was like tough being like sober and you being high on mushrooms watching the World Series game. Oh my god, I was fucking so embarrassed for the game. I felt so.
Like for the Yankees? For me?
Like.
Did I embarrass you?
No, the Yankees did. And I was just feeling miserable, and you couldn't stop laughing, and I was like, oh, I feel fucking terrible.
I'm sorry, darling.
It's okay.
You know, I think DMT is nice. You know, it helps probably with that as well to be on Adderall. But I know whenever I smoke DMT, first thing I do is I like get cold and I get under a blanket and just. I did about 8 grams. Spent a few hours walking through the rain and went to a store and all I wanted was some water. Worker ignored me and wouldn't serve me. The disrespect sent you feral. I'm sorry to hear that. When I take psychedelics, I like to stay right here at home. Yeah, smoking a bong rip can help your mushrooms kick in sometimes. That's true. Usually it doesn't, but I've had that happen before where I'll take with a couple bong rips and all of a sudden I was shrimming proper. How is it that one day it takes me 12 beers to get drunk and the next only 5? I don't know about you, but I always found that while after I had a couple of drinks, I was bad at telling how drunk I was.
When I had my first drink last night, and I was like dancing. I was like, oh fuck, this shit is hitting me, and I don't wanna. I'm not like my stomach is not feeling good. Like, I'll let Jared and like Kay drink as much as they want. I'm sticking to weed and like milking, like what I yeah.
What'd you get?
A margarita.
Cool. You did the 8 mushrooms and slammed 8 beers. Well, typically, um, typically the psychedelics will kind of slice through the alcohol, but 8 beers is a lot. You rate your drunkenness by when you start to feel fuzzy. You took 5 MEO. I don't think I've ever had that.
Me neither.
But I'd like to try ayahuasca, which is basically a much longer lasting DMT trip.
Can I like be your
Spirit guide?
yeah.
Sure.
I feel like I would do a really good job.
I believe you would too. Hopefully, I wouldn't have any problems, you know?
Yeah, but then we can like really enjoy it together.
That's true. Drunk shrooms monsters equals a bad trip. Sounds like it would. You know, I will say, if you take mescaline and mushrooms together, they combine well, but you're going to trip balls. Mescaline by itself is not a pleasant thing to take. But if you take mushrooms with it, then you get the psychedelic effects of the mescaline without the, like, ultra gack. I like the dildos. What's the dildos? It was scary, bro. It was kind of hard to put into words what I experienced afterwards. Huh.
Sorry to hear that.
Well, I mean, Adderall tends to mix well with just about anything. You know, you can do a little dollop.
I tend to do well with on shrooms with Adderall. I don't know.
Didn't you have that last time?
I took it.
You took the Adderall after?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you gotta take it before because it's the come up that it renders inert. 'Cause otherwise, the come up on mushrooms is just destabilizing. What I tried toad venom, I think it's the same chemical in the toad as in ayahuasca, isn't it? DMT. Yeah, I tried most any kind of psychedelic would be fine as long as it's not too extreme. Um, like I wouldn't try something that lasts for 48 hours, for example. Acids last long enough. Acid lasts a long time. That's what makes it kind of like it used to be the best deal in all of drugs. You could get a hit of acid for like under $5 and trip balls for 16 hours. He purposely got bit for a decade to build up an immunity. Why did he want the immunity? It must not have been a python because they don't have any venom. I mean, here's the thing, Sean. If you never have done any psychedelics, that first psychedelic trip, framed as some sort of healing of the self, etc., done under the guidance of somebody who's led those ayahuasca experiences before, that probably would have been very impactful to you. Whereas if I were to go do one of those things, it would just be a way to do the drugs because I couldn't get them any other way. But apparently, it's not difficult to get the ingredients to make ayahuasca. I've never done PCP and would never do PCP.
I would do Molly.
Molly's fun. The thing about PCP, I've heard it explained in the chat. It's like you're on ketamine in the K-hole, except you have that level of like conscious awareness, but you're up and walking around and doing stuff.
No way.
That's not a good idea.
No way. I wouldn't want to do that.
I've only done it once too, Austin. Real, actual MDMA. It was pretty crazy. It was like they say, it makes you feel like an angel. And everything is just sunshine and lollipops. Oh my God. That is so amazing. I can't believe it. That's so amazing.
I can't go out because I'll compliment people even more than I do now.
Yeah. According to Graham Hancock, ayahuasca will show you who you truly are and it is life changing. Well, it's just a long DMT trip. The thing is, that kind of talk, I don't put any credence in it, really. It's like doing drugs is best understood as a way to have fun, adult entertainment. When we try to think that it's teaching us something, mushrooms are a little bit of an exception for me because I don't know. There's no way for me to understand mushrooms except via the mushroom gods who seem to decide for me whether the same mushrooms that worked like this last time are going to do the same thing or make me puke this time or it's they're a weird drug. But
that's the main reason why I don't want to do ayahuasca, because like there's
the purging part.
Yeah, and like this girl who did it, she talked about doing it. She was such a great experience. She was like puking and crying. Like, I don't want to do that. Come on, I could do that on my own.
You're not the first person who's told me that, Ortega. It definitely makes me a little, what's the word?
Yeah.
Uncertain about getting drugs. But, at the end of the day, it's kind of like it always has been. It depends if you trust the person you're getting them from.
Yeah.
In other words, if you think they're a good connect or not, basically. Yeah is always the word. You're not wrong.
Yeah, was also the word.
You must have had quite a few mushrooms. I've got some mushrooms right now. I'm not going to take them until... When did we take them last week? Tuesday?
I think so.
Yeah, it was Tuesday. I'm going to make sure I give it a full week before I take them again this time. So I'm not going to take them before Tuesday. But I might need to wait a little longer and not take them because I don't want to take them during sleepy week. Or I could take them tomorrow because I'm going to take my last 2 Adderalls tomorrow. We gotta go to run errands first, but they have these chocolates out of Oakland I recommend. No other information there. Well, I mean, I used to get my mushrooms from the church in Oakland, but now I have a local connect, which is a lot more convenient. Everyone looked like they had demented smiles, and I was mad at everyone who looked at me for no reason. And then I stared at myself in the mirror for half an hour. Hella from the Bay. I like the local ones. I'm getting better. Is it worth getting arrested? My neighbor is being a prick. No, it's not worth getting arrested. It's definitely not. If your neighbor's being a prick, you know what you should do? Just stick out your tongue at him like you would have done in childhood. That usually gets them. Don't listen to G. He's full of bad ideas. I'm getting pretty tired. On a scale of fully awake to in a coma, I am at pretty tired.
I'm not.
That's fine, darling. You
Is it
can,
okay?
of course. I'm not in charge of your tiredness.
I feel like fucking Johnny. That's okay.
Pretty touchy. It doesn't mean I'm going to sleep, though, Austin. I'm just commenting on my state of tiredness. And I think maybe we need a little song about feeling tired, what it means, what it doesn't mean, and a lot of other things like that. So I'm going to do what it lets me just style my way backwards.
Oh my gosh, we're getting some music?
Yes.
I'm so excited.
Why didn't it play? What's this? It's just like a snap.
I like this. What is this like? What is it?
It's called piano swing.
Ah, it is swing.
I'm getting tired. I've been awake oh so long. I'm getting tired. Look at me poking the bong. I'm getting tired. I'm getting tired. I'm getting tired. So anyway, that doesn't really have a lot of beat to it. Just snap of the fingers. What about stride? Nothing. Musette. Oberwaltz. Country waltz. Jazz waltz. Swing waltz. Christmas waltz. Christmas swing. I like this one. Who doesn't like Christmas time? Christmas time, it comes around every year, December time. Christmas is a wonderful time with lots of cheer and everyone knows. Don't mistake it for another holiday. It's the time when everyone gathers round the old Christmas tree. And I mean everyone, including Tom and Tim and Mary Sue, Grandma, your dad, and me. And we have all brought Christmas presents for everyone. Well, S-A-N-T-A spells Santa. He is bringing toys around for all the little girls and boys who have been good in town. And Santa will fly his reindeer through the night sky until he gets to my neighborhood and stops. Now it's time to go to bed, children in your beds. Santa pays attention if you're awake, and he will give you call if you are. Oh no, says little Mary Sue, I don't want no coal in my stocking this year, because then I'll have to pay a carbon credit on it, my dear. And that makes it not a present, but a financial burden, and I'm too young for that sort of thing. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's see what else we got in the old beat department. Show tune. That sounds fun. Everybody coming around right now. It's a show tune time. Is it like that kind of show tune? Everybody's going around New York, looking over there. What's that thing? Oh my gosh, I'm so busy now. We've got to go and do our thing. We're gonna sing and we're gonna dance on this stage, this Broadway play, because that's the kind of thing we do to entertain our audience. Now what, John? Don't tell me it's over yet. No, it's not over. I've got the next part. Well, what you got to do is just to sneak up on those people, and then they'll never know you're around. If you don't, then you'll have to frown. But I'm in New York. Don't get full of yourself, kid. Showbiz is a hell of a biz, kid. That's why we're singing this show tonight. Thank you. Thank you. The real show tune. I think we could all enjoy a show tune like that.
I think so too.
I'm gonna join the army there in my wedding gown. I don't know what else to do. I've gotta join the army soon. And when I do, I'll march all around in this town we call home. Where I march, it will look like it is Rome with the Sarsha battalion. I mean Legion of Roman legionnaires. But beware, because I'm not going to go quietly. This part is very majestic, filled with majesty and wonder for all. Well, now we're back to this part. We're marching right along. Now we're back to this part. We're marching oh so strong. You can march to the left of me and I will march to the right. But when we get to the end of the march, then it will be the night, and we'll say march, 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 march. And that's the end. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. That's called U.S. March. Ooh, this one's called Jive. Does it seem like a jive beat? Oh, I see. Hibbity, 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 jive. Hibbity, 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 jive. Hibbity, 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 jive, and jive. I'm gonna jive all day till the morning light. I'm gonna jive with my face and I jive with my knife. I'm gonna jive with my feet. I'm gonna jive with my knees. I'm gonna jive all the way up to the thieves' house. Cause it's Steve's house where I go to jive. I'm gonna jive till the morning light. I'm gonna jive in the evening when the evening crowd. I'm gonna jive over there all the time. Well, if you like jiving, you like this, cause this is jiving a great big fist, and I think the jive is the jiviest jive of all. You say you don't think that this is jivey enough. But I say that this is in fact jivey enough. And who appointed you expert on jiving? Last I heard, that expert was me. Here comes the solo part. Well, it certainly was a very jiving solo. You seem like you jive like Han Solo. He was that guy in Star Wars, you know. He was the guy with the Jedi sword, and he said, Luke Skywalker, you need to learn this. Luke Skywalker said, I don't want to learn how to use that. I've got these two big fists of mine. He said, oh no, listen to me, my name is Obi-Wan, and I am aware of everything you need to know. So listen to me, Joe. My name is Obi-Wan. No, I'm not gonna listen to you. You're an old man, and what do? You live in a cave with a big old sword, but I think that you're kinda dumb, and no, oh Lord, I will not go with you. I'm not gonna learn how to use a lightsaber. Oh great, now I return home and all my family's totally dead. Well, didn't that work out well for you, Obi-Wan Kenobi? There we go, thanks. That was called Jive. Called the Star Wars Jive. Roomba, it's not just a vacuum cleaner anymore. Oh, do the Roomba. We're gonna dance around and do the Roomba. You're gonna get on the ground and do the Roomba. It's like acting like a robot that vacuums up every room. If you don't know how to do the Roomba, just follow me. Roll around on the ground like you were circularly vacuuming everything you see. But I'm not really a Roomba. I can't fool a expert at distinguishing those. Oh, silly guy. I didn't expect you to be able to fool an expert about vacuum robots and how they look while they're dancing, and that's the truth. So you don't have to worry anymore about looking like a Roomba. You're not gonna be subjected to any expert scrutiny. And as for me, I'll say I believe you. Totally look like a Roomba. Thank you, thank you.
Okay, so,
I'll stop playing that.
no, why?
Oh, I thought you were saying you want to talk to me now.
No. I mean, I do want to talk, but I don't want you to stop.
That's a good stopping spot.
Are we sure?
It is. I mean, you should always try to end a set with a song about a Roomba. Spelled differently, though, than the robot, actually.
Is it?
RHUMBA.
No way, I never knew that.
This is the beats called. They're spelled.
Yeah, but I didn't know that it was spelled like that. I always thought it was ROOMBA.
Not according to that, anyway.
Wow.
You know how they spell cha-cha?
No.
CHA.
Oh.
Just like you'd expect.
Yeah, just like you'd expect.
You dislike most paintings that people put a ridiculous value on.
Yeah, there's a Pablo Picasso painting. Oh, nowhere to go. Wait, I'll get it. And it's just like, I don't like it at all.
God bless America.
I was testing the waters to see who wanted to see.
Sure, here.
Do you want to see?
I want to make myself something to eat. But I'll see your painting. Oh yeah, I hate that painting. That painting is just like, just stop already with that.
This is his earlier work, I should say. Right? I don't like it either. It's probably worth so much money, too.
Like, clearly he messed up, so he's like, well, I'll just make it, like, intentionally look like this.
Yeah. All right, Gustavo Carrillo Lopez says that he likes the colors. Iron likes it. Austin likes it. Okay, I'm going to put up another piece of art. Ooh, this is Rembrandt. Rembrandt. Rembrandt.
Like the toothpaste.
Do we like this painting? Do we not like it? What's our feelings?
How'd you get my glasses?
There's a lot of light playing with light. I don't like the subject. I know it's a really hard one to see. It's really dark.
I mean, I think the use of light is
Yeah,
excellent.
that's what it's for, I think. I don't like the subject matter.
What is the subject, though?
Simeon's Song of Praise.
It's like a religious painting?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I don't mind religious stuff as a theme, but I don't especially like it or anything. Just gotta paint a picture of something. Might as well paint a picture from that book as any other, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, it is 1631 that it was made, so. Okay, let me find another one. All right, this one. Salvador Dali. Another one that I don't mind from him. It's kind of nothing, though.
Let's see it.
Like, I wouldn't think that was a Dali. Except for the background.
I wouldn't either. I don't dislike it, but I don't particularly like it.
I know.
It's just kind of whatever.
And this is a Dali. Yeah, this is less surreal. You can see like a little bit of surrealism, or at least, yeah, right? It's okay. Interesting. He must have traveled to the Middle East at some point.
All right, very well. All this art talk has brought out
Oh!
my inner Raul Diego. Excuse you. Yes, it is Art 101. And I will show you the finest of art in a second. Okay. Like right now, I'm going to draw a picture of dancing out in the sun. Because he earned it with his. Yes, it is. Okay? And I'm the finest artist of all. Okay.
Oh, the TV.
Okay.
That's probably true for most too. Well, I mean, you can be a child of an artist and not be an artist. I'm like mediocre. I always like doing portraits.
I just did a portrait of dancing on the sun.
Ooh, portrait of dancing on the sun. Look how he gets it right. There's a music symbol, showing you that there's music. His feet are obviously like in some sort of like pant boot situation, which is great because he's on the sun, and he's doing that like arm dance. He's having a good time. You can tell. But he's also keeping it cool, you know? There's not an obvious smile on his face. Is that you on the sun?
That's dancing on the sun on the sun.
Dancing on the sun on the sun.
Yeah. Because he's the one that's dancing on the sun, you see.
He is a good looking dude. He's dancing.
He's dancing like no one's watching. Gosh, whose soulmate is this? Who needs a soulmate drawn? Or you draw more? You dance more interpretively than that? You do the hula? Do you try to communicate to waiters and waitresses in restaurants with a hula dance? Who said they needed a soulmate? Somebody must need a soulmate here. Oh, you want a portrait. Robert Medina, I am drawing your soulmate, okay?
It reminded me of the time when we were in Hawaii and like that ENFJ woman was talking about everything Hawaiian.
Oh, yeah. The luau, you mean?
Yeah. Basically, like, this is us and that is you. Or you and you.
What's that guy's name again? Let me go look at it. Robert Medina.
Gustavo Carrillo
Robert.
Lopez says, Eric, you're dope, dog.
Thanks. Ooh, Robert. You're so sexy. And her name, I believe, is Melzy. Melzy.
Actually, there was a little girl there yesterday whose siblings were having fun dancing, but she wasn't having fun dancing. She was like standing next to her mom with her arms like crossed. She was not happy to be there.
Yeah, I smoke cigarettes.
She's saying, ooh, Robert Medina, you're so sexy. Melzy Franck.
What's her name?
This is what you have to look for.
When you get out of the big house, look for Melzy Franck. Look her up in the phone book. There's a line for portrait requests. Oh, Dancing on the Sun. I drew you. I didn't draw your soulmate. You okay? I'll draw your soulmate. Dancing on the Sun.
Yeah, we're still live. Him and Sony. Manchu. Sony. Yeah.
Meow. What a silly boy.
Meow.
It looks like your soulmate's currently pushing something. I'm not sure what it is, but.
Let's go.
Well, you can't see her face, unfortunately, because I always draw a soulmate in the actual pose they're in when I'm drawing it. It's part of my magical powers. But her name is Lynn Ling Carson. This is Standing on the Sun's Soulmate. Here you go, Lynn Ling Carson. I don't know if she's Chinese or what, but that's her name. Lynn Lane Carson. She may or may not be friends with Melcy Frank. You just came loads. How many loads did you come? I came 4 loads worth of cum in a single extra big load. Anybody else want me to draw their soulmate? I can do it. Her teeth are not out of her shirt. She's not wearing a bra and it's cold. Buckets full. Well, how big were the buckets? Are we talking 5-gallon buckets? Because if so, that's a lot of man seed. Does your last name happen to be Missouri where? And your first name is Mike? Small nose and pale. Oh, Austin, you want a soulmate, Austin? Okay, well, you get the soulmate that's your actual soulmate. Looks like your soulmate wears glasses. I hope that's not a deal breaker for you. She's got a beautiful head of hair. Well, you're lucky. It looks like she likes to wear her hair in pigtails of some kind. Oh, how demure. She's holding her hands in front of her. She's clasping her hands. Well, she's saying, now that you ask. Looks like she's doing ballet, I guess.
So intuitive that even you're surprised by what comes out.
I didn't realize she was doing ballet until I saw that she was standing on her tiptoes. Must have some of those little ballet slippers on.
Don't minimize, you have it in you.
Thanks, darling.
You're welcome.
This is Austin's, yes. Austin's soulmate. Crystally Mumpkins. Crystally Mumpkins is her name. It's not Crystally, it's all one word, Crystally. Crystally Mumpkins. So, I did quit smoking cigarettes for a while, and then vaped for about 6 months, and I went back to smoking cigarettes. At the advice of your soulmate, Crystally Mumpkins. Okay, so if you want to find your woman, take a screenshot of this, carry it around with you, and look for somebody who looks exactly like this. You know what it says on her shirt? Be kind. Oh. Yeah, look for her. Look for Crystally Mumpkins. And when you find her, you'll know, hey, Crystally. What? Who are you? And you say, you look like a ballet dancer. How did you know? Well, I know because you and I, Crystally Mumpkins, are meant to be together. Now and forever. Well, let me have a cigarette. All the cigarette talk is making me want to smoke. Understandably. You guys with all your tickety talking about cigarettes, you're just encouraging people to smoke.
I watched you eat.
Well, you're fine. You don't need anything except a sense of satisfaction with what you already have.
It's a good lesson to teach him.
Mm-hmm. Instead, he thinks he's just gonna take. Time for our hash blunt. We don't have any hash. I also don't have any blunt papers. No, Gustavo, I am going to smoke a cigarette. And I will not tell you what to do with your lungs. If you ask my advice, maybe I'll offer a thought or two. But certainly I will not offer unsolicited notions that I know what you should do with your lungs. And I definitely didn't ask your opinion. And don't care about it. It's like, you want to also tell me not to have coffee late at night because it's going to keep me up? Yeah, worry about your coffee. I'll worry about my coffee. Not only am I going to smoke a cigarette, I'm going to light it in the most gangster way possible. Short of, I don't know, the flame from out the back of a jet engine. Well, most of the risks of smoking are not of particular concern to me, except for COPD. But, to quote Kendrick Lamar, I got a bone to pick. Monkey mouth motherfucker sitting in my throne again. Can you get a shout out? Sure you can, Terrell Aberdeen. You don't have to subscribe to have me read your name. Yes, I have used the torch to light wood fires. Not so much campfires, but fires in the barbecue over here. Because I don't necessarily have to buy charcoal, given the fact that there's a lot of forest litter around. There's a lot of random pieces of wood and stuff, you know. But in fact, the community, the county kind of expects us to do not control burns like of land with grasses on it or anything, but to gather up the forest litter into a pile and burn it. That's what we're supposed to do. I'm not very diligent about doing that, though. Hi, Cone Man. Oh, well. You know, I think this seems a little bit more pimpin', frankly. I used my stove when I was too lazy to get a lighter. Yeah, but I don't smoke in the house, so. I have used the stove before, but then I have to like scurry outside so that I don't get smoke in the house. Not that anybody would bust me if I did get a little smoke in the house, but I don't know. Keeps the house nice to not smoke inside of it. Smoking in the house tends to make it smell a lot like old stale cigarettes. Unlike smoking weed in the house, we smoke plenty of weed in the house and it doesn't make it smell bad. That's why you should get one of these things. Even if you, unlike other lighters, these take a long time to run out and you're not going to put it in your pocket and walk away. You just set it where you want to do most of your smoking and it's easy to spot as well compared to a regular lighter. No, smoking weed in the house is not as bad as cigarettes. They totally produce a different consequence. Weed smell just kind of like goes away, whereas cigarette smell sticks in the house. Yeah, Austin's right. I don't know why, but for some quality of the smoke, for some reason, weed smell just like dissipates, just goes away. Whereas it doesn't make everything, like all your clothes smell like cigarette smoking does. Well, but Sean, are you taking into account the fact that you poop in the middle of the living room? Maybe that's why it smells so bad in there. Yeah, I know. Fags are cigarettes in the UK. They're not cigarettes here. They may smoke cigarettes. Cigarettes are for anyone and everyone, but cigars have class and a purpose. Well, cigarettes have a purpose too. I don't know if they have class or not, but I'm not smoking so I can be classy. If I were smoking to be classy, I'd smoke Benson and Hedges. They're classy. Yeah, you should have thought about that poop. That's probably what's smelling bad. It's just coincidental in time that your roommate started smoking weed at the same time you started pooping in the living room. I am smoking Marlboro Red Shorts. It's what I smoke. You know why? Because I like to be welcomed to flavor country. That's where Marlboro Reds live in their native environment, is flavor country. Marlboro Reds ride their own little cigarette-sized horses and deliver flavor to the people. They're kind of like, I don't know, Santa for your lungs. I hate it when this carpet here, this rug, gets moved this way too much because then the door catches on it. Weed smell is easily detected by non-weed smokers. Okay, but then Why is it that cigarette smell smells bad to me and I am a cigarette smoker? Can you explain that? Anyway, regardless, I just want to say to Dancing on the Sun, what took a really long time to get the smell out of here is your mom.
Yeah, because she was so smelly that it overtook the smell of the weed.
She rubbed her butt on the carpet like a dog who's got poop on her butt. So keep that in mind, Dancing on the Sun. I'm trying to quit Nick, babe. Bye, babe. Oh, it was Dancing on the Sun's mom. First, your mom pooped in Sean's living room. Then she came over and rubbed her butt on our carpet.
So rude.
Neither of us have been able to get the smell of her out of the house since.
Like, we don't have enough resolve in the house to get that smell out.
I bought the industrial 50-size gallon vat of Resolve and it still wasn't enough.
You're sorry, Austin?
Dancing on the Sun is your mom, Amber Heard?
I know, I was thinking the same thing, Sean.
I mean, they say that, Gustavo, but that hasn't been my experience. I find that my lungs are responsive to me getting exercise. I'm in a lot better shape now than I was a few months ago. Louis Canas, you know what you want, and that there's not no value in that. Sharing that you want that, probably there is a little value there.
Hey, Acacia.
Hi, Hugo Silva. The stream's been on for hours. Are you complaining that it hasn't been on for weeks? Yes, your mother, Mrs. Dancing on the Sun, or Mrs. On the Sun. Your family last name is On the Sun. They named you Dancing. Her name's Muriel.
I don't know why, but when I read Bohemian Rhapsody, like, bicycle came into my head. I don't know why at all. Bicycle, bicycle.
That's a good song.
I want to ride my bicycle.
I want to ride my bike. I want to ride my bicycle. I want to ride it where I like. Okay, that's enough from you, Luis Canas. Okay. She probably doesn't even have any more period blood right now because she just finished her period today.
Mm-hmm.
We have no Quaaludes. There is some Klonopin in the house, but we're not sharing with the chat. It's bad enough that Rachel has to share with me.
You know, I actually really need it, so I can't share it with you guys. Sorry.
I agree, Dancing on the Sun. Amber Heard is not a nice lady. She's a bed pooper.
Ugh. I actually saw the picture of it. It blurted out. So gross.
But she's also Aquaman's wife.
Yeah, you can't forget about that.
Pooping in beds is just her hobby. Her job is being Aquaman's wife. Well, I'm guessing if I tried, I could do 100,000 push-ups.
think so? They didn't mention that in court.
No, Sean, that would be gross. You can't pee in the bed. At least not when you pooped in the bed. You have to keep those things separate. You like Amber Heard's face? Well, I guess Aquaman does as well. I think that's true for most of us, Sean. But when you're pooping on a bed, your purpose isn't to go to the bathroom per se. It's to leave a message. And you'd like your message to have that kind of in-eye clarity, just be one thing.
So weird because, like, does she sleep in that bed too? Like, what was she thinking?
It would have been funny if, like, later on in the day she forgot she had pooped in the bed and she just got into bed to go to sleep and lay down on her poop. Oh, I pooped in the bed.
It's so funny. That should happen. It should happen.
Well, I mean, that's fine, First Class, but couldn't she have put up a sign? This is my bed. How deep is your love? That's not a very singable song. Okay, well, I'm glad for you too, Gustavo. You quit whatever you want to quit. You can start things, you can quit things, you can start them up again and quit them a second time for good measure.
It's true. All
Whatever
these things are
you
true.
want. Whatever you want. I don't think I've ever seen a Quaalude actually in person. I've never taken one. They were like kind of an urban legend. When I was turning into a teenager, they were already gone from the scene. Yeah, I ride bikes daily, but still enjoy smokes every now and then. But then people may trespass. Once they see your poop, it's game over. It's true, it does tend to stop people encroaching on your space. Connor Massingham says, hello, pretty lady. Hello, Connor Massingham.
Hello, Connor Massingham. My name is Rachel. I used to always want to ride my bike. Like, I used to ride my bike a lot as, like, until I got to, like, maybe, like, 14 years old. Nothing. Connor, what's up with you?
Joe Media, I'd probably say Tesla.
He's in an IDOM? INTJ?
Yeah, I think so.
Mm.
You're from Vancouver, Canada. Well, welcome to Mariposa, California, in the country of America. Do you live near a lot of trees in the forest?
I am, yes.
I think it's fair to claim two states' identities for you.
You think I still straddle the line?
No, I don't think you straddle it. I think you're a California girl, but, you know, first 30-some years of your life were primarily New York.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm from New York and I'm from California and I grew up in New York.
You're going to a music festival. What music festival are you going to?
Yeah, what music festival? I am New yeah, exactly, New Cali. And I am New Cali. I've only been here for it'll be 6 years in September.
FVDED. I have no idea what that is.
Me neither.
I suppose I could Google it. Yeah, we feel awake, but I don't think we feel spazzy at all.
Why is it called that?
Where
Vivid.
where is it anyway?
Holland Park.
Where's Holland Park? Oh, it's in England? Huh. Oh, it's in Surrey, Vancouver, Canada. I see.
Ah, I see as well. What does it stand for, or how is it pronounced?
Is it faded? Is it pronounced faded like the B is an upside down A? Yeah. Faded.
Faded in the park.
Look at the artist. Okay, I will look at the artists.
Trouble, I just watched you eat. Literally.
Artists. AC Slater, Adam B2B Sayo, AK Sports, Aspen King, Badger, BTSM, Bunny, Cassian, Cheese, Davin, Distrata, Disclosure, DJ Heartstring, DOD, Donna Dada, Eto B2B Nemo, Jackie Hollander, Honeylove, Heine from China, Goddard, Jules, K. Tranda, Keepsakes, Kelland, Kitty Cash, Lane 8, Laverne, Leighton Giordani, Levity, Loud Luxury, Luca Fernandez, Made by We, Maddie O'Neill, Marta, Mary Droppins, Me and G, Nick Leone, Nimino, Noralia, Of the Trees, Part Boys 69, Peekaboo, Rebecca Black. She's the only one I've heard of so far. Reardon, RL Grime, Roba, Rudimental, Sabai, Sammy Virgi, San Pacho, Subtronics, Taylor Lane, T-Noble, Tiesto, Uncle Waffles, Wave Report, Work, Zed, Z Muffin, and Zingar. I've heard of one of those people is all.
I know Zed.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, of Zed.
You think if it was in Canada, you guys could at least get Baby No Money.
That's true.
Where we live in California is more organish in some ways than most places in California.
Yeah.
Like, do you like Trump's VP better than him? I don't really have any opinion about him. Meet me in the middle. Who are you meeting where? Zed, meet me in the middle. Is that a song by Zed?
I'll put the thing. Sorry.
Oh, you muted the.
Yeah, so that we could listen to the song.
Oh, okay, I'll listen to it now. Well, I don't like it very much. It tries to replace actual, you know, like good ideas and a real hook and composition and stuff with production, and it doesn't work. What the fuck is this shit? This is your opportunity for a new life. A life of learning, a life of wisdom, a life of truth. But you'll probably just pass it by.
I want to show you videos I think I showed you before, but like you didn't. I don't think you liked it.
What was it? What is it?
It's called Tuna Melt.
Okay.
By a track. Yeah.
All right. You want to mute it again and I'll listen to it? I am a man, yes, Payne. I'm sitting over here. We had it muted. It's not muted anymore.
No.
Because Rachel wanted me to see something.
Yeah.
So.
That's a good one, Sean.
She is similar to my love of life. Do you experiment with MDMA?
I've never had it before. Do you? I'm guessing you do. Yeah, I've never tried. I've never had it before. MDMA.
No more ice cubes and Sprite. It makes it too watery. First, last, I appreciate somebody who's got a clear agenda, a clear affirmation. Like that. I did blow at a bachelor party last summer.
You know what though? Like, I put like water. I put ice, as much ice as I can in it so it gets sugary because I worry about the calories. Mm-hmm. Sometimes I have the mind of like a 65-year-old wasp.
In other words, you want to build your nest on our house.
Oh no.
That's too young for a bachelor party.
Yeah, that really is.
Ortega. Unless it was a very safe and sane bachelor party.
Yeah.
Featuring plants. A trip to the plant museum. I guess I do need to pop it out if I want it to be the size I want it to be. Oh, Val, the beat goes on.
Oh, Val, the beat goes on.
Do you use a Neutrogena face cleaner? Well, I'm glad to hear that because I was about to say something about your face being filthy. MDMA is good to use once every 5 to 7 years. That sounds about right, Dancing on the Sun. I know that after I did it and I had a really strong MDMA trip, I had twitching the next day. Like, it's probably not that great for your central nerve system.
Oh, then I shouldn't take it.
What are Rachel's thoughts on OnlyFans and adult sex work in the industry?
I don't know. I don't like it when like they push it, like that girl who had like sex with 100 guys in like some hours or something. I don't know. I don't think that should be normalized. Um uh I think it's kind of risky.
I'm gonna normalize going to bed.
Okay.
Here's the
Oh
mouse.
no, Bonnie Blue I don't like. I don't like Bonnie Blue.
Here's the mouse in case the TV goes to sleep.
Okay.
I'll see you when you're tired, darling. Love you.
I love you too.
You want that light left on?
The two are okay.
The lighting, so.
That's good, thank you. I didn't even think I needed it. Aw, it's okay, he'll be back. Yeah, Eric's going to sleep. Connor Massingham says good night.
Good night, Connor.
Show media says peace and heart eyes. I'm not entertaining enough for you, Gustavo Carrillo Lopez. Why? Why? I mean, that's fine if you're only here for Eric, but I do wonder why. Thanks, Connor. That's nice of you to say. In all seriousness, I believe Yemen at Milwaukee may be able to help. Yeah, I used to do highlights. What flavor is gross to me? That's a good question. Gross ice cream. I don't know. I usually get flavors that I like, so I can't like really say of a flavor that I feel is gross. Um,
Lavender.
lavender ice cream is gross, and I might have tried it. Or gelato, lavender gelato. How long have you been watching Talking with Famous People? Gustavo Correa Lopez. I like mint chocolate chip. That used to be my favorite, like one of my favorites as a kid. First, I liked coffee, then I liked mint, then it was Neapolitan. I wonder. Oh, so you've known me for like the whole time that you've known him too. He's going to sleep. Sorry, Gustavo Correa Lopez. He's going to. What do you mean, sorta? Like you just tune out every time that I'm on screen? Or, because like I've been around since 2019. Ooh, that does not sound good. I would not like cedar or pine flavored ice cream. No thanks. You must really like trees. Thanks, Austin. Good luck. What are you talking about, our Otega? He is an ENT. Who's an ENT? I don't know, like. I don't know. We go like Eric will probably be streaming in the morning. It was a compliment. I appreciate it, Austin. No, I didn't think you were being perverted. I took it as a compliment. I don't know. I thank you. I'm not above compliments. I just don't like to be objectified. Sure, Gustavo Correa Lopez. I love Eric. Hard hands to you. Harsh. Good. And like, don't ever feel like you shouldn't like give compliments. People like them for the most part. Good night, Austin. Yeah, I know it is the morning, but I don't know. They're going to sleep, so I say good night. It's just automatic. Oh my god, what, Austin? Well, that's good. I'm glad you did. NP. First, last, was my mom ever say anything, by the way? No. I've come to the conclusion that it's actually her son talking. She never emailed me back. I have my pipe in my hand. Good for you, NP. I haven't had to fart yet. No, it's not a pistol. Oh, I hear you. Thanks for understanding, Gustavo Carrillo Lopez. It does get weird. I don't know why. But I like to talk to the people who are cool. Joseph Roisi. It's not possessed. It's over there. It's over there. I ignore you? Are you talking about me, Sean? Hello, Chandra Sharon. Sharon. That's good. I'm glad to hear that, R. Ortega. That's great. It's good to have you here. It's a fun place, right, R. Ortega? Lovebug, what do you need advice on? I can only give you advice from what I've been through. I'm not a professional, but what do you need advice? What's your question? I'm in the United States. How do I tell my girlfriend's parents we're dating? She's 17, I'm 35. She's pregnant, so I just celebrated my first Father's Day. Yeah, I get it, Gustavo Correa Lopez. Thanks for stopping by. Eric will be streaming tomorrow, most likely, tomorrow morning. So, check him out. No, it's not Annabelle. It's, I forget his name. I'm good, human. How are you? I forget. His middle name is Churchill. Porter is his last name. I forget his name. Ciao. Cats do love sleep. I mean, that's a big age difference. It's like I don't know. I can't give you advice about that. It's not though. I mean, we have an age difference, but I'm 40 and he's 54. I can't. Sorry, love bug. You have to figure that out yourself. I mean, thanks, human. I'm not like I don't think about our age difference really. I'm I mean, yeah, technically that person is. Why do I look so sad? I'm not sad. I was looking at my phone and I was trying to figure out who was like talking to me. What show? What show? Show is that from? I mean, I wouldn't recommend it if you're like. I mean, I would recommend a 14 age difference when you're like, what, 17 and the other person is 20, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 20, 29, 30, 31. Definitely not. If, like, I met Eric when I was 34. Cool, Ortega. I'm so glad that you've been here. What do you mean, though, he looks like an actor as he looks similar to an actor, or he could be an actor? Um, I don't know. I just, um, I don't know. Like, do I can't, I can't. She's 17. That is illegal. That's like way illegal. I can't support that. Joseph, I'm not sleeping because I took Adderall. Thank you very much. What? How is it legal in New York? Human says Eric should try some grooming and suits. He definitely has that rich banker face. I think his dream job would be were to be a comedian. Age of consent is 17 in New York. I mean, I don't really have like good advice on that, love bug. I met Eric when I was 34. I had already like dated like when I just I can't give you advice on that because I wasn't 17 dating a 35-year-old when I was 17. Who needs back shorts? Says Eric. Lose Yuri Aga. It doesn't matter how old you look. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. I really don't have any advice for you because when I was 17, I was not dating a 35-year-old. And this is talking with famous people. We talk about random things here. We talk about everything, basically. What? What are you talking about, Anonymous? So who cares? I can't give you advice. I'm sorry, love bug. Like, I don't have advice for you. We're in the county of Mariposa. I wouldn't send you to jail. Again, if it's legal, then I wouldn't, why would I send you to jail? That's cool, Austin. You get to splash water over your face a bunch of times during takes. Well, I mean, I don't like to get into these moral conversations. I was not, when I was 17, I was not dating people who were 35. I was lucky enough to date around my own age. My parents would be against it too. And honestly, like, if I were your parents, I might be against it as well. Like, I don't know. I don't have the advice for you. No, I'm not texting Eric. I mean, people will be talking about you, and you know, like I just don't know. I can't help you with your problem. You should go elsewhere. Yeah, Eric is definitely out. I mean, I don't know. I don't have advice for you. I'm sorry. No, I'm not famous. Of course, we're all sinners. We're human. I mean, it's not better to stay single. It's cool to, I mean, like, it's fine being single. It's fine dating someone too. But when the age difference is that large at such a young age, she's very impressionable. You know, like, she may be or seem very wise, or like maybe you do connect, but you know, I don't know. I dated people my age, when like around my age, when like a year older than me, like that when I was 17. I mean, like I said, I met Eric when I was 34. That's also grooming. Love bug. That's called grooming. Because she's highly impressionable. Thank you. I am not. Making sure she's going to school every day and not hanging in the wrong crowd is grooming. It's trying to shape her into something. You're not letting her live her own life. No, every parent is being a parent. They're not being a groomer when that. You are being a parent when you do that. You're trying to shape her and mold her into this person to make her a good person, but maybe she needs to make mistakes to learn. And she idealizes you because you're an older person. I have no advice for you. Again, I'm not her. All right, so then that's a different story. All right, she came to her own conclusions. That's fine. You're still, I mean, dude, I'm sorry. I can't. I just I can't talk about this. I just can't. I have no advice for you. I think you should date around your own age. I think she should date around her own age. I side with the parents. I hardly ever side with parents, but I do on this. Sorry, you don't get my stamp of approval. Please leave the stream. I have no advice for you. That's a problem. That's a problem, first last. Sometimes I eat cereal without milk if I'm that hungry. If I'm that hungry, I'll eat the cereal without the milk. Lovebug, shut the fuck up. I don't even believe you at this point. Honestly, get the fuck out of here. You've crossed my boundaries so many times. I've told you several times, when I only had to say it once, that I don't have the advice for you. Okay? Second, like, I give you my opinion and I tell you that I side with the parents on this one. Third, I told you to get the fuck out. I don't have any advice for you. And you keep on crossing my boundaries. Thank you, Keisha. That's totally fine. I like Whoopos. 33, you're an adult. I don't know why you have a sweaty, happy face. I don't think Lovebug is a serial killer. I just don't have any advice for them. You gotta figure that shit out on your own. That's fine, Austin. I'm what shit? I didn't ask for age. People are telling me their age. Most cereal is good. It's not so bad. I'm upset about a lot of things that are going on now too. But um I just think that Lovebug is a total liar and I don't even believe Lovebug at this point. Which is also kind of fucked up. What's my favorite kind? Oh, that's hard. I really love Frosted Flakes. I've been into Frosted Flakes as of late. Do I believe someone who's speaking about his age? Ooh, Honey Nut Cheerios. That's another good one. I mean, 33 is not a bad age, though. What makes you feel like you're 15? Fruity Pebbles are good, too. I'm just a fan of cereal. I like cereal a lot. Ooh, bringing out the Cinnamon Toast Crunch. Those are really good, too. Did you have those moments where you just had cornflakes but then added sugar? Oh yeah, definitely. Because my mom didn't like us having like any sugary cereal. So, like when I got older and there were cornflakes in the house, I would put sugar on it. I don't even think Bill Clinton can bring back Bill Clinton at this point, Joseph. Arochika says, fuck, I only eat cereal at night as a night snack, but I fuck with cinnamon toast crunch. That's funny. It's good. That's one that I can have a little less. Because, like, I'm not a huge cinnamon fan. Are you a complete collage? Who? Me? No. Yeah, I guess cornflakes are such a universal experience too. They have like no nutritional value, like whatsoever, but they're really good. I didn't think you were, Austin. What profession do I have? I am Eric's wife. I am a stay at home wife. That's good for you. Ooh, tamales from Costco. I used to get Costco pizza and Costco hot dogs from Costco. And then we would get like the soft serve stuff. Well, kinda first last. Kinda. Ooh, chicken ones. Nice. I've never had the tamales from there. I've never really, like, I've had tamales before with Eric. Eric was the first person I've had like a real tamale with. Um, yeah, he did put himself to bread. I don't remember like anything about tamales except for the husk, like being wrapped in the husk. I think frosted flakes slap too, Ortega. They come in 15 count. Well, then you should be good for a while. No, I didn't. I'm glad you did take a clip though. I was hoping you were going to take a clip from his show tunes. Where did you post it? Or you? Oh, you sent it to me. I like Kiki's delivery service and Reality Bites. Yeah, if you can, that'd be great, Acacia. I do bless Eric. He's the sweetest. Thank you, Acacia. Oh my god, he's gonna be so glad.
You'll have to frown
Oh my gosh, that's perfect. Thanks, Austin. I'm the one who kisses him, actually. I'm the one who's like, can I give you a kiss? I like kisses. I'm from the United States, Furman Francis. I like Raisin Bran. Raisin Bran is good. They put sugar on that stuff too. I feel like I'm not a big Raisin Bran fan. I don't know Cracklin' Oat Bran. Ooh, your family's tamales on Christmas? That's nice. I love Lucky Charms too. They're probably one of my favorite. I get it most often, Lucky Charms. And I get it most often because it was not allowed in the house when I was a kid. Oh, the rectangly ones? Huh. I probably had them at some point. Like, cause like my mom is really into like healthy breakfast cereals. So I'm sure. Yeah, I feel like a lot of like it was a really it's a really sugary cereal. No, not Russian. I get that, but how can that be allowed? But first and many wheats are. What do you mean? I don't have an OnlyFans account. You can subscribe to this account. Thanks, Acacia. Oh, yeah, frosted mini wheats. They're good too. Frosted mini wheats are yummy. We have those a lot too. Acacia has Butterfingers. Just slipping all over the place. Ooh, do it, Acacia. I'd love to see your like top 5 favorite cereals. Oh, I hear Eric yawning inside. It won't be long till I'm in bed too. I mean, like I know I'm gonna be watching YouTube. I'm good, UFC food. How are you? I feel like I've seen you before. Good night, Austin. Yeah, of course. I feel like you've been here like several times. Sayonara. That used to be like really cool back in the like 80s, early 90s, saying sayonara. You never hear any like, like male character in an action film say sayonara anymore. Sayonara, sweet cheeks. Thanks, UFC food. Ooh, toodaloo. That's a nice one. Toodaloo. I feel like I used to say that as a kid. Hi, Roy. Do you like the character Roy from The Office? Sometimes I feel bad for Roy. He's like dumb, but I feel bad for him because Pam cheated on him. Oh! Cobweb needs her medicine. Oh my god. I wonder if I tell stories like my mom does. I feel like I'm so boring. I like keep on thinking about last night and like if I made any effing mistakes. Thanks, UFC food. It's partially this way because of marijuana. I couldn't I was I got a lot of compliments in the dress that I wore last night and I like totally wasn't used to the attention. And I was like, oh my gosh, like all I want to do right now is tell everyone that my husband picked out my dress and that he said it was the prettiest one, so that's why I'm wearing it. But like I didn't want to go all the way into it. I don't know. I just felt like a phony. I felt like a phony, um, for not saying that I didn't pick out the dress. I mean, I sort of did. I knew it was going to be chillier at night, and like standing outside with Ari while he was smoking, I realized that I was like cold with the dress that I had on. In and Out is the best. There's nothing like In and Out. Yes, girls fart. And then yeah, I just keep on thinking about like conversations and I'm like, did I like handle that smoothly? Like, did that go well? It was hard to remember everyone's name that I was meeting. I feel like it's such an American thing to do to like shake a new person's hand and like say your name. Ooh, temps to rise is supposed to be warm. Oh, I wonder how warm it's gonna be. Why is it? There you go. I give a firm handshake. I don't know why, because like they say it gives a good first impression. So I give firm handshakes. I don't know. For some people, like a couple of people last night gave me hugs, and I was like, thanks for giving me a hug, because I'm a hugger. But like to new people who I was meeting for the first time ever, I was like, hi, I'm Rachel. Like handshake first, like um because like not everyone is like okay with like touching. I mean, like I'll ask if I can give a hug before. I'm a pretty reserved person, if you didn't get that. Yeah, I guess I would be the Capricorn handshake. I shook someone's hand who was like totally limp. I remember it. But they might remember mine as being like too grippy. Both hands simultaneously. That's a real handshake. The DJ was like mixing up like oldie songs, well, like not even oldie songs, but like songs from like the 2000s. Um, Mixing it with like techno and like some songs from like the 2010s. Like for real, for real. I feel like we'll like need to like do like a Scottish dance or something after shaking both hands. Not too aggressive. You don't want to do it too much where the person like is like, ow. But I like to like let the person know that I'm like happy to be meeting them. So I give firm handshake. Scottish dance seems like a reasonable greeting. Do you have to wear kilts too? Eye contact with the handshake. Yeah. Definitely eye contact with the handshake.
I have to eat something before bed, I've decided.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
That's a good rule for first last. I like that. I like that kilts aren't mandatory. Hi, Kier. Hi, Wednesday Adams. Hi, Kier. Good day to you too. No, he's making dinner for himself. Second dinner.
More like early breakfast.
Early breakfast, yeah. I'm just chilling Wednesday Adams. Talking to you guys about random stuff. I think Christina was the best one too. I don't mind Ortega either. Well, specifically, I'm smoking marijuana, yes. But, like, the SE that I'm doing is talking to you guys.
I had a nice yogurt.
Oh, that's good.
Where's my jacket?
Yes, I'm from the US. I see that you're from Brazil. Eric's about to eat too. Okay, honestly, Jayla's son, Marino, don't like keep on doing that.
We understand that you're from Brazil. Home to the Amazon rainforest.
Yeah. What are you making? Austin's having chicken fettuccine.
Chicken fried steak.
Mm. Go Brazil. My dad's been to Brazil. He liked it there a lot. Don't be perverse. I don't give a... Seven to one I had to. Sorry I had to. 7-1 what? Cool. I forget what comes with the chicken fried steak. It might be mashed potatoes and corn, but I'm not sure. Oh shit. I remember that verse last. I am an insomniac. I'm up because I took Adderall. California. Where are you from, Wednesday Adams? No, I can't twerk boxing IQ. You function better on 4 hours of sleep. I don't. Because I pluck them out. Dr. Commer. No, it's not some sort of condition. They're going gray and I pluck them all out. Cool. I have psychiatrists too. I like my psychiatrist. Thanks, Ortega. I'm definitely letting it go gray. I'm not. My mom thought I had ADHD, but I didn't. It's not Dr. Commer. It's my Home Alone impression. Wait, what's not that deep? Having ADHD?
There we go. Now it's time to eat. Well, the chicken fried steak looks a lot bigger in the picture.
Does it?
I mean, here, this looks like a chicken fried patty.
Yeah, that's a patty. Wow. Oh no.
Well, Dr. Coomer, it does look like a backroom casting couch if you're casting for the role of Eric's wife in a movie called This Marriage. My experience says I shouldn't stay up late, but I am here. Austin says I need an Adderall drive. Oh, because you're spraggedy? These days I just don't like driving really. It bothers me less maybe if I'm super sprung, but I don't really like to drive regardless. Never could go wrong with chicken Alfredo. Well, chickens are like the most natural food animal, you know. You're welcome, Pedro. As a fluidly transracial man, I know how challenging it can be to have an identity that's constantly changing. Alfredo said one day after he made chicken, he's like, this isn't regular chicken. I'm calling this chicken Alfredo after myself. You know, we talk about a knee cap, but is there really any other part of your knee besides the cap?
No.
I remember talking about my knee nub or whatever. Not 39. Not 3. No, not 3.
My sister has to be an ISFJ.
Yeah, I think so. Well, that's why it's good to have some of these budget frozen meals in the freezer. They're cheap, they're easy. I don't have to slave over a hot stove all day just to have a little chicken fried steak. A very small chicken fried steak. Mmm. No, I'm not her father. I am her husband.
Ooh, sorry.
Sure. Love bug, what do you want to talk about? You had a confrontation with my wife? Well, I side with her. I don't even need to hear
Oh, I was
anything
gonna
else.
tell you about it too.
What was the confrontation?
Lovebug is 35, has a girlfriend that's 17. She's in college and they're in love. Their parents don't approve. and they wanted advice from me. And I said that I couldn't give advice from my perspective because when I was 17, I dated around my age, so I don't have advice for that.
Yeah, I don't think you should be dating a minor.
I also said that. And like they kept on like overstepping my boundaries. I kept on saying like no, I can no. Like I don't have the advice for you. Like I don't agree. I agree with the parents on this. Like
17-year-old, they haven't finished growing their brain yet.
yep, I said that too. She's pregnant.
They're just being provocative.
Yeah.
Well, it doesn't change the fact that age gaps become less significant as you get older. I don't consider myself a stoic person. I'm just kind of worn out at the moment. So I'm kind of chill. I got to pull some more bowls. I'm not.
Well, you've been playing pawn, so.
Yeah. We're 14 years apart.
But I said that I was 34 when we met.
Yeah. And there's some rule like half plus 10, is it?
I don't know.
Yeah, half plus 10, I think. So, like, half of my age would be 27, plus 10 is 37. In that instance, Rachel should be at least 37 for the age gap to be not too big, and she's 40.
Yeah.
So half of 35, call it 17 and a half plus 10, she should be 27. Not 17. Isn't it though? It is the perfect spot to put glasses. Not only so I don't lose them, but so that they have a spot to be put as well. Eric, you're coming back from the underworld of weed. What's the underworld of weed? I just came back out from bed because I couldn't go to sleep. I felt hungry. Now I'm up again, so I don't know. Who knows when I'm going to get sleep? And who knows when, or at this point I'm wondering if even we're going to go or get our errands done. But,
I was thinking that too. I'm like,
if I do go, I go by myself. You don't have to go.
I don't want to not go without you.
I'm not worried about you going without me. I'm saying you don't have to go with me if you don't want to. But you can if you want to, of course.
I guess we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see how we feel. I'm feeling pretty tore up. We could wait till Tuesday, potentially. Your first girlfriend was 7 years older. Your last girlfriend was 10 years younger. Well, the next one can be the same age. The girlfriend I had before Rachel was the same age as me. So it's not like I have a habit of robbing the cradle. Although, my second wife was 10 years younger than me. I just think it's because I'm immature. Oh yeah, I'm smoking. keep your Coke in the fridge on a butter dish, and you just go in there and rail it up. Oh, you meant a cigarette. Well, I'm kind of not feeling a cigarette at the moment. I am feeling pulling some bowls though. So we're drinking. I'll just pretend this is tobacco. Well, I did quit smoking not that long ago for months, and I concede that vaping seemed better for my lungs than smoking cigarettes, but much less satisfying. I don't even know what I'm smoking. I'm just smoking shake from a bunch of different weeds, I think. But shake can be fine. Shake can get you high. There's no rule that says shake can get you high. Vaping just ain't the same as right. Vaping is to smoking as masturbation is to sex. Oh, we're getting there, Putty Cat. We're getting closing in on Sleepy Week.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Putty Cat, maybe I'll play pond, maybe I'll sleep.
Yeah, I'm gonna lay down soon.
Yeah, it's about time for sleep pretty soon, but you know. You could just say vaping is to smoking as vaping is to smoking. A woefully inadequate substitute.
Acacia's gonna make clips for you of your Broadway
Oh, good.
renditions. Yeah.
That sounds great. It is now 3:15 a.m. where we are Ortega. I'm gonna move this out of Rachel's way.
Thanks.
And this way I can also plug her in. July. Show me, dear. We're going to Vegas during the fine month of July. And I'm so glad Rachel's being supportive. I'm finally going to pursue my dream of becoming a showgirl. So every night will be spring break for me. That's right, we're on West Coast time. Where is it 2:15? Isn't it later the further east you go? July is the least anti-Semitic month of the year. Really? Because it has the word Jew in it, huh? Budweiser is still flowing in my blood. Well, you know, Austin, I think I'm getting a contact high from your drunkenness, and you too are Ortega. So much so that I just can't help myself. Spring break! Reef! One hour behind you, huh? Well, don't worry, artwork taker. I'm confident I'll catch up eventually. I'm not going to be playing with any sluts in the casino, okay? She said she had a margarita.
I had two actually.
She had 2 margaritas.
Yeah.
All
Felt
right.
weird.
Way to party.
Like the bartender assumed.
You wanted a second one?
Yeah. And I like didn't know how to say no. So I fucking like I don't know, snail drink that thing. Like so slow. And I put it in a section where Jared had left his jacket because like they knew everyone there, so I knew that my drink wouldn't get fucked with.
I see.
Yeah.
Well, that's good. Couple margaritas,
Yeah.
some dancing.
Yeah.
I'm sure you got introduced to lots of people.
Oh my gosh, so many people I can't remember most of their names.
But it's good then. It's takes multiple impressions to be remembered. Hi, Dinesh Biswas.
One of them, their friend Alex. I don't know how to say it right. It's Alix. Alex.
I'd just go ahead and call him Alex, probably.
It, they didn't want to be. I tried. I tried my best. I didn't know when I was saying Alex or Alex.
Alex.
Yeah, Alex. They were talking about how they were the last one to leave the oak fire in their area. Yeah. And like they kind of convinced me to like maybe like make I don't know.
An
a
escape bag or whatever.
Yeah.
Well, one imagines we'd have a little bit more warning than none.
They didn't have any. They just knocked on the door and was like, "You have to leave now."
But I mean, that wasn't the first moment they heard of the fire.
It was apparently.
Or when somebody knocked on the door and said you have to leave right this second.
Yeah.
Okay, well, did the fire start like right next to their house or something?
I don't know.
How are you not gonna have heard about a fire going on around here more than right when the people come and tell you to evacuate? It just doesn't make any sense.
I asked. That's the answer I got. That they didn't know. They were
I
like spending
believe
time
you.
like working, and they were so fixated. Like they're not from here. They're from out of town. But like their brother has a house here, so he spends time here. And was working from home and like just fixated on work and like wasn't listening to the news or nothing. And yeah.
Well, I don't hate the idea of having a go bag, you know?
Yeah.
But I'm not sure even what we'd put in it.
No.
Like, what things do I want to save? Well, I want everything. I want to save everything. I don't want the house to burn down at all.
No.
Fortunately, we have a fire hose in the shed down there.
That's good.
So, you know, any fire starts getting uppity, I'll squirt it with a hose. Nobody's house burned down. She was talking to somebody who lived here during the Oak Fire. No, we didn't get any fire evacuation warning. And the thing that's to note also is that uh, all the old fuel that used to be around us burned in those fires that happened before we moved up here. Now, it is true that the forest is coming back, but I think it's still years away from there being a risk of a big fire. You know, we might get little fires like we had up above town last year or something, but I'm not too worried about big fires. And I also know that our house, it's made with defensible space, and the materials in it there's very little wood, so it's very unlikely to burn down. I'm not letting this house burn down. I will stand out there and squirt things with a fire hose until the fire goes away. I don't think the shed is wood either, but it probably would burn down. But it's not like the house is made out of um, diamond and steel. It's just the walls are metal, but the frame of the kitchen I think is wood because I think they had to rebuild the kitchen after a tree fell on it one time. I don't remember why I think that, but for some reason I do. I'm just saying, fire around my house can suck it. I'm just not letting it do its thing. That's why God invented hoses.
Well, Jared said that like this area is lucky because there's the fire hydrants that go around.
Which is why we have a fire hose. Yeah.
And that like a few few retired firefighters like live in the area, and they just like you just hosing down fires.
Well, that's good. So, like, this neighborhood's way more well equipped for fires than most of the neighborhoods
Yeah.
in Mariposa because we actually have a municipal water company that just serves this little neighborhood. Oh, that's probably a controlled burn. They do those fairly often. Rachel and I drove past one, or at least the signage for one, the other day. I can use my pond water to help do battle. Yeah, it's true. I don't think Super Soaker is going to quite be effective enough in terms of capacity. I just pee on everything. Oh, I mean, guys, I made a big progress on the pond today. I poured the floor of the big pool at a pretty good depth, good solid couple inches to make it real solid. I mean, some of the videos from the last time there were fires up here are crazy. They show people like driving down this road with the trees on fire on both sides of the road, and they're like, basically, if it were a movie, right as they drove past here, a tree would fall behind them and be on fire. It was that kind of scene. But that was those fires happened at a terrible time. It was peak drought, and there was also a lot of weakness in the trees from a beetle infestation that had just cleared up like a year prior. Then after the fires, there was this huge wind event that blew over a lot of stuff. But since then after all that stuff, that's when we moved in, and just in time for like the biggest snowstorm in Mariposa history. I Maybe there was a previous bigger one, but if I'm exaggerating, it's only a little bit.
No, because that's what everyone was saying.
Yeah. It was, we were just absolutely hammered with feet of snow. And Rachel and I didn't even have a generator, and the central heating didn't work at first.
Yeah.
Boy, it was a rough introduction to Mariposa.
Yeah, it was.
And no, not those kind of beetles, Putty Cat. It was the kind of beetle that bothers pine trees if it doesn't get cold enough in the winter. So they'd had a succession of warm, dry winters, and that allowed the beetles to kill off a lot of the pine trees. They didn't hurt the cedar trees. That's why we have a lot of cedars, or the firs. We have a lot of firs around here. Ooh, I'm excited to see this clip. That's just me dancing.
She got one of you like doing a song, part of a song though.
Alright, well, I'm excited to see any of those clips that you made, so please do share. I can be the volunteer forest waterer. Well, it is true that I'm not going to expect to be paid for my services. The second one has the big finale to the show tune.
But I'm in New York. Don't get full of yourself, kid. Showbiz is a hell of a business, kid. That's why we're singing this show tonight. Don't get full of yourself, kid. Showbiz is a hell of a business, kid.
That's funny.
It is funny.
It's just like a real show tune. The Japanese Beatles are named Paul, John, George, and Lingo. Ba-dum-bum-bum-ba-ba. You love Looney Tunes? Do you like that song? Hello, my mama. Hello, my baby. Hello, my good time gal. Oh, you're having those Beatles too? Yeah, apparently the Beatles all died off during a cold winter or something. What's going to be my stripper stage name when I'm in Vegas? Well, keep in mind that I do a burlesque show, okay? It's not really a pure stripper show. It's a strip tease. But I go by African Violet. That's my. I alternate between African Violet and Mr. Grundle. Erica Mountain. Erica Mountain is not a terrible stripper name. Sometimes I go by Sensual Tenders. Hi, I'm Sensual Tenders, and welcome to the RuPaul's Drag Race. Yeah, I went and tried out for that, and turns out it's not your traditional drag race. I was expecting, those long pointy cars with the big wheels, and no, that's not what it is. I like Winko Green Beans. Winko Green Beans is a good name. I'm not sure if it's a good stripper name. I just think just straight up Green Beans is a good stripper name. But not because it's a good stripper name. Hi, I'm Green Beans. Or how about if you're gonna go with that, why not this? Green bean casserole. Hi, I'm Green Bean Casserole. Do you want a lap dance? I'll make you think about Thanksgiving, baby. Green bean casserole. Well, the first pet I remember particularly is conveniently named Pussykins. So that makes my stripper name Pussykins Armada. It's not a bad stripper name, but I'd rather go with Pussykins Bouncy.
Pussykins Bouncy.
I might as well just go with Pussykins. Just leave it at that. Hi guys, meow. I'm Pussykins. We got the name from a cartoon. And the cartoon had a brand of cat food in it called Pussykins Cat Food. And that's where we got the name from. Mine is Curly Clay. Not a gray stripper name. More like a cross between a boxer and a stooge. I'll get you a better uh, stripper name. R. Ortega. You can be Windy Billows, spelled with an I. Hi, I'm Windy Billows. I hope my billowing skirt doesn't reveal anything naked underneath this. Rascal Monteagle. That's not a good porn name or stripper name or whatever, Acacia. I'm sorry. You just don't look like a rascal. More of a rapscallion, I'd say. Peter Gazina. Your first pet's name was Peter? I just don't think that you should name your pet Peter. I don't think you should name your pet Peter or Steve. I don't think you should name your pet Craig. I don't think you should name your pet Jennifer. I just don't think those are pet names. Anyway, I have my standard stripper name already locked in place, which is, of course, Iron Rod Manpole. But I also have another good stripper name, Eager Pokehole. Eager Pokehole is a good name for a lady stripper. Hi, I'm Eager Pokehole. Can you guess what I'm eager to do? Yes, you in the back. Is it have your hole poked? That's right. Ew. Anybody know by what? Ooh, ooh, ooh. Yeah. Is it a penis? Ooh, that's sexy. And that's a recording of the interview I did with pornography star Eager Pokehole.
Oh, your pole.
Yeah. My first name is what's that? Middle name? You're putting last name in me. Was Eager Pokehole a star in Rumple Foreskin? Good question, Putty Cat. Good question. Yeah, well, somebody said this looked like a casting couch. I guess that must be where we met Eager Pokehole, and who naturally was cast to do an adult film with Iron Rod Manpole. They were really compatible. Then there's Gapy Cave Vag. Gapy Cave Vag is famous for her cavernous vagina. No man can satisfy this woman. No man could even dream of it. Her vagina is so cavernous that you can fit a regulation-sized basketball inside of it. Oh yeah, we know Mike. We're familiar with Mike. Are you familiar with his friends, the Oxlong family? With their children, Mike and Hisk, Spansmiles, Sigma Schlong. Well, I've said it before. I'll inform you again in case there's anybody who doesn't know. I did have a student named Richard Dong, aka Dick Dong. He didn't have a middle name, but if he did, I'd like to think it was penis. That's true. At least his last name wasn't Down. Dick Down would be an unfortunate name to have. If your first name is Downs, hopefully your last name is not Syndrome. Mom, Dad, why did you have to name me Downs? It's an old family name, son. But our last name is Syndrome. Hey, diseases come and go. Our family tradition is forever. You know, girls just really love Dick Downs. Yeah, that would that would be unfortunate. You know what I think, Austin? I think there's nothing like a fort. If you have a fort, you can be protected against attacks from the Native Americans. You can't get in this fort. You'll yell down from the high walls above, try to shoot you with an arrow. You just duck behind the part of the wall that is taller. You're never gonna get me from down there, you can say. And the Indians will yell up to you, "What's your name?" "It's Downs." "What's your last name?" "Syndrome." Then, of course, the Indians will have a discussion and they'll back up. "Like the birth defect?" And he'll say, "Yeah, I'm not sure if it's birth defect or something happens in utero, not really sure, but just like that, however, unrelated, just incidental." And that's how the Indian Wars began. Blanket Fort. Fort Blanket. Fort Blanket is a good name for a band, potentially.
Fort Blanket.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Slipsy's Clothes Off? That's silly. Whose last name would be Clothes Off? This is my son, Take Care. Slipsy's Clothes Off. Oh. I mean, I read it like Slips these clothes off. You going to bed?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'll see you there in a little bit.
Okay.
I'm just trying to smoke myself tired.
I know what you mean.
What do you think about the name Cheek Cupper? High stoned bass player. Butt S'mores is even better name, I think. Or Ortega. Dude, are we stoners with Israel or Iran? We're not with either of them. We're opposed, ideally, to the U.S. getting involved in their conflict unless we absolutely have to, which we don't, and now we have. You gotta lope the wild mule, for the wildness within him can be released. Israel stones a lot. Well, listen. You know what they say? Let he who has weed smoke the first bowl. I believe that's in the Bible, Corinthians 4:20:07, 3a. Oh, that's a juicy juice, sir. You need a bunker buster weed? I want, I don't have any bunker, but if I did, I prefer to leave it unbusted. The Russians said there are plenty of countries willing to give nukes to Iran. Exactly. So what exactly is the point of all this? We will all suck a ball sack if it came to it. If it came to what? Well, the difference is that Russia's got imperialist designs and is trying to conquer territory by violating the sovereignty of another country. Whereas Israel's trying to prevent Iran from developing technologically in nuclear areas. It's a little bit different. I mean, it's not like either use of force is justified, but the Israeli action is less egregious. It doesn't represent a brazen attempt to, to pull a Poland. But of course, Russia's not nearly as effective as the Nazis were. If you think about it, compared to other times in history, things are pretty peaceful right now. Everybody's all got their panties in a bunch, maybe, but the more available information is, the more things there are to get your panties in a bunch about. I blame ghosts. I think usually it's ghosts that are to blame for things. They're always scaring people, saying boo, but not like in a you suck way, but in a I'm scaring you kind of a way. Ghosts are the new vampires. Used to be the vampires were the ones to be scared of, to watch out for. Because they were very active, drinking people's blood, turning people into more vampires. Until finally, they put everybody in quarantine until a wonderful pharmaceutical company came up with a vaccine for it. Then, ever since, there's never been any more vampires. Unfortunately, there's no way to vaccinate against a ghost. And the reason is, number one, they're too scary. Number two, you can walk right through them, and that doesn't even bother them. And number three, they're ghosts. Oh, were you a daywalker? That's fine. The vaccination didn't work against daywalkers or night walkers, but apparently it slightly reduced the severity of your vampire syndromes in some cases, with also there being some kind of negative big side effects in other small amount of cases. So, actually, I guess when I said earlier that it put it into vampires, I was just completely wrong because it didn't do any such thing, and vampires are still going strong to this day. Um, so I gotta have to get this keyboard, I think, and I'm not gonna stand up and play it though. Standing up is for two populations of people: squares and losers. I've got something better than standing up. It's a little thing I like to call sitting down. You can't just sit there with the keyboard on your lap like that. That's not how you can play the piano. Well, you're right, Shoeshine Joe. That's why I'm putting it right there. Voila, really, as they say in France. Okay. Let me get some glasses. Style. What does this sound like? Doesn't sound like anything. That's very slow. About as slow as you're gonna get. As the night grows older and the morning threatens to come, grows older, and the morning threatens to come. I'll be along before too long, my son. And if the day should stretch on, I'm sure I'll find you there, beside your grandmother's rocking chair, living a life, living a life. But you say you don't, what would you live a life if you could just sigh and know that I really love you? And baby, when I saw you there, standing across the room, I said to myself, hey, go across the room and take a look at that lady. I think she has beauty deep inside of her heart. And you were always saying to yourself, I'd like a lady with beauty inside of her heart. Well, now's your opportunity. Don't blow it. Let's go over and talk to the lady who has beauty inside of her heart. That's right. A lady with beauty inside of her heart makes you feel like every day's art, and you finally understand why it's so wonderful land to be in. And then when I walked across the room to talk to you, I noticed that you had moved. You'd gone someplace else. Where? I wasn't sure, but I knew that I could find you because you'd lost. You had lost. You had lost. You had lost. You had lost a shoe. Right. And I grabbed that glass slipper. I said, whose shoe is this? My grandmother told me she didn't know where it had come from. I said, Grandma, I asked you to pay attention for just such a scenario. You literally had one job. But Grandma said, don't try to put your dating failures on me. This is just like the time you joined the MGTOW. I told you then too. You can't blame women for your bad attitude. It's a wonderful, wonderful song called Country Waltz 101. This one I call Truntrella. Oi, 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 you bring me a big bag of potatoes. Oi, 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 you bring me the big bag of potatoes. I could use them in my immigrant business. If only I hadn't gotten deported. What a shame for me and my family. It's a horrible thing you see, but I get it. I got deported from Texas. Oi, 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 this is my immigrant song. Oi, 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 I hope you sing along. If you do, then you will be an immigrant soon too. And you will be deported just like Jenny, Mary, and Sue. Oh yeah, that's right, we modulated up there for no reason. It's actually because I missed the E in the first half. Oh, yeah, come over on Ellis Island, sitting there and say, okay, come in now, oh, welcome now, Elvis Island, that's where Elvis was born. All right, that was fantastic. See, how about a 6/8 march? Mamma mia, have a pizza, you can see it is the song, also is the song about the immigrant to business. It's a lot like a bee, that's the song you can see. It's all about the immigrant business. If you don't like my business, then you must be a racist. Because I have just immigrated to here. This one could also be a different kind of song. It could be like, hey, let's march, we're marching along. In fact, it's called the 6/8 March, and that's the kind of song it is. But if you don't like it, then I guess you hate this biz. It's a march in 6/8, that's for sure it is. think this is a good march, then you need to hear a different march. Cause this march probably is actually very good. But now it's fantastic. Stop sticking your nose in everybody's business. You're the busybody you gave me for Christmas. So she filled up with all the gossip in the neighborhood. I didn't request that. In fact, I said, please stop it with your personal attacks on Barbara. And you said everything's fine except for her. And I said, what about her though? Doesn't she count? And you said no. And I said, why? Wonderful. Wonderful times for everybody. Cha-cha samba. Come on, everybody, now you do that samba. No, I can't control myself any longer. It's my imitation of Miami Sound Machine. Only the greatest band in the history of mankind. That's right, D3. Been streaming for 10 hours. It's not just been me that streamed for 10 hours. Rachel streamed quite a bit in the ensuing time. Time, that one. Plus, not all of this has been streaming. Much of it's just been me wasting time, as you see here. And that doesn't really count as streaming, does it? No, it does not. Not it. Not at all. That one. You see, I'm still learning how to play the piano. Currently, I'm playing it without even touching it.
cha cha, boop boop cha cha, boop cha boop boop cha cha, boop cha boop boop cha cha, boop cha boop boop cha cha. If you want a boop boop cha cha, then you should have boop boop cha cha. Everybody knows what it sounds like. To boop boop cha cha. First you got the boop boop cha cha, then you got the boop boop cha cha. Everybody likes it when you boop 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 cha cha. That's right, I said boop 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 cha cha. If you wanna see something cool, say boop boop cha cha, boop boop cha cha, then you'll experience. Boop boop cha cha, boop boop cha cha, then you'll see. Boop boop cha cha, boop boop cha cha, just like me. You'll be like boop boop cha cha, and that'll be cool. Then what's gonna happen then? Let me tell you. Then all the pretty girls will come up to you. They'll say, "Could you say it to me? What thing to do?" And you'll be like, "What are you talking about? You're talking about a boop boop cha cha, boop boop cha cha. Is that the thing that you're talking about?" All the girls will say, "Yeah, do it again, yeah, do it again." You'll be like, "Okay, just wait for it. Here you go. Boop boop cha cha, boop boop cha cha, boop pop, boop boop cha cha. Oh no, look at that, it's a D. How did that fucker sneak in there? G. Boop boop cha cha, boop boop cha. A boop cha, a boop boop cha cha. That's right, that's what I'm doing for you. That's what the guy said to those two girls who asked for boop boop cha cha, and they said what? "Oh my God, that boop boop cha cha was so rad. It was the best boop boop cha cha that I ever did have. And now I'm wondering if I could try as well." And I said, "Well, whoever was talking said, well, sure, go ahead. Try doing it yourself if you want. You can boop boop cha cha just like me. If you just gotta see what you gotta see, then you can boop boop cha cha. You'll do fine. I'm confident in your wine." She said, "Okay, then I'm gonna try boop 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 cha cha again. But I wonder if you can change it back to the original beat, in fact." Okay, here I go. I'm gonna try it now too. I'm gonna try to boop boop cha cha just like you. But you gotta see how it starts with the cha or the boo. It starts with the boo. You mean like boop boop cha cha, boop boop cha cha? That's right, like boop boop cha cha, boop boop cha cha. I think I got it like a boop boop cha cha. That's right, a boop boop cha cha. If you want to juice a sa-sa, then you go to the D and be like, oh no 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 no, and boop boop cha cha. That's right. That's exactly right. Boop boop cha cha. Indeed. That's what I'm telling you. Boop boop cha cha. I get it now. It's finally clear to me. Boop boop cha cha. Yeah, boo my cha and boo cha cha boo cha. Hey now, hold on now. It's not all those kinds of things you said. Just a boo boo cha cha. Let's not get overextended. You mean like boo boo cha cha? Exactly. Like boo boo cha cha. Well, then that's not even in time with the beat. Like boo boo cha cha, boo boo cha cha. I'll do what you do the cha cha. No, you do the boo boo cha cha all by yourself now. Don't be a sa sa. Okay, just change the beat back again. And now half time. Ready? Boo boo ba cha cha. Boo boo ba 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 cha cha. Boo cha. Cha boo, boo boo cha cha. No, you got it all wrong. What? Is that cha boo cha boo cha boo cha boo cha 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 boo cha? No, it's not cha 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 boo cha. It's boo 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 cha cha. You got it all backwards. Well, I think more like what I said. I think we both know, deep in our hearts, it's something kind of like this. Are you ready for it? Here it goes. Cha cha. cha cha boo 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 cha cha boo cha 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 boo go. Oh cha 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 cha. Oh cha 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 boo boo cha oh cha 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 cha. Cha cha boo la la cha boo. That's all wrong. You're doing it totally wrong. It's both of cha 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 boo cha cha boo cha 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 boo cho 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 ma cho. Don't you get it? Don't you see? Don't you see? No. All I can tell is you're crazy. Your bones and your jaws. Why don't you just shut the fuck up?
That was a great samba number. A samba number anyone can enjoy. This is the forbidden dance, the tango. Let's do the forbidden dance. It's a dance that we call the tango. If you learn it in France, you can get an orangutan. Your orangutan won't be able to dance with you if you dance the tango. Nevertheless, you'll get an orangutan though. It comes part of the deal. Now dancing the tango with you brings about a special feeling. I don't know who is feeling this feeling. Could it be me? Oh, it's a feeling of surprise when I look into your eyes and see you reflected in your eyes. And the reflection I see in your eyes, it's a beautiful thing, like a lovely sunrise. Except instead of a sunrise, it's my own face, reflected in your glorious grace. That is to say, in your eyeballs again today. And have I ever mentioned how reflective your eyeballs are? They're reflective like a mirror on a car. I feel like I could travel cross country without any other means of reflection with those eyes of yours today. This thing is completely ridiculous. Okay, well, I'm sorry, I'm playing around. You get your hits, your misses. You get whatever you get, I didn't put out an agenda for this evening's stream indicating that at 4:21 in the morning, I'd be doing stuff of high quality. You're just going to have to get a regular piano song as a consequence of your complaining. Well, here's a jazzy little... How does that resolve to? Well, here's a jazzy little chord. And if you don't like it, then go on Discord. I could totally write some jazz song like that, but it just take me some effort, attention. I should write a jazz song like that. I'll call it best jazz song ever. playing bar owner can't believe his ears. Don't know that one. If I'm the bar owner, I've been playing the piano all night long until there wasn't anybody willing to come into the bar. I said, okay, fine, I guess I'll stop playing the piano. Because piano is fun, like Attila the Hun. Well, that's a good name for that song, D3. Hi, Stephen Morton of the Morton Salt fortune, I'm assuming. You were the kid they modeled the umbrella thing after. They dressed you up like a girl and you've never gotten over it. Pianist plays an even more beautiful song. What was that called? Pianist. I slept with your mother and I loved it. Why does a piano player have such horrible names for his songs? I do like playing around with that keyboard a lot. Barna, okay, listen, you're hired, but you can't be telling people the name of these 4 songs. Just play, okay? Pianist agrees. That's horrible, Stephen Morton. Everyone's happy. I'll continue reading this from outside. It's a long story, but it's caught my interest. It's sucked me in. His name was Robert Paulson. Who's Robert Paulson? And did he go by Bob Paul? Pianist excuses himself to go to the bathroom. When he comes back, he sits down, plays on a song, and runs up. Do you know that your zipper is open and your dick is hanging out? Pianist says, know it, I wrote it. It's a good joke. It's a pretty good joke. Anonym01, hello. How are you? I hope you're well. I hope your wellness is total. That you have a holistic togetherness that creates a deep sense of satisfaction within your every bone. What about Fight Club? You know what a lot of people don't talk about? Are even tougher underground morning star clubs where people fight each other with morning stars in the old-fashioned way. Obviously, you're not allowed to have spikes longer than 6 inches on the end of your morning star's ball. And obviously, it's suggested that you avoid the neck and head area unless somebody's wearing a helmet, although, of course, only sissies do that. That's where I got all these little holes in my face from. Competing in my local Morningstar, underground Morningstar Fight Club. You never really lived till you've taken a Morningstar to the face. That's why, also, of course, for self-defense, I never go anywhere without a full-sized Morningstar. In case somebody comes at me with a knife or something, I can just Morningstar them. And they'll be like, damn, was that an evening star? I'm like, nah, dog, that's a Morningstar. I'm also considering having a portable catapult that I also use for self-defense in case I need to catapult some large rocks at somebody. Maybe pack a halberd. Should use a halberd. I don't have one currently. I feel like at any moment, reality may call upon me to use a halberd, and I'm going to be holding my dick and just looking like, oh, you're not prepared. When the apocalypse comes, you're going to be glad you brought your halberd. And sure, maybe right now fighting with a lance on horseback isn't a particularly useful skill, but just wait until we run out of oil. Then everybody will have to fight on horseback with lances. Otherwise, there'll be too many traffic jams. Horse traffic jams. And of course, horse traffic jams are going to be much worse than car traffic jams. Why? Because horses go much slower. Obvious now, huh? Also, almost basically nobody's going to get to be able to use the HOV once we all go back to horseback because, you can't fit 2 or more people on horseback. You could maybe put a second person on if they're small, but 3 is pretty much out of the question. So the HOV lane will just be populated by a few lone horses. And no, you can't pull a carriage or something. That's cheating. That doesn't count as high occupancy vehicle. That counts as you have to go in the cheater lane. That was the flatulence that led the way to help my people escape bondage in Egypt. It led them to this ocean. It was red as could be. And I gave it a stern pointing at, and I said, get out of here, you. And it made way for us. Parted, if you will. Then when we were done, said, okay, you can go back to the way you were now. And it did. And it tossed us a couple of fish. As in, I'm sorry for giving you trouble. You want to go outside, trouble? That's my story about the Red Sea. And to be honest, it's a lot more orange than it is red. Okay, I'm closing up shop here. I've been hard at work all night long doing this. Of course, it's true that I wrote a number of classic hits tonight. But I need time to put the piano back where it goes. The last part of playing is cleaning up, Eric. You can't just go to bed without cleaning up. You have to be a grown-up about things. Grown-ups clean up their mess some of the time when they're feeling like it. Which I am feeling like it. All right, piano, good job. You know how Rachel was showing you fine art earlier? I got some fine art for you right here. What do you think about that art, huh? What about this? Spring break! How's that for art? Those of you stuck around to the end, you got to see a piece of that action. So burn it into your eyeballs, because that's a treat. With that treat, I will bid you all a very fond adieu and a very good night's sleep. May all of your dreams be filled with pheasants and English pudding.